Round 2 of the 2017 U.S. Chess Championship in St. Louis, the capital of chess in the United States. Critical games often lead to critical mistakes, as Gadakomsky discovered when he blundered badly against Varuzhin Akobian, leaving the 5-time champion in complete shock at this early setback in the event. As all of the favorites on the men's side drew some long and hard-fought games, 4-time champion Anna Zatonsky and current champ Nazi Paikidze scored powerful victories to jump into a tie at the top of the leaderboard, as did pre-tournament favorite Irina Krush, who dodged a bullet against Olympiad teammate Sabina Feuser to notch her first win as she makes a run at her 8th championship. The thrills and spills continue as the players round into form. Round 3 action at the most prestigious national championship in the world starts right now.
Hello and welcome back everybody to day 3 of the 2017 US Chess Championships. In the first 2 days we had plenty of exciting chess, blunders and time trouble situations that kept us on the edge of our seat. In day 3, the biggest clash comes from the open section, where Wesley So is facing Fabiano Caruana in what will definitely be the highlight of the day. I am excited to see what these players have in store for us. Let's go to the studio with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Cristian. And I also spotted a couple other grandmasters there.
There was some photo bombing going on back there, wasn't there?
Whoa, I didn't. You're tossing out some words. What's next? Snapchat?
Yeah.
We saw actually Alejandro Ramirez hosting the Spanish language with WIM Lily Fuentes.
Lily, I know her. I
And
don't know her last name.
she is. We also saw Eric Hansen, who's hosting the live commentary with Grandmaster Ben Feingold.
Exactly.
But you just got us in English. And this is Jennifer Shahade. I'm with Yasser Seirawan. And Cristian alluded to it. We've got big day today, but let's first take a look and see the standings after 2 rounds. The Fisher Prize was laid to rest with Nakamura, Akobian, So, and Onashuk, all at the leaderboard with 1.5 points. That means that Caruana on 1 point today playing against the big So.
Yeah, Wesley, Fabiano. What a giant matchup that's going to be.
And meanwhile, in the women's championship, same story, no perfect scores. And we've got 3 contenders that we might have expected to be at the top: Tatev Abrahamian, Irina Krush, and our reigning champ Nazi Paikidze. Anna Zatonsky getting back on her feet with a much-needed win yesterday. And the pairings in the championship, there it is, the big Wesley So. He's playing against Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces. So this is going to be a game that all eyes are on. Another big one, I think, is Nakamura versus Zhang.
Absolutely. The top 4 players all playing here today in round 3.
That's crazy to think, yeah, the top 4 players, Zhang, he qualified from the U.S. Junior, but also the 4th highest rated now.
Exactly.
Crazy. And in the women, same deal. Top 4 players facing off. Tatev Abrahamian, I love that she has white against Irina Krush. She has a bad score against Irina, but with the white pieces...
she's a much more dangerous opponent.
Exactly. Tatev likes being white. And Nazi Paikidze with white against Anna Zatonsky. That's a huge battle as well.
Absolutely.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with us to talk about yesterday's highlights and what we might expect today.
Well, we are seeing some thrills and spills so far in the competitions as players are trying to round themselves out and into form. Yesterday, one of the players who definitely got bitten by a scorpion is former world champion, former U.S. champion, that is 5-time champion, Gadakomsky, who we just saw coming towards the broadcast. Well, he's all smiles now. Yesterday, he was not at all after he ended up playing just a horrible move and missing a big-time shot against Varuzhin Akobian. And look at his reaction. It tells the whole story. He was simply devastated after that game, shaking his head. I mean, he changed colors. He was just so distraught to miss such a move when he had a perfectly fine position. But that is what happens with the tension of such an event. It can break even the best of us. Well, he'll be looking to bounce back today, and other players who don't have such problems are looking to get in the driver's seat. And one absolutely sterling matchup is Grandmaster Wesley So, the hottest player in the world right now. 58 games, nobody has been able to defeat him. He's the Grand Chess Tour champion from 2016, but he's going to have his hands full against this guy, Fabiano Caruana, the current U.S. champion, number 3 in the world, right behind Wesley. Fabi's going to say, look, I am the real king of chess in America, and let's prove that today. Well, 2 other players who are also angling for the title as well. Hikaru Nakamura, we know he's won this thing 4 times. He knows what it's like to taste the championship wine. He is going to go after the youngster, Jeffrey Zhang, the now world junior champion, number 4 player in the United States, who's got a lot to prove himself. He wants to prove he belongs with the big dogs, the big names, as he tries to become a 2700 and also one of the top 10 players in the world. On the ladies' side, the matchups are equally big. Tatev Abrahamian, she's always comes close to winning this, but she's never done so. And it's been 8 years counted that she's beaten Irina Krush in the U.S. Women's Championship. And there's a reason, because this woman, Irina Krush, has won this thing already 7 times. She lost last year, bitter defeat in the last round against her rival. She's going to be looking to win today and keep the streak going. And the other 2 ladies matchup, I mean, it's just the queens of U.S. chess right now. And the reigning queen, Nazi Paikidze, the U.S. Women's Champion. Last year, she won such a dramatic game against Irina Krush. She's going to be putting her foot on the gas as she tries to make some distance between her rivals, if possible. But wait a minute, a woman who's gotten 4 tiaras, Anna Zatonsky, said, look, I know how to win this too. Not great form in the beginning, but she's bounced back, and these 2 should regale us with some excellent play. The tension is thick here already. You can see it on the faces of the players as they begin and think about this game, round 3, critical round, to start seeing who's going to take a lead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. Wow, big matchups. I can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah, me neither. Now, speaking of Jeffrey Zhang, he's such a strong player. I didn't quite realize that he was not only the world junior champion, but he's is he the top-rated teenager in the world? I think he is. I'm looking at
the Chinese prodigy, Wei Yi.
So Jeffrey's 2664.
Wei Yi's definitely high rated.
Yeah, he is. He's 17. You're right. He's 2720. Yeah.
Right.
So Jeffrey's number 2.
Number 2.
But he's the top. He's the top 16 and under.
There you go.
You know, statistics. lies, and statistics, right?
There you have
so
it.
he's
Look
the
at
top 16 and under player in the world and the world junior champion.
I think it's important, though, that he won the world junior championship as a 16-year-old. This is an under 21-year-old event. Yeah. So to do that as a 16-year-old, that's a big statement. You have 4 more years to compete for that title. And
there's nobody between him and there's Duda. Yeah, but there's So my story is losing some impact, but it's incredible that not only is he the world junior champion, but he's also of the top 3 teenagers in the whole world.
Absolutely. And he's been rising. Look at that classical ranking and standing. Jeffrey has a fantastic future in front of him.
And number 4 player in this tournament.
Yes.
Top 100 in the world, number 71 in the world. You don't need to go far to give him a lot of accolades, Jen. I think we get the point. This kid is good.
He's really good. And he's getting better every tournament that he plays in.
That's right.
You can just see him growing in front of your eyes.
He and Shanklin are kind of close, so this tournament also can determine which one of them gets Olympic spots in the future, World Championship spots. Really important. And let's also take a look at the prize money, what these guys are playing for, guys and ladies.
The richest purse in U.S. Chess Championship history.
Right, almost $200,000 up for grabs in the U.S. Championship with $50K for first. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, $100,000, including $25,000 for first place. One question, 2 openings really intrigue me in this game. We've
Between
got
Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley. What do you think he's going to do? I mean, I noticed that in the Pro Chess League, he played E4 more often when he was playing against weaker opposition.
Right.
And usually D4 against higher rated.
Or C4, Knight F3, move orders. Yeah, I think he's going to. He doesn't force when he's playing against the very best players in the world, and I'm expecting him to play a kind of the English Queen's Pawn opening.
Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if he went for E4.
Last year he played C4 and against Fabiano Caruana, and that game ended in a draw and a trash defense.
Right.
But I'm kind of predicting a D4 today.
All right.
Meanwhile, in Tatev, Irina, that opening really intrigues me a lot too, because of course
it's going to be E4.
And look, it's E4.
E4.
E4 and Wesley So.
Exactly.
No, I mean not in Tatev and Wesley So.
Yeah,
that's what we were
E4.
not expecting.
And I think we see a Caro Khan.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That of course our hopes are for Tatev Abrahamian to get one of her exciting Sicilians, but Irina Krush thinking that maybe that's her best opening and to lead it to other waters.
Exactly. Caro, very solid choice by Irina.
But yeah, let's take a look at what Wesley has in mind versus Fabiano.
Well, I have just one E4. Finally, we do see E5 by Fabiano. Knight F3. I suppose, are we going to see an Italian game with Bishop C4, or are we going to see a Rui with Bishop B5?
Let's go for the Roy. There it is.
Good one, good one.
But now are we going to see, let's continue this game, are we going to see an immediate Knight F6 or something else?
Knight F6.
Knight F6.
Oh, I thought he actually played it. That's just a guess. And there it is. Knight
Berlin.
F6 on the board.
Well, this has become, amongst the top players, the Berlin has been the real problem for 1E4 players, as the best players in the world struggle to find an advantage with the white pieces. And very quickly castles by Wesley. Now, yesterday, in the game between Sam Shanklin and Wesley So, Sam Shanklin, after knight takes e4, played rook e1 and went right into a very equal drawing line. The question is, will we see the Berlin ending after d4?
And it looks like a move has been made by Wesley.
So yeah, the knight takes.
Yes, it looks like we are. It looks like we are maybe headed to that Berlin endgame. Bishop takes c6.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what Wesley has prepared in a very topical ending that has been played basically since the year 2000 in the celebrated World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Vladimir Kramnik. Garry Kasparov famously could not make a dent against Big Vlad in this ending that the players are going right into. Queen takes d8, king
Another
takes
game
d8.
with Garry Kasparov in the Berlin that's dear to my heart is his first ever loss to a female.
Yes.
Which was against Judah Polgar, who was on the white side of Berlin.
Exactly.
So just stay away from that opening, I guess.
I remember the incident very well. I was the team captain for the rest of the world. And basically, it was a rapid chess event, and all the players were playing 4 games a day. And I took Judith out of the lineup. She was so angry at me, I can't tell you. And I said, Judith, I want you to prepare with Viktor Korchnoi against Garry Kasparov and just focus on that game. And she came in and she beat Garry Kasparov. She jumped into my arms after the game and she looked at me and she said, I'm back in business now, right?
All right, so you have a decent record with redheads.
Yes, I do.
That's a great story. And you had plenty of stories to tell the other night about Viktor Korchnoi, who was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame. And, you know, I would have loved to be a fly on the wall in that training session with him and Judith. Did you observe it, or you had other duties?
No, I was at the playing hall. They were back at the hotel preparing.
Very nice. And so what do you think about the Berlin? Who do you prefer in the Berlin situations? I mean, obviously you prefer white, but if you had to include it in your repertoire, would it be white or black?
Black. The reason is, I think for a lot of players with white pieces, when they play 1e4, they're really looking for exciting tactical battles, and they just don't get it. And I think Hikaru said it very well when he said about this ending, it's a draw. It's just a draw with good play by both sides. White has been unable to prove anything, Let's see what Wesley has in mind. But let's leave that game alone for a moment, and we'll turn our attention to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jeffrey. Interestingly enough, that is an Italian. Because
that's what you were predicting in Wesley So's game.
Exactly. We're seeing it on board too, if you like. Bishop c4, bishop c5. Again, these systems, this position has been debated at great length at the world's best, including the World Championship match in New York City between Magnus and Sergey. Again, White is having a lot of trouble finding an opening advantage in this position, but they keep trying.
And this, of course, is reminiscent of closed variations of the Ruy Lopez, as we get a nice closed game where a little bit of slow build-up on the king side often occurs.
Exactly.
And Nakamura had some very kind words for Jeffrey Zhang yesterday, saying that he's the guy of the junior players who he thinks is really gifted. I guess he wasn't that effusive, but for Nakamura, it was very complimentary.
Exactly.
So, and also mentioning that he knows a little bit more about Jeffrey Zhang than some of the other players. So, while he has great respect for them, he's pretty confident about this game, I think. And
yes. And in last year's U.S. Championship, it was the debut for Jeffrey. Jeffrey had a fantastic result, in my opinion, losing only one game. And the only player he lost to? Hikaru Nakamura, and Hikaru was White in a very well-played game.
Well, we'll see if he can avoid that fate today. One move I like to play here in blitz games, even though it's not my move, but in blitz, like as Maurice knows, sometimes playing two moves in a row, in that famous clip, A4. I like playing that move. Just play A4 and then hope they miss B4 and A5.
So, for example, after castles, you want to go A4 with a less than subtle threat of trapping the bishop.
Yeah, it's not a bad move anyway, A4, but...
Indeed, that's a move that Fabiano Caruana himself really made popular, and it became adopted by the world's best players, including Vishy Anand.
It's great if you can play a move that's not bad and includes a trap.
Yes.
That's everything. But a lot of the other ideas in this position, Yasser, like knight d2, rook e1, knight f1 is something you sometimes see.
Very common to swing this knight over to the king side, a page out of the Ruy, if you will.
So if you had to play White in this position or the Berlin endgame, what would you pick?
Oh, this for sure, because there's more pieces are on the board. It's just the clash is coming.
And you prefer that? You like?
Yes, absolutely. And let's just take a look at the ladies' games. We're going to bring up Arena Crushes.
What?
Yes, it's the Caro Khan with knight f6, knight takes f6, e takes f6. This is considered a very, very solid way for black to play with this pawn shield over here on the king side. Black's king is usually well ensconced. However, the majority that white has in the center on the queen side is considered to give white a favorable advantage. The main move is c2, c3, bishop d6, bishop d3. It's very important that white quickly play this move, queen c2. The idea is to force black into making a decision. Will she play the position with g7, g6, or with h7, h6? The reason that's important is what is black going to do with her knight? She's going to swing it to d7 and to f6. If you force your opponent to play h6, it's very hard for the opponent to play f6, f5. And c2, c3 has been played by Tatev. Let's go to the other ladies. The big, oops, I'm up the board. I wanted to see, yes, between Anna and Naji. Okay, it's going to be a kind of a Grunfeld / King's Indian where both sides fianchetto, and it's a big fight over the e5 as well as e4 squares. So
not as many dynamic openings today so far, but let's keep looking. I think we'll find them.
Okay. In the matchup between Alexander Onyshuk and Sam Shankland.
Onyshuk is one of our tournament leaders, don't forget.
Exactly. With +1. We have a semi-Slav, queen c2. This is a line of play that Anatoly Karpov made famous, and I like playing it on the white side. It's very hard against a well-prepared opponent, however, to get an edge as white. Now, bishop e2, b7, b6. That's an interesting declaration by Sam. The common idea for black, I think the most common way of playing this position has been queen e7, castles, takes on c4, takes on c4, and the central break e6, e5. Very importantly, black is preparing to get his bishop on c8 out into play. But Sam's approach was to play b7, b6 right away. It may look a little strange to put the bishop on b7 where it's blocked in, but black is often playing for the opportunity of playing c6, c5. Now, as far as I am aware, the problem for black is that after castles, bishop b7, e3, e4, white usually gets a bit of a nibble in the opening. Let's continue. We have, for Danya, this is actually a very important game because he doesn't play very well with VAR. He has a bad score with VAR. He's coming off a very strange outing yesterday. He wasn't pleased with his play. He was very, very lucky to draw with Yarrow.
Lucky and a good fighter.
Yes, yes, he fought well to hold that position. So if he can get past VAR, Danya may have actually very, very decent chances in this tournament of scoring very well.
And remember, Varuzhin is actually one of our leaders as well.
Yes,
having
thanks.
won against Kamsky yesterday.
Absolutely.
And now he gets white against a player that he has a good record against. So really
Yes.
fantastic
Opportunity,
moment for
yes.
Varuzhin to make a statement in this tournament.
D5. Now this move, knight d2, that strikes me as a little bit off the beaten path. This is certainly a decent move, but the main line, of course, is knight c3. Now knight d2, Danya grabbed the pawn, he gave up the bishop, and the big question is, will VAR successfully recapture his pawn on c4? Not so sure. Maurice.
Well, looking at one of the very important matchups in this round, well, of course, a key matchup, Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana. Now, they've blitzed to this point so far until Fabi paused just in this moment, which is sort of surprising because just about 10 days ago, well, it was March 25th when this happened, so less than, what am I talking about? It's last week. The archbishops that Wesley So leads, they won the inaugural Pro Chess League, and Wesley So led that team to victory. He won a key game against our own Eric Hansen, who's a fellow co-commentator in that event, and they played this exact position. And Wesley has blitzed it out right to here, and so it's kind of interesting that right now Fabi has given pauses, though maybe he didn't see the game, but maybe he hasn't figured out an improvement, or maybe he just, whatever he did, he better find something. Although the fact is, this position is supposed to be pretty equal, but from here, white, believe it or not, is going to win in 10 moves from this position. Let's go to that game. We have it up here now. The game went, after b3, rook to d8, a trade on d8, rook d1, a very even-looking position. Bishop takes, knight takes, king moved up. Everything so far so even. Right in this moment, bishop to c8 to preserve the bishop. And after knight to e2, everything again, pretty much an even position until this critical mistake. He should not have played this move, c5. A nice move would have simply been rook to e8 in this position. Instead, he played c5, did Hansen. And after knight to f4, knight to d4, c3, and chasing the knight back. And suddenly the move, e6, breaking open the game. Now, this was a 15-minute game with small increments, so you can't blame Eric for overlooking this move, but e6 came with power. This is the sort of move that Garry Kasparov himself made famous when he finally cracked the Berlin against Kramnik. It was e6, the move, not the World Championship match because he lost that match, but in another game. e6 was the key move, and after knight to e5, e takes f7, king f6, and now f8 queens. And Eric had to resign this position because after rook takes, of course, this fork on h7 decides the game. There's no way Fabi's going to fall for this. Let's just get that out of the way. But it's surprising as we jump back to the board itself. Fabi spent some time in this position deciding whether or not he should play the move rook to d8. Instead, he's played h4. He's in different territory right now, so Wesley finally having to think about the position as seemingly Fabi has prepared this move against him. We'll see if it was a novelty, as so far he's blitzed out all his moves to this point and has a lot of time left on his clock, of course, because it's still early in the game. But Wesley So, the best player on the planet right now, well, I think one Magnus Carlsen would have something to argue about that, but certainly the hottest player in the world.
Thank you, Maurice. And the move h5, h4 that Fabi just essayed, that's actually a very common idea for black in the Berlin. The idea is that black wants to restrain the majority in the center and on the king side, and having this pawn on h4 is very useful. It stops any g2, g4 attempts. And in a very funny way, sometimes this rook on h8, you can't castle, and to get that rook into active play, having the pawn on h4 gives you a choice of rook h6, swinging across the 6th rank, or rook h5, fighting for control of the g5 square. If we just continue in the same style that we saw in that Eric Hansen matchup that Maurice spoke about, swinging this knight from c3 to e2 makes a lot of sense as you go for that tactical blow of knight f4, knight g5, which worked out so well for Wesley in the Pro Chess League. I think the difference here is that Fabi could essay the move bishop d5. Okay, you can force something like a knight trade, knight trade, knight trade. And in these positions, after g7, g6, you might think to yourself, well, isn't this just good for white? And it sure does look good, but the d file becomes a chopping block. Black prepares a rook d8 move, starts trading rooks, and pretty soon you're going to find yourself in a minor piece ending where the chances are quite even. Interesting line of play. Maurice.
Important to point out that this line has been seen 22 times with the move h4, and of those 22 games, how many did black lose? Only one, and that was when white outrated black by over 200 rating points. So essentially, this is a draw line, and that's why Fabi is looking so confident walking around right now, wondering what you've got. Nobody's been able to win at the high level, pretty much any level, except that one game out of 22. It's a bit of a surprise that Wesley should be thinking at all right now. Seems quite odd, given that he has seen this position before.
Well, you know, Wesley, he really excels in the endgame. Obviously excels in all stages, considering he's #2 in the world.
Sure.
But when I was looking at his Pro Chess League victories, so many of them were in even endgames, and somehow he would end up drumming up some tactics and win. Of course, not always against Fabiano Caruana, although there was one such game against Caruana where he was with black, and he managed to just grind, and eventually out-tactic Caruana himself.
Yeah, well, there you see the stats on Wesley So, who had just one of the greatest runs ever in 2016, winning some of the most prestigious tournaments in the world, and in between, being a double gold medal winner in the Olympics.
That's right.
For the U.S.
He was on the 3rd board, hard to imagine right now, where he got the gold individual medal, and then on top of that, he helped us win individual gold for the team, which was such a beautiful and historic feat. Now, earlier in the round, Yasser, you said you prefer to put this opening into your black repertoire than your white repertoire. And for me, occasionally I've played the Berlin is black and blitz games against the student for training purposes, and man, I hate it.
As black.
It was very unpleasant to play. I feel like if you don't know, it's difficult.
Yes.
It's more difficult to play than playing the Berlin for white.
Well,
so you kind of got to know those nooks and crannies. You can't just show up one day and say, hey, I looked at some games of Magnus and Fabi. I'll just play it. Give it a shot.
I can see that actually for you, I wouldn't have recommended, because you like those aggressive attacking positions. And in the Berlin, very, very often you're playing like a coiled spring.
Yes.
You have to play passive for quite a while before you get in your shots. Whereas you would like to force the action, many Berlin players understand you can't. You have to just control what your opponent is doing for a very, very long time, and maybe by the 40th move you'll try to put your majority on the queen side to good use. It's a very difficult defense to master.
It is. And we've got Maurice with some news in a game from the women's side.
An update early on, looks like a very bad move in the opening from one of the youngsters, Jennifer Yu, against an even younger player, the youngest player in the entire competition, Carissa Yip. We see this opening, I mean, this is about as solid as you can get. You don't expect any kind of drama to happen this early. But Carissa decided, with white not being so aggressive, that she'd play the move c5. And this move is black saying, I can get really active in a position like this one. Well, of course, white's standard response is c4, or this kind of setup will be known to be fine for white, as white has the initiative on the first move and can start demonstrations in the center usually favorably. But in this position, to avoid all theory, Jennifer played b3, and it was one of those things, if you're not well prepared, you make a little slip in the opening, you could be punished for it. And instantly Carissa noticed that she could take simply on d4, and now the question is, how do you continue? Of course, knight takes d4 seems simple enough, but this check is a little bit annoying as to what you should do next, because you don't want to give away your dark square bishop. You just play b3 for crying out loud. And c3 doesn't seem like it's that special itself. It's probably the best way to go, however, and continue the game from here. The other possibility I would add is, after knight takes d4, there's also the move e5. She probably didn't want to see happen, the move knight back to f3, or knight anywhere, knight c6. And this is looking very nice for black as well. So this position, in order to avoid it after cd4, she played bishop to b2. But all of us have to wonder, well, what happens after just simply check? And that is what Carissa asked as well. And the move is now on the board, bishop check. And looking at the position, Jennifer realized that if she played knight to d2, a normal block, thinking she's going to win her pawn back, it's not going to happen. Bishop to c3 suddenly cements the bishop on a strong square and protects the pawn, and suddenly white is just clearly worse. Instead, she conceded and played the move king f1. Not very harmonious a way to play in the opening, and black pretty much can play anything now and know that she's at least equalized. She might be trying to think about, how do I get a gigantic advantage? The engines are saying, you actually already have it. That king on f1 is pretty silly and will be for a long term, but certainly the youngster is looking to see if she can play some kind of dynamic chess to maybe even maintain her pawn. She probably should think about just giving it back, but it's looking rosy right out of the opening. That's only 7 moves in for Carissa Yip in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, indeed. The move bishop b2 was strikingly poor choice. In that exact position, what white should do is castle and not take on d4 right away because of the moves. Maurice, you were mentioning e5 and bishop b4 check are a little bit annoying. But when you castle and if black plays knight c6, then you take on d4 and you're kind of happy because you got a reverse Grunfeld with an extra tempo as white. And move b3 is actually very useful as well, Jennifer. You would like white's position in that reverse Grunfeld.
Although sometimes it makes your eyes hurt when you see openings with the opposite color, right?
Right.
Remember we had the caller who said, I prefer to play black. Well, you could play like e3 or something and try to transpose, or c3. But then, you know, c3, e5, c4, it doesn't really feel like a Sicilian.
No, in the Seattle area, we had some guys who wanted to play a3 on move 1, so they could get black and have this useful move a3. Okay, be that as it may, I want to turn our attention to the game between Nakamura and Jeffrey. Maybe you were channeling Hikaru there, Jennifer, because you were mentioning how you like to trap your opponent's bishops.
Yeah, but you got to play
a4
You got to
first.
play a4 first, because it's too obvious. If he plays b4, Jeffrey's going to see. You know, he's going to see that the bishop is tied down. If he started with a4, you know, you never know.
It's a little hidden, I get you. After this early expansion of b4, a4, something I like myself to play as white, a5 was Jeffrey's reaction. B5 97. You might think to yourself, well, why did white do that? The bishop on B6 looks perfectly happy on this diagonal, and your pawns on the queen side have gotten blockaded. However, after the move knight D2, we begin to notice if this knight manages to make it to the C4 square, well, guess what? The bishop on B6 suddenly becomes vulnerable. You don't want to step back, which might involve the loss of the A5 pawn, but you don't want to step forward either, because then you'll be stepping forward into the D4 tempo.
That's why a lot of times you see A6 instead of A5.
Exactly. And this is the current position. Pardon me. I would expect Hikaru to step back with his bishop to make room for that precise maneuver I'm talking about. Knight C4 is a very big strategic threat. Jeffrey will probably have to essay C6, Knight C4, and bishop back to C7, trying to preserve the two bishops.
And we have a phone call, and you can also tweet us at our hashtag US Chess Champs. Welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm from Milwaukee. I teach professional communication to students at a university, and I can state with some authority then that you three are absolutely, without a doubt, the best commentators in the world today, and I hope you do realize how good you are. I was hoping you could settle a debate we're having at our chess club, and the question is this: who has an advantage in this tournament? The single players, the married players, or neither? And thank you so much.
Well, thank you, David. That's an argument I'm not sure we can settle. Maurice, you want to give that the first salvo?
Why are you throwing it to me, Yasser?
Well, you were married, you're single. I mean,
brutal. God, twisting.
Well,
yes.
I would say that you know, most of my playing career I was actually married, and you know, then now I'm single and I'm not a player anymore, so I'm not a real authority on this one. But I would say, though, from what I've seen, it seems like the most successful guys are the single guys. They're not thinking about anything but chess, and maybe that's why they're single, because that's all they're thinking about is chess. They just focus on chess, 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 and that's it. But I think that's generally the case. Although I've also seen players who are able to balance their social lives with playing chess, and particularly someone who is very understanding that a chess player needs his space or her space, needs full support. You look at someone, for example, like Anna Zatonsky, who has 2 children. Let's add children into the mix, not just the married side, but her husband, Daniel Friedman, is extremely supportive. The 2 children are not here now, of course. They're with him, and he's taking care of business while mommy is away fighting for a U.S. title. But if you look around, I mean, Nazi Paikidze on the left there, she's married, no children.
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
And she just won the U.S. Women's Championship, and she credits her husband for all the great support that he gives her so she can pursue her career. So I think if you've got a nice, ideal matchup at home, then being married is a wonderful thing.
I would agree with that, Maurice. And I was going to mention Greg Barnes also, because I know that was one of the most striking moments in our broadcasting history, where Nazi won her final round game and secured the title, and you know, that big hug
afterwards.
Yeah, so
that was very emotional.
That's the thing. I mean, I think it's if you have a good one, then that support can really help you in these critical matchups. And if you have a bad one, then obviously
it's not helpful
you
at
can
all.
get single. But what about in your experience? I know you have a Yvette plays chess herself and is obviously very big fan of yours, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. Well, I was just going to say that one of the things in our field is we have some of the youngest players.
Right.
So they're not going to be married.
No.
They don't have a significant partner. In my career, it was really nice to be married and have that emotional support at home. So if you find the right partner, it's great.
Yes, I love.
Isn't that just true in life, though?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. We got good ones, right?
Yes, we did good. Yeah, indeed.
But yeah, you're right. It's a good point though about the U.S. Women's Championship. Half of the players in the tournament, we won't be marrying anytime soon.
No.
They got to finish their high school and college degrees first.
Very good.
Well, I'm thinking about coming back to chess. If you guys can find me a good one, that's going to help out.
Callers, are you listening?
Yeah.
Well, check this out. In this position, I would like to point out this position between Ray Robson and Gadakomsky because I love these kinds of moves. I love it when you take a step and then realize that even though it was the right step for that moment, when conditions change, you have to erase your thoughts and take another step. And in this position, we saw the move Queen G4 get played. Let's just back up. Actually, I'm going to go to this moment when Bishop D3 was played in this Sicilian, which ended up looking like a French after F4, D5. At least the French structure is on the board right now. In this position, this move A6 is played to stop any incursion on the B5 square and also to give the queen some space when she moves. That knight B5 again doesn't bother her. All right, this is the position. A6 is on the board. The square B5 is well defended. Any assault on B5, not a problem. You can handle it. But now Ray Robson played the move Queen to G4. And it's Gadakomsky's turn in this position. This move says to this bishop, you're never going to move. Right? I'm trying to deal with this situation. You want to play G6. This pawn might become a target on the G6 square with some kind of H4, H5 idea. What are you going to do about my queen sitting on this square? Also, he might have ideas later of queen to G3 and bishop to E3. So again, Ray's testing Gada's position. The engines give a fascinating move, but when I first saw it, I was like, that move, A5, looks ridiculous. First of all, you played the move A6 to guard B5. You just wasted a tempo playing this move yet again, pushing the same pawn twice. That's just completely anti-positional. And here, you got the B5 square. Something looks like it could sit on B5 forever. And the natural move is the move A4. Now, when you see this move, you say, all right, what are you going to do about that? You gain nothing from it. And suddenly the engine comes up with another strange move, queen to B4. Now, you look at this and you think, that's just really ridiculous. You move the queen twice. Am I not going to trap this queen some way? What is it doing there? But it's so concrete. The threat is D4. I would like to have your knight. And when you play what looks like the most natural move on the board, suddenly out of nowhere comes knight takes on E5. Knight D takes E5, and the pin on the fourth rank suddenly shows its teeth, and he's threatening to take the bishop as well. The queen will have to drop back. Give me this guy, and black has just simply stolen a pawn. His queen's going to leave, and he's going to say, I got it. That was ultra specific. A5, anti-positional, queen B4, completely not correct in the opening, moving the same piece, pawn twice, piece twice, and Gada is sitting here staring at this board. Will he find such a maneuver? Yes. We're classical players. I mean, we're grounded in classical principles. To see a maneuver like that, A4, A5 and A4, and then queen B4, that just is so unusual. But if the position calls for it, you've got to play it.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, what I'm thinking is the move Queen G4 by Ray was actually a step in the wrong direction. That is to say, the queen coming to G4, you're thinking of getting a kingside attack, and the queen is simply misplaced there. A lot of players in Ray's shoes would have played the move Queen E2, followed by Bishop E3. Let me just bring that up on my screen, actually. Just a second. Oh, that's the Onishuk game. Here we go. We're just going to back up one move. It's very clear that white already has a very nice pressure on the king side. Queen G4 is basically a big announcement that I'm really going to go for an attack over on the king side. Instead, the normal move, let me say, put it like that, is Queen E2. Black isn't going to want a castle short anytime soon, and what white is going to try to do is simply play bishop to E3, dislodging the queen with a gain of tempo. After the move Queen G4, that's a very nice idea that Maurice was just showing of taking advantage of the queen being unprotected, walking into a double attack, knight takes e5 and d5, d4. Looks very nice for black, but it's only because you're exploiting this move, queen g4. I think that was just a mistake.
But he did not see it,
He did
and
not.
I'm so confident he would not see that crazy maneuver. It just looks ridiculous. To clear your mind, of course, the thing about engines is that they have no mind. They just see they see the position in front of them and say, all right, start calculating in the millions of positions. Here's the programming. Just do that. Mm-hmm. But humans look at something like a5 and you don't even see a5. You probably just didn't even consider it because it's just so unusual. And then queen b4, and to see all those tactics, only if you had the engine on would you see such a move. Now, what about Ray? Did he prepare this position? I don't think so. I think he played queen g4 intuitively. He couldn't have suspected everything that was going to come from Gadakomsky. Now the move, however, that was played was knight to c5. This one is more natural, a human move, if you will. The knight is pressuring this knight, and also, importantly, this bishop on d3. The engine's giving the move knight takes c5. And now the bishop cannot capture back. That's an important point of the queen g4 move. You'd have to capture back with the queen, and the game goes on from here. Something like queen g3 or queen f3 is what the engines give. But just to show that we're human. We go in a direction, and we tend to keep going in that direction. Very difficult to look at every position anew and see it for its fresh possibilities.
Thank you, Maurice.
And we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more from this absolutely critical games of round 3 in the U.S. Championships.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's here in St. Louis. The Women's Championship, big game today between Tatev Abrahamian and Irina Krash. Yeah. And Tatev's got in a position that I think she's really happy about. It's an attacking position. She's got her king on the opposite side. Earlier you mentioned the big choice. Irina had after bishop d3, queen c2.
Right.
And so she chose to play h5.
Which for me is really quite a stunning move, but it's taking a page right out of the Sicilian defense. This move h7, h5 is, how do you say, a preemptive strike, if you will, from Black's point of view. With the setup, the piece setup that White has chosen, she's going to put her king on the queen side, and then she's going to want to advance her h-pawn as well as her g-pawn at the board, maybe h3, g4, f4, and so on. So this move, h7, h5, which certainly gives the position a peculiar flavor, what that is actually aimed against is to stop White from further expansion. Is it a good move? Well, we'll have to see. Let's see how the game's unfolded. Bishop e3, knight d7, castles, knight f8. The knight becomes the loyal guard, if you will, of Black's king. And now Black is starting to think about her own queenside advance. And after this move, knight f8, Tatev is just thinking over her choices. She's been stymied now with expanding on the king side by h3 and g4. Maybe it's time that she put her majority, yes, and start advancing with the move c4.
Or she could play
making room for her knight.
Yeah, the knight could be improved on that square.
Yes.
You don't like f4 because of the possibility of capturing it, or?
Pardon me?
You want to improve the knight on e2, I understand.
Yes.
So you're trying to play c4.
Yes.
And how do you feel about putting the knight on the f4 square?
Not bad. After knight f4, you're probably going to coax me or provoke me into playing the move h4.
And now if I try to break things open with g3?
Yeah, I'll just play queen c7, eyeballing this knight on f4. I also, when you play the move g3, you've got to be a little bit concerned that bishop g4 might develop with a tempo and some awkwardness with the rooks.
I could try to play knight h5 and take on h4. Just,
Whoa, knight h5.
But you have bishop g4 right away.
Yes.
I meant more in like a general sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, like maybe, it looks really weird to play rook g1,
Well,
but perhaps at some point.
If Tatev doesn't like the move c4 and advancing on the queen side, the other choice that she could really consider is knight g3. The idea here is after either g6 or h4, the knight takes up a pretty good square. This knight on e4 is very attractive because you're attacking this bishop on d6. Likely, Irina will want to keep her bishop, and after bishop c7, the knight on e4 discourages the move b5, because then I got knight c5. Yeah. Very, very, very nice. Intriguing game. I'm not sure.
A chill move here by Tatev Abrahamian, and I was thinking some chill moves might make sense, like king b1.
King b1.
Just relax, because if Black does try to get too frisky on the queen side as well. On the queen side, as you suggested, like with b5, we can also consider trying to get the d5 break in.
Exactly.
And just starting to play in the center. So king b1, bishop e6 are on the board now.
King b1, bishop e6.
Yeah, Irina's not afraid of knight f4 trying to capture that bishop on e6.
Because is she spying an opportunity to try to make a double attack with queen d5, hitting both a2 and g2, capturing on g2, a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, but how do we stop queen takes a2, c4? Because you can't take on d4 because of the bishop h7 check.
Right. Okay.
And taking on g2 looks.
It looks a little suicidal.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Taking that pawn. Ooh.
It's a very nice concept that I've seen from numerous Sicilian games, where you think you have this open G-file and you're going to make all kinds of nasty-looking attacks like bishop h6. Not so fast. That move, bishop g4, not only will block the G-file, but in another case, hit this rook on d1, and Black could easily end up with a very promising position. I'm not saying that this is the right way for Arena to play as black. I'm just saying, don't be so sure that your attack's so good.
You got to actually calculate it. You can't just say Queen G2, danger zone.
Right.
I mean, we could have even tried Bishop E2 in that position. Just no, you played in this very position.
After Queen takes G2.
Instead of Rook G1, maybe we could play Bishop E4.
Bishop E4, yeah. Bishop E4, definitely. I'll end up having to put my queen on a rather awkward-looking square, but maybe Queen G4. I take that back. I'll essay Queen G4, and it's really throwing down the gauntlet. It's quite a challenge, but don't just think that, oh, that pawn is untouchable because you're exposing your king. The knight on F8, good defender.
And I think the culprit.
Wait, I'm getting excited. Open file,
tactics.
bishops, tactics.
Tactics in the air.
I mean, my first move was Bishop H6, but it looks like you can play Bishop takes on C4 and challenge me.
Yeah, that's a problem. That Bishop on E4 is kind of a pain.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute.
I'm
not sure about that one. Yeah.
Well, I'm planning to play Rook G1 on the next move.
Yeah. I get it.
So, and I have F3 also, so I can play Rook G1.
Everybody's getting excited.
My spidey sense is tingling.
Exactly.
Like but yeah, it's obviously not clear at all.
No.
You're down a pawn. So
right.
So G6 threatens Queen takes E4, trading everything. But
that's
a point.
I'm going to play Rook G1.
Yeah,
right.
And that won't work anymore.
That's not going to work with that pin.
But what if I? No. Then you got F2, F3. I wanted. No. I challenge you. I just
that's the move you have to calculate because Rook G1 doesn't work because you take on E4.
Right.
And let's play that so the fans can see what
Rook
we're babbling
G1
about.
Doesn't work because after Queen takes E4,
whatever happens down there is not leading anywhere.
Right. You're in a pin, so your Queen will not be able to include herself in the attack.
But the plan was F3 anyway, so now we play F3 first to cement that. So, and now my next move is to take your bishop on C4.
No, you're not.
Okay, so now you want to challenge my bishop on D5. So, all right, so I'm going to go Rook G1.
Rook G1.
I'm not a pawn grubber, so you can...
Well, you know I am.
Yeah. Go ahead, have your fill.
Yeah.
I just want to mate you. I don't care about what happens on the side
I
of the board.
understand.
Okay, king
over.
Yeah,
and again, I'm just
I'm
gonna say, look, my knight on F8 just
defend everything.
I don't know.
Just sack. Just sack.
G6.
I'm going.
Bishop G6.
Oh
just
yeah.
Go for it.
Oh
okay.
yeah. You know I have to. Rook takes.
Oops. Rook takes.
Yeah, ruh-roh. You
Ruh-roh.
better find something quick.
Oh no.
You do have King H8. Only move.
Only move.
And I'm taking on F8 maybe, or checking first. Oh, I could check. Ooh. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm dying.
On now, baby. Oh, we wish you play like this.
But look, I die with a full tummy, right?
Yeah.
I just ate a lot.
You actually have some king moves to G8 to try to.
You don't kill me right away, man.
Take on F8.
I don't believe it.
No. I can play bishop takes F6. That wins. Bishop F6.
What?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes, seriously. Rook G7. Oh no, I blundered my G6 square.
Yes.
I thought I was coming in. He's back. This is typical defense by Yasser Seirawan.
Yeah, you got to take on F8
all the time. If you take an F8, though, he has
Well, one of the things
before check, but
these variations, by the way, I know they're amusing and a lot of fun, but let me tell you something: the players are calculating them, okay? Because Black often plays in this Caro-Kann provocative style with bishop on going to E6 and the queen and just taking. Sometimes it works for white really, really nicely. Sometimes
and Jen, you were right. Taking on F8 was right instead of checking.
Yeah.
Having too much fun. Just get rid of the knight and then check with the rook.
This isn't the move. We wanted bishop E4.
We were looking at bishop E4.
That was the move.
Queen G4.
Yeah.
Bishop H6.
Bishop E4. Sorry. Bishop E4, Queen G4.
Queen G4, Bishop H6, Bishop takes C4. Yeah.
Yes, this was the line, and that was where you hit me with the move F2, F3, right? And I went back here, and then you ended up sacrificing on G6, and I died.
No, here Bishop F8 is what she.
Here Bishop F8.
Yeah, Bishop F8 is right.
Aha.
Yeah, removing that
Removing
that thing
the
that defends
defender.
everything. Yeah.
That's a winner, absolutely.
You can get mated without a knight on F8.
And look how long. Look, by the way, how long Tatev has been analyzing this position. She's studying She wants to kill Irina. It's like so bad. She hasn't beaten her since 2009. 2009.
You can feel it.
Think about that. It's been almost a decade. Okay, 8 years. She wants. She knows if she could beat Irina, it's a statement to everyone in the field that Tatev is finally. It's like Susan Lucci, right? She had so many Emmy attempts, 20 times nominated, still not getting that Emmy. Eventually, you got to get it. Eventually, she's too strong. She's too good. Math says sooner or later, she's got to get this title. And last year, she collapsed, just collapsed in the last 2 rounds, especially that last round game that she just imploded and lost horribly and just gave away her title.
Right.
Don't forget
to win.
her playoff attempts against Anna Zatonski,
Right.
against Irina, against Rusidan Golatiani.
That's going way back.
10 years ago. So
Right.
that was when she was a teenager herself. So just so many close calls.
It will be a big story when she finally wins this title. It will be one of the biggest stories in U.S. women's history, given how close she's been. The eternal second. You don't like that moniker. There are players who have it. David Bronstein had it. Victor Korchnoi had it. Paul Carey. All these great players who came just so close and couldn't get the title they so coveted. This will complete her career, in my opinion.
I agree.
Well, she said, I'm satisfied. Whatever happens next, I got this title that I've been
But she's also
reaching for so
she's
many
also
years.
looking for the Grandmaster title.
And
That's another big deal for her.
Don't forget what kind of confidence it instills in a player when they win the U.S. Championship. A victory in this event would, I'm sure, give her the ambition and the encouragement to go for the overall Grandmaster title as well.
I agree. And
Jennifer, I wanted to put you on the spot right here. You have Tatev's position in this, and you're looking at the move knight f4. You're tempted by it because, of course, the move knight f4 does nice things for white. Attacks the pawn on h5, attacks this bishop on e6. Would you gambit the pawn? If you saw, would you consider knight f4, bishop f4, queen d5? Would it concern you, the loss of that pawn on g2, and would you go for it?
I think I would tend to go for it. It's surprising to me that black is surviving at all. But I think I would also look at other candidate moves in the original position.
Okay,
but
this is the original position, yeah.
Yeah, I would see if there's some other candidate moves, like perhaps the knight g3 you were mentioning, maybe like trying to play h3 and g4.
Knight
but
to
yeah,
g3,
I think that particular line, you have to calculate it, but it also looks so scary for black, and at some point, realistically, you can't spend 2 hours looking at this position, so you got to go with your gut at some point.
Right.
And,
You can't calculate it to the end.
Would be like, okay, that is a position that I'm willing to suffer through.
Yeah,
and try
the
to
pawn.
just you take
Gambit
the pawn,
the pawn and
this is the kind of thing that suits Tatev versus Irina.
Right.
The dynamics. She's no worse than Irina in those crazy positions. The end games, positional type stuff, opening preparation. In general, Irina might be better at. Though I should say, Tatev Abrahamian is usually outperforming her rating in the women's championship. So it's not just that she's getting second, and it really sucks because she's like first or second seed. She's also in third or fourth or even fifth seed, and she comes in second.
Right.
So that's a crucial difference. She overperforms, and that's because she tends to prepare a lot more for this tournament than other events.
Any other event. Maurice, I won't even ask you because I know you would say sack the pawn.
Of course.
Of course.
Please. You would see that queen on g2 and you're like, really? You just invited me to kill you? Are you serious? That is not a pawn you want to take. I remember famously Korchnoi took such a pawn against Anand, yes. If you remember that French that they played. I think I remember that game, and it was not good for Victor in that game. It's typically known. And so I decided, we've been analyzing it ourselves. Let's take what the engine says, and the engine say, you don't want any parts of that pawn. It has found, well, not a winning advantage, but certainly a nice one. And check this out. I'd actually glanced at this move, but I decided to prepare it first. Then you said it needs no preparation. Bishop h6, just flick it on the square and say, here we come. The threat is rook to g1, picking this pawn off. And now you've got to figure out exactly what you're going to do, because this square is hanging. And now the key, is that move you play bishop g4,
right.
This rook will leave, not the other rook. Leave that rook on the h1 square. And this move is important because now when the queen moves, you can play h3. That is defended by the rook on h1, and the bishop dare not leave because g7 is hanging. So guess what you'd have to play? Not a move you want to do. That's not what we call a sexy pawn formation right there. That's looking ugly, and I think we'd all agree we'll take this with the white pieces. So the fact is, this is not over as yet. The Indians are giving some solid possibilities to try to defend queen f3 I saw on the board. But the more I look at it, queen f3, bishop e4, and now queen h3. But look at the position is angling towards this as well. And no, the Indians are saying, yes, this is good for black. As they analyze it further, good for white, excuse me, as they analyze it further. So this is the kind of sacrifice. There is no question. And the fact that she's thinking this long, she's been on this for 20 minutes now. Her clock's ticking quickly. You know, she's got the swords out. She's analyzing the variations. She's saying, where is it? It's got to be good. I see this. And her intuition is screaming to play, but she's losing a lot of time on the clock looking at different possibilities. Clearly, she knows if she waits around, black's going to catch up in development.
Right.
And black's going to start her own demonstrations.
Right.
So you need to do something, and it's all about the initiative, what she can prove. I think if she plays a solid move now, look at Irina's clock. Irina started with 90 minutes.
And where does it stand?
She has 91.
She has 91.
Wow.
So Irina has blitzed through this game and put Tatev really on the chopping block. Like, hey, you better make some decisions quick, because if you keep this game slow, I'm going to have almost an hour lead on the clock at any moment.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I love Tatev's position, but I think she's got to just go with her gut soon, because she's going to need those minutes for when things get really hairy.
Exactly. We've seen what time trouble can do even to the best of players. Shabalov losing in time trouble, Ray Robson going down against Hikaru Nakamura in round 1. That was big. Time trouble is crucial to have that clock when you need to think down the road. Maurice?
Talk about clock and needing to think, and there she is again hesitating. Let's just see whether or not she makes a move. If we could get it on camera one more time with Tatev. It looked like she was getting ready to make a move. Or we'll switch to Anna here, who's just made a move herself. This is a big story by itself, but we're going to get back to Tatev's moves in a moment. Anna Zatonsky has just played move number 7. Move number 7. Okay? Move 7. She has already used almost an hour. Look at this position.
Oh, my God.
Look at this position on the board. She's played, I believe, e6 was her last move. E6. How is it possible that you start with 90 minutes on the clock and now you're at 38:51? So she's used over 50 minutes for this position to appear on the board. Yas, we would get this position in about 90 seconds.
Yeah.
90 seconds if you're going to play it. How is it possible that she has only 39 minutes left to play the rest of this time control?
Addiction.
Terrible.
That's insane.
It's an addiction. Time travel addiction.
That's just terrible mismanagement of the clock.
But I think it is. I really do think that for some players there is that adrenaline rush, and subconsciously or consciously they really do crave it. You know, especially when she's not playing for a team.
I believe it, especially in the case of Viktor Korchnoi. I mean, he was motivated by putting himself under the pressure of the ticking clock.
And it's like, yeah, it's just this kind of out-of-body experience where you lose a sense of time. You are thinking, you're not, you have a propensity to blunder, but at the same time, your thoughts are pretty sharp considering. So that's an addiction. We're going to have an intervention for Ray and Anna.
But, guys, listen, in this position, it's not understandable. If you go over to Tatev's position, she spent all that time looking at the sacrifice, and she has boldly gone for it. Her instincts she's decided maybe I can't calculate it all, but I'm going to go for it. And this, she's thrown down the gauntlet and said, knight to f4, it's on the board, go take my pawn. You want to go for this line? I'm ready to fight you in this variation where you take my pawn. She's calculated some lines. Maybe she's seen bishop h6. Maybe she's seen rook g1. Or maybe she's just going on intuition. Finally, she said, I can't analyze it all. I just have to go into this line. But she had the right to think in that moment. Maybe a little bit too long, but maybe just the right amount of time to put the pressure on Irina. We'll see, because Irina probably is not going to take that pawn, knowing her.
Well, that's the thing. Irina is not compelled to take the pawn.
Right. The opening was over. Middle game begins. Tatev starts thinking about her middle game plan. In the game of Anna Zatomsky, the opening is just you just started.
What I can't even call it an opening yet.
I mean, you're not even finished.
barely classified.
That's why I'm saying the only explanation is addiction.
Exactly.
Because there's no chess explanation for it.
It's really not.
But or maybe even more glasses of wine.
Yes.
Remember yesterday she said the secret to her victory was 1.5 glasses of wine.
And then running it off.
No, that's just a joke. I don't think Anna's not the type to go for more wine than that before a championship game.
Right. By the way, just turning to our key matchup in the open section between Wesley So and Fabi, with the inclusion of a few extra moves. We were talking about Wesley's game with Eric Hansen, where there was a rook d8. Black got in the move a7, a5, and after this move, knight e2, going for that setup that Wesley used to score a victory against Eric Hansen. He's just played the move knight e2, essaying the opportunity to play knight f4 and that knight g5. Big things still happening in round 3, but I think we're going to go on a break.
Yeah, we will be right back with more from these critical games in round 3 of the U.S. Championships. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the 2017 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships.
We are in a critical round 3 with all of these big matchups, Jennifer.
Yeah, that's right. Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, it looks like there's been further trades in that game.
Indeed.
While the game between Nakamura and Zhang is still super tense with no trades at all. Just one. Yeah, just no
That's
trade.
why
Not a single trade.
We were having the conversation at the start of the show, which game I would rather prefer to play as white, the Nakamura game or the game of Wesley So. And I'm saying I'd rather play the Nakamura game because all the pieces are on the board, all 3 results are possible, lots of exciting things can still happen, whereas in the Wesley So game, it's been a slow, plodding game in this Berlin ending. Now the question is, does white have any advantage? We left the game just around these parts. We had just seen this trade of rooks down the d-file, the chopping block as I refer to it, knight e2, bishop d5, provoking further trades as this bishop is now threatening to play bishop takes f3. So we saw this capture with a check, and after the trade of bishops, another trade of knights. Wesley is eyeing the opportunity, he hopes, of playing his knight to f5 check, forcing black's king into a passive position. This is a very tough endgame to evaluate because your gut instinct is white must be better with his majority, these double pawns on the c-file. But guess what? Black's king being that active in the center of the board when there's not a lot of pieces that can threaten it, it's still, I think all 3 results are possible.
3?
Maurice, yeah.
3?
Yeah, if white over presses, he can easily lose these endings. I've seen it happen with Mickey Adams in a London Classic against Vishy Anand. All 3 results.
I see 1 result possible there.
Draw.
There's no 2 results. I think that Wesley is happy to get that draw, put it in the pocket, and get out of there. I think maybe Wesley is a more dominant player than Fabi against a little bit lower opposition. I just think the way he's been playing, he doesn't lose to the greats like Fabi. He's, at least lately, hasn't been losing to any of the greats, but he's been killing everybody else. And I think he's pretty confident that he will be able to put his foot on the gas against lower-rated opposition and start racking up some numbers. While Fabi will be able to do the same, he suspects, but Fabi's half a point behind him right now. So if he gets him out the way, then no problem.
Well, Nakamura is a problem.
Nakamura, though, is the problem. Nakamura is definitely a problem, and they haven't played yet. So that will be a key matchup. Right now, they are tied for first with a couple of other players in the competition. 2 players we don't expect will be contending for the title. Alexander Onishuk might argue, but he's got, at least he states he doesn't have aspirations to necessarily win it, but just to play good chess. Firouzja Nakobian winning yesterday against Gata Kamsky to get to 1.5 because Gata blundered in a moment as opposed to him just completely outplaying Gata. But the other 2, Nakamura and Wesley So, no question about their pedigree. They are supposed to be at the top while Fabiano trails with the big pack behind them at one point. Now, I'd like to look at this game as that game. It just looks like something you don't even want to see. I mean, that's just not that interesting a position. This one is maybe not that interesting for us at the high level either, but it just illustrates what can happen when you make subtle errors in the opening, or maybe we'd call it even a big error in the opening, because Carissa Yip right now is black, is all over Jennifer Yu, just going after in a battle of these teens. Bishop b4 check we saw earlier. King f1 was pretty much forced. Then castles. Now this move a3, bishop e7, and you might argue that black could have gone to e7 in one move. Instead, black took a couple of moves to do it. But white, if I gave you and said, okay, black made a loss of a tempi with this move, what's your free move? a3, king f1? You wouldn't want that move. You'd probably want a castle or bring your knight out. Something else she did to lose more time, bishop takes on d4. If she played knight takes d4, she had to deal with e5. So instead she played bishop takes d4, but knight c6. She doesn't want to give up this bishop. She decided to back that up. So she's lost a tempo playing this capture and having to go back And that's all Carissa needed. She says, all right, that's it. I'm coming for you. I know my position's good. Knight to e4, knight d4, f5. I dare you to take my knight and open up this file for the rook. Instead, the move e3, and now bishop f6. No sooner had she captured a pawn on d4 than this knight is now being pinned, and she played this move, knight d2, trying to develop her pieces, and the engine's giving the very powerful queen to b6, adding pressure to the position. But she has pretty much any move she wants to play. Bishop d7, just developing, is also a strong move. Instead, she just couldn't control herself. young lady like Carissa is thinking, I've got a great position. You've been playing moves I happen to know must be bad. So why not play this hyper-aggressive, but not engine suggested e5, though the engine's saying, that ain't bad. You get pawns like that in the middle of the board, it's got to be good too. And right now, the advantage is certainly to black. How often does black get this position? 3 pawns abreast with a king on f1?
Yep.
It's only move 13. That's insane. Clearly, white has done something wrong.
Exactly. No, that opening certainly did not go very well for Jennifer. Just wanted to turn to one of our tournament co-leaders, Alexander Onyshuk, up against Sam Shanklin, also an Olympic team member, gold winner of the gold medal for the U.S. Olympic team. I like White's position. Going back, I was saying that the problem with this move b7, b6 earlier is that White's going to play e4, and we get a position like this, and after the move c5, which you essentially have to play, you've got to get this bishop on b7 into the game, open up that diagonal, but this is the problem. After takes, this pawn on d5 is really a nasty pass pawn. White is looking for opportunity of playing rook e1 with a tempo against the queen, bishop coming to c4, queen coming to f5 in many variations. Sam tried to plug up the e-file with the move knight e4, rook e1, f7, f5, but this has problems as well. After the move bishop c4, the knight on e4 is in a pin. You can never release the d6 blockade. White has ideas of knight e5 himself. I really like White's position a lot here. I think Sam's under serious pressure. Alex Onyshuk, one of the tournament co-leaders, with a very good position against Sam. Maurice.
And a clock watch on that game with Anna Zatonsky. She has not sped up. I mean, she has not sped up at all. In this position, after the move e6, we had noted she had spent she had left herself only 38 or 39 minutes to go. She played e6, and instantly, Nazi came back to the board and played queen c2. I mean, they're in a standard position, and this combination of c6 and e6 does not leave a great impression, although it is playable. But you got to make sure you have full knowledge of this line. Knight bd7, e4. I'm just going to play aggressive chess. That's what the U.S. Women's Champion said in this move. And now it's move 9. It's only stepped up. What did we see? One more move. She only played knight bd7. That's it. And she has left herself with 25 minutes.
For the rest
25 minutes for her remaining 32 moves. Make that 31 moves. That's crazy.
Terrible mismanagement.
Now she's in rapid chess mode. Less than a minute per move, and she has accepted the sacrifice on c4 with her last move. The position is extraordinarily sharp now, and you've got only 25 minutes to handle what's going to clearly be a maelstrom of complications.
Wow. Terrible management.
Now, from
of the clock.
Nazi's point of view, do you change the quality of your moves? Do you deliberately look for moves that are going to keep more pieces on the board, or do you think you still try to ignore it and play the best possible move? Yeah,
you play the position. You don't create unnecessary complications. And after d5 takes c4, by the way, you know there's going to be a lot of tactical, strategical decisions that are going to be very, very difficult for black down the line here. Let me bring that game up on my screen. pardon me, and it's right here. Yeah, so you ignore the clock factor, but after d takes c4, essentially what you're trying to do as white here is just bring your rooks into the center, keep these two pawns on d4 and e4 abreast of one another. Play a move like bishop f4. If black insists on keeping this pawn on c4, you just develop the pieces, bring your rooks into the center, and you're going to be playing moves like bishop d6, knight e5, and you're looking for this central great d4, d5. And trust me when I say black has to react very precisely, because it's easy to get in a position where white just dominates in the center and just wins. That's just the nature of the position.
And now let's take a look at Tatev Abrahamian's
yes,
game against Irina Krush.
Because that had our attention so excitedly earlier. This was the crucial position where we had been looking at this pawn grab, queen to d5 with a double attack against g2 as well as a2. Irina said, no, I'll just play b7, b5. You've got the two bishops. I'm going to stop you from playing c4 and d5 anytime in the near future. And by the way, if black can play a5, a4, this move queen d5 is a very big potential problem
so we
for
probably
white.
we might have to play bishop b4 anyway, because just to stop that move.
Bishop e4, bishop d5. I would be willing to trade bishops, and if
And how about if I play f3 to try
then,
to build a big center?
Right.
Capture.
Oh, sorry.
After bishop d5.
Exactly. If you play the move f2, f3, so we kind of have a standoff in the center of the board, I'll just advance on the queen side, a5, a4, and I'll keep your majority, so to speak, locked up.
Weird, because I actually kind of like black all of a sudden. This move b5 leaves a strong impression, and it just goes to show that that's one of the reasons, if you're Tatev, you shouldn't sit there thinking for an hour about the ramifications of knight f4, bishop f4, bishop f4, queen g2.
Exactly.
Because then you just wasted your time when they bang out b5.
Right.
So practical chess. But we do have a special guest. We have Kitty Ratcliffe from Explore St. Louis, and she's with Maurice.
The president of Explore St. Louis, Kitty Ratcliffe, a good friend. She's been on the show many of times. Great to have you back. And Explore St. Louis, for those of you who don't know what it is, why don't you give us some insight into what you do?
We are a driving force behind a $5 billion convention and tourism industry in St. Louis. So we have the fun job. We get to tell people about why St. Louis is a great tourism destination and why they should come and visit.
Now tell us the new initiatives that you have going on now. I know things are always happening.
They are always happening in St. Louis, and that's what makes my job so fun. You know, in the last year, we just opened the National Blues Museum here in St. Louis, and it's an incredible story of the history of the blues. Yeah, history of the blues in the country and in the world is based here in St. Louis, and that story's told in a new museum that opened less than a year ago.
What time does it open? Because I'm always on some silly chess show, and I'm ready to go get the good stuff.
Well, I don't think it's open in the middle of the night, actually. So you are going to have to find some daylight or early evening hours.
There's a typical chess hours. We chess players like to be up in the middle of the night. It's a great time to visit.
Well,
maybe you can get us like a
we might be able to get you a special pass or something. You know, just like chess is part of the creative culture and the creative mind, so is the blues and music, and that all ties into the history of our community. And at the Blues Museum, you can go and you can make your own riff, and you can read all about, you know, sadly Chuck Berry, who just passed away, but probably not only instrumental in the creation of rock and roll, but also the foundation of the blues.
Absolutely.
So
that's great. I'm definitely going. I'm going to.
It's right downtown. It's close by.
Check the hours as soon as possible, as soon as I get off some crazy chess show. But also, there must be other things going on as well that you guys are continuing. I know the playoffs are coming up, although I'm not sure if your hockey team, the Blues, are quite in the mix somewhere.
Yeah.
But anything else going on with sports? Baseball is starting soon?
Baseball. In fact, tomorrow night, no, not tomorrow night, Sunday night. Sunday night is opening day, and our perennial favorites and great team, the St. Louis Cardinals, are playing the world champion Chicago Cubs on Sunday night.
Sounds like you can get us tickets to that
it's
too.
It's going to be phenomenal.
Man, I introduced you as a dear friend and you haven't gotten the tickets for us yet. What's this about?
So St. Louis is very excited about its opening day. It's always a big celebration in St. Louis, but to play the Cubs this year for opening day is really special.
Yeah, arch rivals as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell us why you are partnered with the chess club itself, the economic impact that having these high-level chess tournaments here at the club that has on the city.
Well, the fact that this pairing of championships, these two championships, have been held here for 9 consecutive years is a pretty incredible story, regardless of what field you'd be talking about, what sport you'd be playing. To have them here 9 consecutive years in the same city has had a huge impact, and that impact is not just a one-time new infusion of cash, which we love the new infusion of cash every time the championships come, but I think more than that, it's a cumulative effect. Year after year after year of having the exposure of St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States. Actually, I heard somebody say the other night the chess capital of the world. So I think we ought to adopt that moniker and start using that.
This place has some hyperbole. Some people who just think they can say anything.
But I really do believe that there's a cumulative effect on that, because not only are people coming here for the event itself, but they have spent enough time now here year after year to really become a part of the city of St. Louis and to understand all that it has to offer. And we've seen people move here permanently, and that development has had a much larger economic impact than just the championship alone would have.
Well, you guys are doing great work, and you're a great friend, always coming year after year. We hope you continue to come year after year and share all the great things that are happening in this city.
Thank you. I would love to do that.
Kitty Ratcliffe, the president of Explore St. Louis. Always something to do, always something new to do when you visit this great Midwestern town.
Thank you, Kitty. Thank you, Maurice. I'm just looking again at the game between Alexander Onishika and Sam Shanklin. That's definitely got a twinkle in my eye. Sam's last move, King H8, was designed clearly to get out of this potential discovered check along the A2 G8 diagonal. So
right, and ideas that you were mentioning, like knight E5,
right,
to take advantage of the possibility of playing D6.
Exactly so. And once you remove your knight from F3, then you'll get the move F2, F3 as well. Now, after this move King H8, I'm thinking this knight on E4 really bugs me. If I could just clear that knight off the E file, my rooks, well centralized as they are, would really be extremely powerful. Simply
Too bad
winning.
You can't play like knight D2 too easily because of your weaknesses. I could try bishop H2 check immediately, or queen H4 first might even be stronger.
Yeah, I like you have at least a perpetual check in this case.
But queen H4 right away might even be stronger as well.
Exactly. Well, I'm not going to allow either of those moves. I'm going to start with the move G2, G3 with a very specific purpose, Jennifer. What I want to be able to do is play knight H4 in order to capture this one defender of the knight, that F5 pawn, and to burst open the E file. So if I can get in G3, knight H4, Sam is going to be under a lot of pressure to deal with that, because F2, F3 suddenly is in the position, and I really like Alex's position very much.
Yeah, so from Black's point of view, we have to find a way to get some active counterplay. And one thing that bugs me is that bishop on B7 is not too hot, because
exactly,
it's just hitting this pawn, which is like so well protected.
Yes.
And we would really prefer to have it in a square like F, on C8, so we could play like F4
or
bishop
even
F5.
G4, H5, exactly. So some real challenges in store for Sam Shanklin in this game with G3. Let's go over to another one of our key matchups, marquee games, and that's between Hikaru Nakamura and Jeffrey. We're finally seeing the position open up a little bit. We were back in these parts when I said that Hikaru is going to have to make room for the knight to come to c4. He did precisely that. Bishop c4 to b3, rook e8, knight c4. Now attacking the bishop, asking the dark square bishop, where do you want to move? Well, Jeffrey chose the c5 square, and I said, when you choose the c5 square, you're going to walk into a d3, d4. Hikaru prepped that move, and after the move d4, Jeffrey was forced to retreat with his bishop to a7. Now the question is, visually it looks very nice for Hikaru. Can he make it work? His center is going to be under a little pressure because this knight on f6 does attack this vulnerable e4 pawn. I suspect after a move like queen c2, white's for choice, but it looks better. Optically, it looks better than the advantage might be.
Yeah, this position, certainly black is pretty solid. I mean, that main weakness you can pinpoint is, for instance, a5, but
yes,
not super easy to hammer on.
Exactly.
And we've got some tweets coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs, including some from Cristian Chirila, who's manning the St. Louis Chess Club, and he says that their Twitter, and he says that Nazi Paikidze is clearly enjoying her time off. She's walking around, relaxing, getting in a little bit of cardio, as Anna Zatansky is a full hour behind on the clock at move 10.
Wow.
And that's something that Grandmaster Susan Polgar over at Webster University has also said. She asks, did Anna come late to the game?
Right.
Nope. She just spent those moves trying to figure out what the best move is.
What she wanted to do in 19 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
And
Oh, it's a full hour indeed.
We knew it was coming.
Look at that coming to 32, so that we can have that mirror image on the clocks.
right.
With an entire hour missing on one side.
Wow. And just turning to the marquee matchup, Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana. Wesley made a very committal decision here. After the move bishop e6, he decided to play c2, c4 to try to keep black's queenside pawns under wrap and prevent their expansion, essentially. Again, this is another one of those positions where optically it may appear that white has the better chances, but if you played a move like, which is not a good move, by the way, let me just make a move on the board, for example, rook d8. This would be the bad exchange because, again, it's about the activity of black's king. You may argue or think that you're arguing you have the better pawn structure, and you do, but the activity, the dynamic activity of black's king more than fully compensates, and this is a position I'd actually prefer to play black.
Actually, the Indians like black anyway. After the move c4,
Yeah.
c4, Indians definitely do not like this position.
A very committed
I'll come back to that in a second.
Sure.
Because we're talking about time pressure addicts. Ray Robson has been known, I think, has a reputation as a time pressure addict. Oh yeah, he's written a book on being a time pressure addict. But somehow he's lulled Gadakomsky into that as well. And Gada, after the move, knight to c5, knight takes c5, queen takes. Ray played these two interesting moves. A3, don't go to the b4 square, anybody. And after g6, because he needs to develop his bishop, knight to d1. Getting this knight out, preparing to bring the bishop to the e3 square. A very interesting move. The Indians are not thrilled by this move and believe that the best way to handle the position is to immediately threaten with knight to d4, threatening the pawn on c2. Gada spent a long time in this position. He's now down to 42 minutes, which, of course, Anna Zatonsky wishes she had 42 minutes, given that she only has 18 minutes left. But still, not a lot of time for him either. And it looks like this game with these two players will go into some rapid or blitz mode quite soon. But knight d4 does threaten the c2 pawn, and the best move, according to the engine, is the move c3. Knight e3 is possible, of course, but this maneuver by your knight was really meant to get your bishop out. But c3, knight b3, and rook to b1 is being suggested with black being happy to get to this kind of position. So we'll see what he does to handle the time situation, does Ray Robson. But let me get down to this game, this critical game. This move c4, The Indians thought F4, which would be entirely normal to play here. C4, however, allows the move A4, and black starts to make his demonstration on that side felt. You play the move Rook D8, Yaz, just to show a point, but your point is well taken. As this endgame, if you were to allow this A file to open, the rook could choose the A file instead and start to harass your pawns, and suddenly this rook could get pulled one way or the other. So a really challenging move, C4, has allowed A4, and maybe, as you mentioned, Yaz, you said 3 results. I still don't believe in 3 results. 2 results, though, that's starting to come potentially to fruition. As Wesley So, this would be astonishing. And now something else. Satansky got up from the board, made a move, and got up from the board, and an entire 60 seconds, a minute ran off while she was simply strolling around. What is she doing? I mean, this is just unbelievable.
Very, very strange. I can't understand it. Maybe it's nerves, maybe it's anxiety, but even worse than the clock is the position. I like what Naji has done very, very much. She brought her rook to the D file. She's preparing to pounce, essentially, on that D6 pawn, D6 square, pardon me.
Indeed, a pleasant position for Nazi on the board and on the clock, but we have a special feature going back to yesterday on what excites us.
All right.
Chess related, of course.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if there is something wrong in the transmission, because here we have a Najdorf. We're seeing half the game so far going into Sicilians. Did this Najdorf with the move H4? What? I mean, what? H3 is the move.
There it is.
What the heck?
Novelty. Oh my God.
H4?
I love it.
Yo, I don't know
I'm
why.
a fan.
I mean, what the heck is that? That's ridiculous.
No.
H4 is on the board? If I student played it, I just spank him on the hand. Pull it back. He prepared this.
Of course.
And she's played none of the moves that we saw. F4 on the board.
F4. You have these 2 good moves, King C3 and Knight C4. Both moves make sense. You can't decide which one to use, so you
play a third.
You play the third.
Caruana and Kotov. Think like a grandmaster.
Wow, we all read the same books. Look at that.
And she's
King
played
backing
King
up.
E4.
Ooh, you can feel the pain of that retreat.
Right.
No way that's going to work out. You know how it is. She's going to say, I was winning, I was completely fine, and then I had to play like a moron. You kick yourself constantly over these kind of games. These are the ones that really hurt.
Bishop takes D8 on the board.
Bishop D8.
Wait, that's a horrible blunder.
Because of what we looked at
Queen
earlier
Queen
with
C4
C4
wins.
Right?
I mean, wins. Let me double check that. Queen C4 wins. Wins the game on the spot. Look at Gata.
Oh, no.
Look at Gata. He knows it now. He overlooked it. This is busted.
Sounds like a title of a book. Play like a moron. That's
Aw,
terrible.
Poor Gata. Desperado. Hard to see. Poor guy.
You know, it's
But-
so nice to be
The commentator. Brutal.
so that we're not getting those horrible moves ourselves on the board. But chess is brutal, man. Chess is brutal. One false move.
That
and
agony.
bam.
I felt that agony that Gata was going through there, because we've all done that. We've been there. We know what it's like to make a howler.
And to do it in the U.S. Championship stage where there's all those cameras on you.
Absolutely.
That's harder. But
Well, it's like you're at the free throw line and, you know, you're really nervous. The game's on the line. You throw up an air ball that's not even close. I mean, it's like 2 feet. Everybody's laughing at you because, but hey, you know.
But it's bound to happen. That's chess. I mean, that's the
Exactly.
difficult thing in chess. You know, that you have to play without blundering. I mean, that's how you get better.
And keep that focus and consistency. By the way, in that Sam Shanklin game, we
He
did
did
see
play
the
your
move
G3.
G3, and I'm telling you, Sam is going to have a challenge trying to save this
Yeah.
one, because he's going to be dire straits in a very, very near future. G3.
I'm
Did
trying
we
to
see
think
a
of a way.
move?
I was trying to think of ways to get counterplay, move my queen over to the king side over via f7, perhaps to h5.
Right,
but
something like queen f7, knight h4. First of all, queen f7 does make a great deal of sense because you are going to escape this pin, which knight h4 would threaten because of f3.
You could
wanted
also
to go
consider taking it on e4 in all these situations, because like knight g5 is a very dangerous idea.
Also, yes.
Followed by knight e6, and then the beauty of our bishop on b2 comes to the play.
You're making a very, very impressive point there, Jennifer. You're right. That bishop on b2, you get a knight on e6, you just continue the line one move further, and you see White's attacking potential again, thanks to these two bishops. The dark square bishops, most especially, raking down the long diagonal. I don't think any grandmaster likes to have their king under attack, and this is just a very, very promising attacking position for White.
So it's the question for Sam then. It seems that like when you look at when I first see the move g3, I'm like, there's got to be some way for Black to get counterplay here, but I don't really see too many good ones.
And why not?
Because
White's pieces are all well centralized. I mean, look at those two rooks, queen on c2, and there's a lack of purpose, I want to say, with two black pieces. The bishop on b7 isn't playing an active role. The rook on c8, neither does that piece. Whereas all of White's pieces are harmonized. I mean, this has a quality of Vasily Smyslov to White's position. Great harmonic.
I mean, the pins here are key because two of the counterplays ideas I would have if I was getting desperate would be, to move my g-pawn forward or to play like something like knight g5 and try to remove your only defender.
Right.
Also f4, but guess what? All of those are off the table because of these pins by the rook on e1 and the bishop on b2.
As well as the queen on c2, stopping any f4 ideas as well. Yeah, it's a very unpleasant position. Now, Maurice, you had promised to explain a little bit more about the ending and that Wesley could potentially face some issues. What would you like to share?
Well, Fabi did play the move a4. He is showing that he is not afraid of this ending. He understands full well that he basically cannot lose. There is nothing in White's position to suggest that he should be happy with what's going on. And he's about to face, if he captures double pawns, this file is about to open up. He does have the move rook to e4, according to the engines, maybe to try to hold this pawn, this rook tethered to this pawn. Even so, the engines are saying Black can do whatever he wants. Maybe even play c5 in this position and chase the knight. And if the knight goes here, then simply play king to d7. That king you talked about, Yaz, is very strong. It's just in the game. White's king someday will have to get in the game and try to make something of this position. But Black is definitely for choice, although it's only by a little. It's not like the position is something winning. But to see Wesley so under this kind of pressure, the thing is, we've seen him under worse pressure in this streak. He's had some completely busted positions. I remember, I think it was in Paikidze against Richard Rapport. He was dead. That would have been a brilliancy on Rapport's part. Somehow, like Houdini, he got out of that position. This one, he's probably not as bad. He's not nearly as bad as he was in that position. So he's going to show his tenacity and make sure that he doesn't lose this game. But if he came into the game playing for a draw, I think that was a bad attitude to start with. And Fabi is thinking, no problem. When I spoke to Alejandro Ramirez, who's a good friend of Fabiano Caruana, he said, Fabi's going to get him. Fabi's going to get him. Fabi's going to get him. I said, you're talking like a friend. But we know Fabi, at least from what he said, doesn't believe that Wesley's stronger than he is. He just does not have that belief. And why should he have that belief? I mean, they're basically the same rating. So he's not afraid, and he's playing that way today. He's showing, I got a nice position, I'm well prepared. Look at him there. He's looking at other games. He's
casual.
Fascinated by other positions, and he knows he's not in any danger, so he can relax, of course, in an intense way, keeping his concentration as Wesley tries to figure out exactly what to do.
Thank you, Maurice. And that is so many nice motifs in this Berlin ending that is being shown by Fabi. I like this strategy very much of A5, A4, creating this weakness, trying to open up that A file. And it's white who has to be very careful. That move rook E4 to keep the rook tethered to the H4 pawn may not work out. There's a G7, G5 for black in the position to cover the H4 pawn. But again, I'm once again drawn back to the game of Alexander Onishuk.
We have a move by Sam.
Sam recognizing that the rook on C8 is out of the game. He has played the move rook E8, and white, if he wants, can just simply play the move bishop B5 and force that rook away, and then go after the F5 pawn with knight H4. I'm not sure exactly what the best move here for white is. I'd be tempted to force black to take his move back, because it's always a nice thing psychologically when your opponent makes a move to force them to have to retreat after making it.
We could play with D8 at least. That's better place.
Exactly.
That's a better placement than.
And you may think your bishop on C4 was better placed than being on B5 as well.
Especially because not only is my rook a little bit better placed on D8, but I might play bishop C8 in response to some of your ideas.
Okay, so here we go. Let's go knight H5. Pardon me, knight H4.
You want to kick me first, right?
Yeah. No, I'll leave it on E8.
Okay.
Okay, with the simple threat, pardon me, of F2, F3, I don't see a better move than Queen F7, or you want to play Queen D7 perhaps? Not sure, right? Okay.
I could even go back to, well, I guess if I go back to D8, I could go back to D8 as well.
Is knight takes F5 in the position, Jen?
Knight F5.
That was my plan, to knock that defending pawn on F5 so that I can play rook takes E4 as my follow-up.
And now, yeah, that looks good.
So Queen D7 or Queen F7, I'm undecided.
Let's play Queen F7.
Okay, we'll just pick one. And now I want to play F2, F3, finally kicking that knight away. I'm thinking you got to go to
G5.
Yeah, I'm thinking you got to go to G5. Now here I was having a fun time with myself, thinking, should I get in rook E6? You know, sorry.
I was just saying knight G3, maybe.
Well, that's sort of like, okay, who's attacking whom?
Yeah, I understand.
I'll take this one first. Let me take the rook. So somebody is not going to be able to defend F5, okay? So for argument's sake, if you recapture the rook, I was thinking that I wanted to get this bishop. You mentioned this bishop on B2 and how it's going to express itself. Let's put it that way after the move knight takes F5.
Yeah, so and if I take with the queen, that doesn't really help me too much either. Yeah, so so this rook takes E8 in between move is useful, but maybe, yeah, that causes too many problems for my knight
White
G3.
for choice.
So I got to play knight G5.
Right.
And then what's your follow-up?
I was going to take.
Just take on E8 again, and now again F5 is under defended.
Precisely.
But there's F3 hanging at the end of the variation.
Yeah, I'm willing to trade off those F pawns to open up the position for what I'm hoping is my better developed and more well-placed pieces.
So let's try queen takes E8.
Okay, and knight takes F5.
And then after knight F3, I'm thinking I might be able to sacrifice.
And here I have to think a bit, but all right, king goes to the corner. King H1.
And now, let's see what's going on now. Is there ever, the problem is my back rank, I was thinking rook F5. No, there's never any kind of tactics here.
Oh, fortunately,
queen
my bishop,
E2,
your very desirable queen
yeah.
E2 is off limits thanks to this bishop on C4, which covers that square.
Yeah, that's all covered up. So, but it still feels like maybe I could play, can I ever play knight D4, sacrifice to get rid of one of your terrible pieces?
I think that's something that you were, whether reluctantly or otherwise, are going to be forced to play.
I'm hoping I could get a little counterplay. But
Maurice, we're having a hard time finding good moves for black in this game. Engines making any suggestions for Sam Shanklin? They maybe.
Well, Onishuk didn't play your move. He played knight D2 instead of knight H4.
He played knight D2. What did the engine like in this particular moment,
Knight
Maurice?
F2 off limits in these positions.
In this position here, just looking at it, it looks like the Indians wanted to play the move Queen D. They think Black is worse, by the way. Not, you know Black's worse.
Yeah.
Move like Queen F7, Queen D7, something to move the Queen off the pin. After a Rook to E8, the Indians actually like the move Bishop to B5, chasing this piece. And check out this idea, Bishop to C6. That's unusual.
Posting up.
That is really interesting. Trying to get a passed pawn, but not a passed pawn. It looks like it's going anywhere anytime soon. This is just amazing to see this position on the board. It doesn't look at all like you would want to play like this, and yet the Indians are saying the position now is completely winning for white. I mean, fascinating position indeed, because of the fact that it's very hard to go round up this pawn. If you go and grab it like this, suddenly this tactic, Knight D4, shows up out of nowhere, and you've got the pin and the Knight E6 move coming into position, and White's position is just overwhelming. So an interesting move to be sure. He did play Knight D2, much more solid, but this move the Indians are not as impressed by after Queen to F7 with some pressure along this line, and that is exactly what Sam played. So you've got to play the right moves at the right time. Now the Indians are saying only a bit of an advantage. They're going back and forth. But this position is nuanced.
Yeah.
This is not that interesting compared to what's happening on the ladies' boards. Check this out. First of all, I mean, every board, just about every single board, we saw sacrifice alert in this game between two of the youngsters, Emily Nguyen and Apurva Virkud. They both have lost the game so far, and Apurva played the move Knight E4. Looks like a flashy move, attacking the queen with the knight, attacking the bishop on H4. Emily started off correctly on move 1, and now the Indians approve of a grandmaster solution. Just play knight takes E4 and then put a knight on D4 and have that forever. You may not win, but it's an advantage. It's stable. The bishop is biting on granite. I mean, it just goes. You can't take with the pawn. That's the key because of the pin. So who cares what you take with? Bishop takes. Now knight here, and that knight is just beautiful, a la Nimzovich blockade. We know you love Nimzovich, Yaz. But that, you would agree, that's a sweet-looking knight on the D4 square. Instead, she played queen takes D5, allowing rook D7, and now queen takes D7. Out of nowhere, sacrificing the queen and taking on E4. Her threat, of course, now is to take the bishop, so the queen has to get from under the pin, or at least has to be careful because knight E5 is also a threat. She played queen E7, rook takes anyway, queen takes E4, and this is the position we have on the board after all the flash. This one is interesting. Rook F7 is a threat in the position because of knight G5, but the Indians are giving black the nod with the queen in this exact position. Rook F7, if it's played, will be met by queen D5, according to the Indians, with A2 and this passed pawn trying to run down the board. That'll be a problem. All right, that's wild. We don't know what's going on there. Another board with some interesting action is this one between Sabina Feuser and Anna Sherovich. It looks like White has a lead in development because White does have a lead in development. What to do with it? It didn't take Sabina long to find this gorgeous move, knight to D5, hanging the knight temporarily. But guess what? You can't take it because, well, we'll throw in a check just to get your king to move. And now bishop here, give me the rook in the corner. Thank you. I'll take the exchange and be winning. So knight to D5, a nice accelerating move, creating some attacking chances. If the bishop chases the rook to gain a tempo, rook to D1, no problem. And now you have to be watchful because a move like this one looks like you're finally developing your last minor piece. Sorry, it's not going to be that easy after knight E7 check when you cannot take this piece because of check, use a bishop instead. And now rook takes D7, more pyrotechnics, and there black is dropping material because of the attack on the bishops. Even if you will manage to trap this, nobody's going to care. Your position is going to collapse. So that's another exciting position. And then there's this one, Katerina Nemtsova against the youngster Maggie Feng, who hasn't lost a game so far in her debut here at the championships. Yaz, I seem to think that this is a Yasser Seirawan position. I know you're smiling because I've seen you grind people down in this type of position for years.
Yes.
This one is just what the English players doctor ordered, and F4. F4 you look like you're attacking, but after this monster piece move,
Right.
look at all these pieces on light squares. Black's initiative is going nowhere fast, and it's white controlling the whole board. Katerina Nemtsova also down on the clock against the youngster Maggie Feng, the first girl in history to win the junior high school championship. And it's not just the boys who are crying. Potentially here, it's Katerina. Who knows? She's in trouble in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. And talking about troubles, both on the board and on the clock, Anna Zatansky under big pressure from the defending U.S. champion Naji Paikidze. Naji just played this interesting idea of B2, B3. I thought she was going to go and try to round up this pawn. No, she had other ideas. With the queen on E7, the rook on F8, she's eyeing the opportunity pardon me, to play bishop A3, skewering an exchange. Anna responded E5, and now Naji is thinking, did she play the move bishop A3 as their follow-up? No, she moved the knight right away to B5, eyeing the D6 square, and I think this is just a bad position for Black. Anna, again, under pressure, both on the clock and in the position. I think Naji's been playing very well.
And speaking of clock situations,
Yes.
Tatev Abrahamian has gotten closer to an equal situation on the clock, and that's certainly something she'll be happy about. But big question here, what do you like, the bishop or the knight?
The knight in this particular case. Black's king, very, very safe. This is a beautiful pawn shield on F7 and F6, G7 and H5. And Irina's last move, A7, A5, well, it's not like there's any big threats yet. But once you see that these pawns get to A4 and B4, the queen gets to post up very nicely on this outpost on the D5 square, and the knight on E6 neutralizes the doubled rooks on the E file. So the knight is actually doing a better job in this particular case than the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop has nothing to chew on, does it? So I need a plan
The
for
chew
white.
on, yeah.
I need a plan because
Give me a plan?
Yeah, because white, because black has a very clear plan to
Of course.
conserve the advance of those pawns, whereas
Right.
for white, I'm thinking about trying to play H3, G4 and get something going that way. As you mentioned, that beautiful pawn shield.
Yes.
So if I play for that
H3? All right. I'm kind of happy that you're going to be playing G4 as well. Kind of just making a potential future pawn weakness. So let me just encourage you to go ahead and do what you want, Jennifer. After a move like G4, I'll move my queen. Let me go queen D7, so I'm threatening knight takes F4, and I'm getting my rook on E8 protected by the other rook.
Right, so if there's a big trade on that file, then my games on the other side aren't going to really matter very
Exactly.
much. So yeah, I'd have to move my bishop because knight F4 is just starting to win a piece.
Right. So this is what I'm angling for. In case you play the move bishop G3, this is why I didn't trade H pawns. I was thinking that with my knight on G5, I may end up getting an endgame of, oops, excuse me, I did it the wrong way, of queen and knight versus queen and bishop, and my 3 pawns on the queen side from A4, B5, C6 are neutralizing your majority, and over there on the king side, I'm about to make some kind of strategic gains thanks to the play of knight H3, and also, by the way, queen E1 could be a tickle.
I could have played the bishop the other way, but
Maybe
sure,
you
it doesn't look very impressive. The whole idea
No.
of playing H3, G4 is to yank the file open when your rooks are playing, but
Right.
if that's not really on the agenda, we'd rather look for some way to play. I mean, what I'd like here is we'll look for some way to play D5 and crack open the center, but that's not going to happen without a light squared bishop. That's the problem.
I think Irina is going to be very pleased with the outcome of the opening. Tatev less so, because Tatev's active style, wanting to get in an attack, she's being stymied all the way by seven-time champion Arena Crush.
Yeah, we kind of want to move our rooks over to the D5 now. And we've got an update on the young Maggie Fag's game.
And Maggie is deep in thought because now the Indians are saying she has a completely winning position.
Wow.
No chance, as far as the Indians are concerned, for Black, because Black is just in a lot of trouble. What did Black do here? Black decided to take on B4, spend a tempo capturing over on this side of the board, and the Indians just went nuts when that move appeared, because now they're saying, well, what happens if we just bust open the position? This was just a random tempo to throw in with your knight being pinned. I'm going to show you the main problem. If you capture back with the pawn this way, suddenly the move queen h5 shows up on the board, and this queen is attacking this knight. It is pinned, obviously, along this diagonal, and if you move your queen to come help, well, we'll just trade and pick off a core pawn in your position, and your position is just collapsed. I mean, this pawn is going to die. Why are these pieces just living in your house this way? Terrible position for Black, and all the Black pieces just locked on one side of the board, while White's pieces are just going to explode along the B line. So that's just terrible. Right here, after E takes F4, E takes F4 back, you might say, okay, so what's the problem here? Just keep going. We're going to break the position open. It might look like this king is being exposed, but we know the opening of the game favors the side with the better development, the more harmonious development. In this case, it is White. You can't go back into these variations. The king can always hide on H1. Look at this beast of a bishop along this diagonal. So that's not a worry. In fact, sometimes you might even think of playing king h1 just so you can bridge your rook on that line. Of course, now you just have this strong move, queen to h5 in the position. You also, according to the Indians, can just take on g6, and after king takes, take this and force a sacrifice down this line, and Black will have to pray that they have enough compensation for this sacrifice in the form of this bishop. So it is now on the youngster. Will she be brave enough to capture on f4 and just keep going? Just take the pawn and take again. That is what is being called for, and it doesn't look like she's reaching for that move. It looks like she wants to play queen h5.
Immediately.
Yeah, she wants to just go for it instead of opening up the position, and again, hovering over the board. That kind of uncertainty is not great to see, but there she goes, queen h5. Also another move in this position, not as incisive as the other move, to be sure, but the Indians don't mind this one either. It keeps her advantage. It keeps an advantage, not as electrifying as in the other line after this move, queen h5. But guess what this forces? This forces bishop to f5. If I told you, here's one piece you do not want to remove from the board if you're Black, you immediately go, oh, my light square bishop, I'm keeping that. Don't worry. I'm covering all those ugly light squares in my position. Well, now the light square bishop is about to leave the board and has to. And that means that that move f4 was really anti-positional, looking quite bad in this case. So that is what Maggie's going for, the positional squeeze. She didn't get tactical and sharp and maybe a little risky. She decided to go after those light squares. And Catarina well knows she does not want to play bishop f5. She might spend quite some time looking at this board to look for an alternative, but she's got to play it because her position is under severe pressure now. You see that. You can tell. She sees bishop f5. She saw it immediately. She doesn't want to play it. Now, some real pressure for Katerina Nemtsova as national master Maggie Fang. Well, you're going to see some more titles next to that name quite soon.
Thank you, Maurice. In the game that we haven't paid that much attention to, Ray Robson versus Gata Kamsky, there was some interesting opening tactics. After we see this move, knight d4, knight e3, Ray didn't really want to allow c2, c3, knight b3, so he simply protected the pawn. And Gata said, what is my bishop on c8 doing? Let me get my bishop into play. Play bishop c8 to b5 in order to trade off the best minor piece that White has is this bishop on d3. And I didn't like the move queen g4. Neither did Ray. Ray said, okay, let me bring my queen back from g4. This move also, by the way, on a future date, opens up the possibility of knight g4 to f6. And in that position, I tend to think that Gata has successfully neutralized White's opening advantage.
So you like this position for Black?
I think it's fine. Yes,
So you think you're going to deal with that potential of knight g4 to f6 which is like a bishop e7 or something.
Yeah, with a bishop e7 or h5.
No biggie.
Maurice, you had a thought?
Indians agree with you as well. Your positional sense is right on right there. Yes. This position, let's go back to this moment in the Anna Zatonski game. It looks as though her opponent, the U.S. Women's Champion, Nazi Paikidze, played a little bit too quickly in this moment. You had talked about rounding up that pawn, yes.
Yeah.
I know you're a pawn grubber. So you're down a pawn, you want to get it back.
Yep.
But also you recognize that you would have some positional advantages as well. She saw this diagonal, this A3, F8 diagonal, as advantageous because her bishop could get to this diagonal, exploit that last queen move. She sensed it. She felt it. So she wanted to take advantage of it right away, and that is why she played the move B3. But because she played B3, when this capture occurs, she cannot play bishop A3 immediately because her queen is hanging on C2. So that was a minus. How could she solve that problem in one move? Be a pawn grubber like Yasser Seirawan, play the move queen to E2. Now you're attacking this pawn, and this presents this problem that if the move, for example, like knight E5, hey, I'm holding on to my pawn, no problem, I'm about to come into the D3 square. Nope. B3 we had in mind all along. Now prepared to take the pawn, but more importantly, prepared to put a bishop on the A3 square.
Nice.
And that's exactly what she should have done. Would have been the simple nuance for her that would have kept a nice advantage, a nice pull in the positions. The Indians are actually saying that she's almost a pawn ahead, even though right now she's down a pawn. Instead, she played B3, just a move too quickly, and that allowed E5, knight B D5, and now the capture on B3. The queen is hanging, so you have to fix that problem. And now knight C5 hits the queen again with a tempo, and she had to put her queen on the A3 square. That was reserved for the bishop, not the queen. That bishop is not happy that you did that last move. And now B6, solidifying the knight on that square. And this is Benko-type compensation, to be sure, without this bishop being blocked in. Of course, you'd like to have that square. White has enough compensation, but White had a big edge before. Still, we talk about edge. There's a clock edge. We look at the minutes. Only 12 minutes and 16 seconds to play the rest of the moves for Black. But White, you see Nazi there leaning back, and I think she feels it. Like, I could have had more, I'm sure. This doesn't look like I'm running away with it anymore. And she's pondering what to do now. Down a pawn, looking for just compensatory play, if you will. Not as dominant as she could have had.
And you see on Zatonski, it almost looks like it's her move because she's got to treat every position like that since she has so little time. She's got to think on her opponent's time constantly, vigilantly.
Yes.
So she's really burning a lot of energy in this game. Now, in Nakamura versus Jeffrey Zhang, it looks like the position's almost completely symmetrical, but if anything, Jeffrey's got the tempo. He's already got his
Knight on a beautiful square.
And it's his move as well. Nakamura
And
just
he's
played
got the
rook on it.
D-file.
That's right. And it's his move.
Wow.
So is that going to amount to anything, or is Nakamura doing quite okay himself with the option of putting the knight to c4 or f5?
Well, we got to say Black is getting better. I don't know exactly where Naka slipped up, but for sure, Black's pieces, as you mentioned, the rook on the D file. We know rooks love open files. The knight on f4, like you said, you could post up with the knight on f5, matching knights, but 2 extra tempi in the position for Black.
Yeah, very promising for Jeffrey Zhang, at least to not get into trouble in this game. So a big position for Jeffrey, and we are going to go to a quick break and be back with more tense games on the board and on the clock in the third round of the U.S. Championship.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty-turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hey, and we're back at the U.S. Chess Championships, and we were just taking a look at the Nakamura-Zhang game, and we do have a move from Jeffrey. He played rook to b8. Now he has control of the 2 open files on the board, but will it amount to anything? It's Naka who's going to contest control of those files shortly. Can Jeffrey do anything in the meantime with a rook d3 or a knight d3?
Well, that's a key question, of course. I'm not sure I like this move, rook b8. In fact, obviously, whenever you're controlling an open file, you're always looking to invade the business squares. And here, in this particular case, Black is certainly wanting to play rook d3 or rook d2. I actually like the move rook d3. Just posting, you're setting yourself up for a tactic down the line with knight e2 check and rook takes c3. Of course, white would want to get rid of the rook, but in this case you back it up, and if you have a trade of rooks, rook takes, Black's for choice.
Don't try rook d1 because I have the little creepy move rook c3.
Exactly.
I'm trying to play that against you. But rook b8.
I don't know about rook b8 because after queen c2, you're not going to play rook b2 or rook b3. So why did the rook want to go to the b?
Well, here's his idea. He played queen d6, perhaps trying to get into a favorable endgame with queen d3 or queen d2, and anticipating that after rook d1, he was going to slide over to g6. Perhaps
to g6?
He hasn't played that yet, but
I see.
I'm speculating that he wants to play to g6, and now keeping the knight on e3 pinned down, and also threatening h3. Maybe this is what's on his mind.
That's a shift. Definitely, I saw the queen posting up on c5, queen g6. We can see who's the attacker on our panel here as Jennifer comes over to try to checkmate me. I'm not so sure.
You don't feel like there's a follow-up here, huh?
I don't see the big deal. I'll play king h2, just get out of that knight h3 stuff. I really think it's all about the center, control of the center files. If you had played the move queen d6 with the idea of playing against rook a d1, queen a 3, yeah, I begin to feel some tickling here if I was white.
And that's why not going to do the other rook, though.
Yes, exactly. Did he play queen d6, by the way?
Yes, queen d6 has been played, and now rook ed1 is on the board.
Right.
And Jeffrey's deciding where to play. He can also choose the square queen c5.
Which is what I expected.
Which again, kind of, you got to be careful about the queen c3 idea, and then the fork on e2.
Right.
Similar to the variation we looked at in another line.
Exactly so. And here is just pleasant position for Jeffrey, and Hikaru has to be very careful that he doesn't get himself into deep trouble.
Yeah, but Nakamura sees things like queen c3 in a 10-second game.
Of course, no, a bullet game. Yeah,
the simple tactics for him are not gonna be a problem.
But these are the strategic problems he's having. It's not a tactical problem now. Suddenly, Black's pieces are simply more active.
They are. That's right. But is it going to be enough? I mean, there's no extra weaknesses that White has that Black has. But I guess the point is you're in front of me. So queen c5, you have a weakness on c6, but I'm not getting behind it.
No, exactly so.
But
so a nice position.
It feels like Nakamura will find the way to neutralize this position, even if it's a bit of a struggle for the next 10 moves.
but nobody's going to envy him that task. And Maurice.
Queen C5 was indeed played in that game, but I wanted to just show this other game because Maggie Fang is channeling her inner Seirawan in this game right now. Look at this, Queen H5, no tactical explosion. She could have taken on F4, may have been better from a computer standpoint or even accuracy standpoint, but she's playing positional chess like the big stars. This one on the light square showing pressure. Catarina realized she had to play bishop to F5. Maggie said, that bishop's got to go. It's a light square bishop. Look at all your pawns on dark squares. And after rook takes, he said, all right, now it's your rook's turn to get off of that square. Rook back. Now I'm going to come in with my queen on those light squares. I see all of them under attack, and as well as the pawn on D6. Queen to D7 now, attacking the queen. She said, there I go. I'm going to go into this endgame with you. Queen takes. She did not play, interestingly, the move queen takes on this square because, ooh-wee, hey, the party is back, and we're getting a mating attack with F3 and counterplay out of nowhere. No, no, no. Forget all that nonsense. We're just trading queens and going into this position, and now the endgame, that's where you beat the strong players. You got to have that endgame technique. It's time to take this pawn on B4. How many players would play knight takes B4 in this position? The engines say, nope, that's not even the second move or the third move. The best move, however, is bishop takes b4, what she actually played. What does she understand? That if you play knight takes b4, she plays rook takes, and who controls the light squares forever? And this rook coming to this file, and your bishop is horrible. Don't let me get in like e4 and f4, and your bishop just becomes entombed in the position. You start begging for it to get some life along some kind of diagonal. The weak pawns, just a positional masterpiece so far, master class in how to exploit weak square moves. I mean, f4 was played, and just in a second, Yaz, she just pounced and said, you can't do that. Bing, 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 I'm in. Oh, guess what? I have a big edge. And this youngster is showing Katerina Nemtsova that she, in her first championship, having not even lost the game yet, is ready to play.
Wow, fantastic. And you just, in that final position that you have, Maurice, on your board, the best moves that Katja could play is e5, e6, illegal, f4, f5, illegal. Bring those pawns back home. Because guess what? If white ever gets to play the little pirouette with the knight b5 to c3 to e4.
Oh, yeah. Oh. This little jammy right there.
Oh, that's what gets us excited.
Yeah. Talk about getting excited in a segment.
Exactly.
That's just gorgeous. And she would.
Yes.
She would. You almost want to play e4 right now. Just, you want the pawn, you can have it. Just please take it from me just to get it off the board. Of course, e4, guess what the engine's first move was?
D4.
Nobody going anywhere, just completely control the board. That is, and now dominant position again. This bishop just going nowhere. You're basically up a piece, and you have to have the faith of, I'm basically up a piece. Right. Your bishop's not playing. Your knight's terrible. If you want to trade off your knight's fine. I'm always going to have that far superior minor piece, plus all your pawn weaknesses. Look at the pawn structure. This is just a random demonstration. These pawns coming down the board. Definitely, clearly in white's favor. Now, the reality is, she's not the better player. She's playing against Katerina Nemtsova. She's going to have to beat this woman already in the opening. The middle game is kind of passing. Now it's time to grind her down in the end game first stage and end game second stage, because Katerina is not just going to sit here and lose the game. She's going to look as hard as she can to try to salvage this ridiculous position she's found herself in with these horrible pieces, but she knows she's much worse. And look at this. A result is in, and
wow.
They look pretty jovial. A draw in the game.
Agreed. Okay, definitely Jeffrey was for choice. I think he's going to regret that when he gets home and saying, well, why aren't you playing? Hikaru Nakamura has a slightly worse position. You should keep up the pressure.
Well, I think it's because, Nakamura just played this move King H2, so maybe Jeffrey just felt that he's going to play G3 and H4 and
just trade everything up.
And yeah, and the fact is the knight on F4 was the one asset that Jeffrey had in the position, I think, over Nakamura. That and the better placed queen. So if he shuts the knight out, yeah. How much is there?
I think where things really slipped was this move, Rook B8. I think he really had to play Rook D3 or Rook D2. Let me just pull that up on my board. I was going to go to the Fabi game because I thought that it was actually this position. This is where, we got here. This is where I felt the rook was being called into action either with rook d3 or rook d2. I like the move rook d3 actually. And the idea behind that, well, simply, double your rooks along the d-file and centralize. Eventually, your queen is going to post up on c5 or a7. And I liked black's position. After the move rook b8 instead, I guess Jeffrey felt, well, equal, and the draw agreed.
And I don't blame him, but it looks like the two of them are getting along. Certainly future Olympic teammates, I think it's safe to say.
I think that's a very safe call indeed. Now, going to the game of Fabi, I really like what he is doing. I don't like Wesley's position. Maurice.
Agreed. Certainly Fabi is in cruise control in that position right now. Some big development, though, in this game between Onishuk and Shanklin. You see here, queen g6, this pawn got chased down, and now this tactic, bishop c8, preparing to guard that pawn on e4 with no difficulty. And Onishuk said, I'll take the pawn now and give you an exchange. Simply here, takes on e4. The issue is he couldn't maintain his rooks, however, because after bishop takes, there's going to be a pin along this line. This queen can relax, do what it wants, go to someplace like g4 or maybe even h6 if it wants to. And, excuse me, this position here, bishop takes e4. Was not played. Instead, he played rook takes e4. You know, when you sacrifice an exchange, you like to keep a rook on the board. That's well known that it's better to have a rook and a minor than just a minor fighting against a rook. In this case, though, he had to take because of that pin, and after rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, and queen to h5, white certainly has some compensation. He has a bishop and a pawn for the rook, but it doesn't look like he's winning this position. This, without his rook and this bishop, it's going to be hard to eject this d6 bishop from that square. And I don't see how white could even dream of winning this position, Yaz. It just looks like black should be fine. The only advantage he has, because his d-pawn is not going anywhere, would be this 3-2 on the king side. But if you look at this 3-2 right now, how do you get it going? I mean, are you going to play f4? You start to weaken some things. It would look like f4, f5, f6 would be the only real plan here. I don't see how he makes these pawns go down the board as I look at it, excuse me. It just doesn't seem quite right. The inch is saying slightly better for black in this position. It should look about equal, though. It looks like neither side can really prove anything, especially since this bishop will cement itself with this move eventually, f3, and you can't chase that piece out. So still looks like a very contentious game.
Strange decision. I mean, I'm thinking that Alex lost a little objectivity there. He probably felt that he had good attacking chances, but looking at the position, it just seems like he misjudged the aftermath of this exchange sacrifice. I would have definitely double-guessed that decision, but we'll see how that game unfolds. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Wesley So and Fabi for a moment, because this is our marquee matchup, and Wesley is now faced with a very unpleasant task. After this last move, g7, g6, essentially Fabi has two moves that if he gets both in, Wesley would be lost, just lost. If the bishop can come to the d5 square, posting up on this gorgeous outpost, which, by the way, prevents knight f3 ever going after the h-pawn, as well as getting in the move rook a8. He'll have a super active rook, a better minor piece, and the more active king, and I think that's all she wrote. That would be a winning advantage for Fabi. So Wesley definitely is going to have to come up with some moves to stop Fabi. So rook a1, rook d8, give me the knight. And if you try to keep the knight with the move rook a4, I've got, oops, rook d5, and give me one of these two pawns over here. Sure, I may lose my e4 pawn, but then I'm going to have a 3-1 majority on the queen side, and Fabi will be in cruise control.
And if he takes on e6 and then plays rook a7, just rook b8 and then start munching.
Sorry?
No, earlier instead of...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just take on e6 and rook a7.
Oh, well, then I get the good king, right?
Yeah, your king is just too good, so we can just play rook b8, even though our rook's like super passive.
Right.
It's your rook actually is only doing one thing too.
Yeah,
so,
and maybe I'm not even going to go after your e-pawn. I may just go after the c-pawn. But we have a special guest.
Yeah, that's right. Very special.
World
Junior champ, Jeffrey Zhang. He's with Maurice.
Yes, the World Junior Champion, Jeffrey Zhang, showing that he is fighting with the big dogs. He's not content with just being a 2,600 player, and he drew one of the stars of chess today in Nakamura. Jeffrey, it looked like you equalized pretty readily out of the opening. Were you prepared for this line?
Yeah, coming into the game, last year I went for some risky business and that backfired. So this time I learned that I should do something solid and was able to hold.
Hold, you did pretty easily. Were you surprised against a player like Nakamura? I mean, he's famous for trying to kill people with the white pieces.
Yeah, today he seemed a bit content with just getting a game without much of an advantage. And in the end, I saw maybe I had the only opportunity with playing queen d6 before rook b8. And there's still some pressure for black there.
Yeah, we were surprised by that. We thought that now that you had equalized, maybe you would go for more. Did you just decide to be solid all the way throughout?
No, I just missed this queen d6 idea. He can play queen d1, so it's still probably very close to a draw anyway.
All right, so now you've drawn 3 games in a row. When are you going to win one?
Hopefully tomorrow. But I'm just taking it one game at a time.
All right, well, you play one Fabiano Caruana tomorrow. What are your thoughts about that matchup?
Looking forward to the game.
Any special plan for Fabi? Solid or go for it?
No idea so far.
When do you get an idea?
Maybe when I go back to the hotel now.
All right, well, we'll let you do that. Relax, and congratulations on your result today.
Thanks.
Jeffrey, quick question for you. You just had this moment at, I believe it was move 27, that Hikaru had retreated his rook. You possess the open D file. Why did you reject moves like rook d2 or rook d3?
Yeah, I was mainly considering rook d2, actually. But okay. I wanted to play rook b8, and after queen c4, then rook d2. I thought...
you wanted to include rook b8, queen c4, rook d2.
Yeah, but I just forgot he can just play queen c2, and I can't do anything.
Oh, it's that simple. Oh, no. Oh, no. And if you had played rook d2 immediately, what had dissuaded you from that choice?
I think he goes rook a d1. Something.
And then rook d8.
And maybe just take and rook d1.
Maybe. Take rook d1. You're not afraid of getting... if I was white, I'd feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, I'm not sure about this, though. Maybe.
I don't like when my opponent's pieces are visiting my king.
But this is probably a draw, right? He can take on d2 and queen b8.
He can take on d2 and queen b8 check. I see. King h7, queen takes e5, you're saying?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. It's a knight ending. I still think you got a little bit of a...
No, but probably go king f3, king f4.
Oh, I'm sorry. King f3 and king f4. Right. All right. Fair enough. It would have been fun. Thank you, Jeffrey, and good luck in the rest of the tournament, too.
You passed Yasser's test. That's rare.
No.
Usually you get them.
No. I just thought that Jeffrey had a pull, and I was thinking that there should be something in the position for him.
Right, you just need like one more tempo, and maybe the blocks would start to tumble.
Who knows? Who knows?
But let's take a look at the games that are underway.
How's Anna's clock now? Is she in the game still?
It seems like he hasn't. It seems like now it's Anna's making pretty quick moves, and so
she had to, first of all.
She had to, exactly. She's
Yeah.
still got 12 minutes left, and that for 20 moves, and that sounds like a lot when you figured she had 16 minutes after 9 moves.
Exactly, exactly. But okay, she's still maintained her extra pawn, and she's neutralized a lot of Najee's threats, and she's got her knight on c5. Maybe she's turning things around in her favor in this key matchup in the ladies tournament.
Yeah, all the games still going on in the women's championship, but right now we've got a 4-time U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura with Maurice to talk about his last game.
Well, he gave kudos to Jeffrey Zhang yesterday, and then he had to play him today, and this kid was not a pushover.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jeffrey's a very good player. Yeah, I just didn't really get much in the game in general. I mean, I tried to sort of just play some chess, and Jeffrey was very solid. And so there wasn't much to be done. And I mean, at some point around like move 17, somewhere around there, when I played this d4, and then I just traded off all the pawns. I mean, it's kind of I just was trying to simplify and just get it over with, because it was quite possible I could end up worse, if not significantly worse, if I didn't just shut it down.
It seemed like it was kind of trending that way once Black equalized. Were you worried in the game when he played Rook B8 there might have been something better to create some pressure against you?
No, because I mean, obviously from an optically at least it looks quite good for Black, but I felt that really there's no way for Black to get the setup he needs. I mean, you need to penetrate probably on the 7th rank on B2 or D2, and if you get that, then it's probably something. But without that, I mean, I'm always just going to be able to play Rook D1 or Rook B1, exchange a set of rooks, and then I think it's always a draw, just because Black's pawns are just as weak as White's pawns on A5, E5, and C6 versus E4, C3, A4, and I always have Knight C4, so I mean, it's maybe very marginally better for Black, but I don't think it's serious at all.
So you had White today against a low-rated opponent. Any disappointment that you couldn't quite bring home the bacon?
I mean, +1 after 3 rounds is very good. I mean, you could say I drew my first 2 games with Black like I normally would, and I won today with White. So, it doesn't really matter how you get to the result. But obviously I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more today. But still, Jeffrey's, I don't think he's quite ready yet to contend for first place. But I think he's definitely, I mean, I would say, in my opinion, he's probably the fourth best player in this event. So
the math kind of works in your favor too. The rating says it as well.
I thought the Reality Star was higher rated.
No, not anymore. No, he's number 4 right now.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, obviously Jeffrey's very good. He's very young. And
the Reality Star is Sam Shanklin, for those of you who don't have the inside scoop on some of these things going on.
But yeah, I mean, I think the future is very bright, and I think it's great that he's been able to do it here in the U.S. especially. I think, I mean, obviously Fabiano and Wesley had much more experience abroad in Europe. So to see Jeffrey come out of the U.S., come from Dallas, which is a city that I'm quite familiar with, it's great, and I think it's fantastic for American chess.
Absolutely. And a lot of these tournaments here in St. Louis, no doubt giving him that experience and motivation to keep playing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in general, it's great to see what's happened. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, there weren't the norm tournaments in the U.S. I had to travel abroad a lot from about the time I was 11, 12 years old. And so just the tournaments you see, tournaments in the past in Chicago, tournaments here in St. Louis, also some events in New York. It's great. It's great to see that the young kids have a chance to compete against the best players here in the U.S. and potentially, become U.S. champion or even better.
Well, speaking of which, 2 players trying to win the U.S. championship are playing right now, Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that game, but if we could bring it up on the monitor now, and you give us your opinion on this. It looks like Wesley So didn't really handle this very well, and Black seems to have a fine position. But this is typical Berlin possibilities that could happen. What's your opinion about this position? Is it enough for Black to think that he could win this position, or do you think it's still within the draw range? I
mean, I think if White plays correctly, surely it has to be fine. But it is at that point where it's really quite tricky. And I mean, this is kind of why the Berlin is so annoying. I mean, if you don't play it completely precisely, you can end up in a position like this where you end up on the wrong side of equality and you end up suffering. But I mean, I think it should be a draw. But Wesley's going to have to be very, very careful and very precise, because I really do think only Fabiano has winning chances here, as far as I can tell, with the queenside pawns the way they are.
If you had to give percentages here?
Percentages, I would say...
Out of 10 games, how many does Black win?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll just give a simple mathematical percentage. I think it's probably, I would say 35%, 30-35% that Fabiano wins, 60-65% that it's a draw.
Wow, big statement that White really doesn't have much chances here to think about winning this game.
I mean, I just don't really see, I mean, what can White do to try and win even? I mean, unless you can get if you can get b4 and knight f3 in, I mean, maybe you can somehow try to play for one, but even if you get b4 and knight f3 in, Black probably still is fine after bishop d5, rook takes h4, rook h4, knight h4, king e6, f4, g5. Something like this probably in Black still should be fine. But of course you don't get to make 2 moves in a row. So yeah, I think it will be a draw, but I think Wesley's going to have to play very precisely.
Well, we appreciate your insights and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Number 4 player in number 6 player, number 6 player in the world at the moment. It's always changing, these numbers. And the 4-time champion. That's why I had the 4 on my mind. Hikaru Nakamura. Looking again to regain the title. We'll see how he does tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. And I think you probably had 4 in your mind too, because we were discussing Nakamura spoke so kindly of Jeffrey, saying he's the number 4 player in this tournament. And in fact, at the time of invitations, he was also number 4
on the rating list.
Since then, yes. I think Sam Shanklin has leapfrogged him in the live rating list.
Really?
So
okay.
There's just just like at the top, there's not a lot of points that separates them.
Yep.
But as these games continue to heat up, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to see as the time pressure starts to ramp up.
All right, Jennifer.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championship. This game could have been pretty bloody, perhaps different permutations, but Alexander Onishuk and Sam Shanklin, two of the dark horses in this tournament, where they're very strong and could make a run. They drawn their game,
right?
But lots of explosive activities in other games, especially in the women's championship, where we're still on this clock suicide watch of Anna Zatonski, where she spent most of her time in the first 9 moves of the game. But she's been playing a little bit more quickly. Another Anna, also in trouble, Sharovich. Is she going to get pinned here?
Not trouble, dead. Dead, like gone. When I was sitting here, we were about to come off break, and then I saw this move, G6, appear on the board. And you see a move like this, and your brain just starts to percolate. I don't know, I got a pretty big head, and there's a brain in there, and it starts getting excited, boy. It's like, whoa, what is this? My bishop on this diagonal, and you just play this? There's got to be a spank move in here somewhere. Is it a knight here? Check. The reason being, of course, this long diagonal, knight f6, you get to take this pawn. You just want to take it. You just want to take it. Of course, it's losing because there's no proper discovery. That means this guy's got to go first. So how do you do it? Well, it's super easy after g6. You drop the move knight e7 on the board immediately. And now, even though it's hanging, now we get to play that move with check. And your whole king position is going to fall apart rapidly, and you're looking like mate real soon. This queen can even come back and pick off this knight eventually with a series of checks. I'm just going to show you a line that I'm talking about, this one, and that knight can drop, and your king is open, and you're crying. That's just if I don't want to think about how to beat you. This position, knight e7, we're waiting for still. She hasn't played it as yet, but here goes the key. Knight e7, the king can move. Let's say the king decides to buttress everything. My king is happy. What are you going to do? Your queen's under attack, your knight's under attack. Well, let's solve that problem in one move. Knight takes g6. Nice move. Again, talking about the knight on d7. And if pawn takes on g6, now rook takes d7 with check, and you're just being sliced every which direction. This rook attacking your rook. There's mates down here because the bishop is on this pawn. If you trade this off with this move, queen takes, king to h8. Now something like queen e6, or it just feels like whatever I want to do, you can see it. We've already won a pawn, and your king is terrible, and there's space all in here. This position is just completely busted. She has not played the move as yet, but this is like one of those chess puzzles you'll see. You can take this one and show it to your friends. White to move and win. This is over if she finds knight to e7, and Sabina is sitting there looking for the move. Must be a little chilly in that playing hall because Anna has her jacket on, but it's about to heat up, and she's going to go down if knight e7 is found. I'm willing to bet that she finds knight e7. I'd be stunned if she didn't play this move. But she's hanging her hand over her queen. That would be a big miss to move the queen in this position. That would be shocking. We'll keep an eye on this game. In the meantime, Anna Zatonski, guys, take a look at her clock. And she did move her queen, missing the immediate win. But look at this game, 3 minutes left in this one.
Wow, she was probably like, it's hard to be. I think knight e7, the reason it might escape her vision immediately is because knight f6 looks like the most forcing move, but that's actually decently well met by king g7.
Right.
So always look at all the candidates' moves, guys, especially when checks and double attacks and pins are involved, because that's where you really need to make sure you're looking at every single move. And let's take a look at our favorite, our second favorite, or our favorite time pressure addict. You got to pick, Ray or Anna. But two really formidable players who are not as formidable with their clock handling. Yes. And Anna's position, last time we checked in on it, it was better in terms of clock and position. How about now?
Well, exactly. The last few moves by Anna may look like retreating moves, and they certainly are. However, she is trying to take away this very important passed pawn, the most important pawn in the position, this pawn on d6. And with her last move, bishop back to f8, if she succeeds in trading the e5 pawn for the d6 pawn, she will have neutralized completely Najee's advantage, and the clock times won't matter if we get into a bishops of opposite color middle game.
because there'll simply be nothing on the board to play for. It'll be a draw. So I think Anna is going to be pleased with the last few moves, as she had been under a lot of trouble this entire game.
Now we have a very special segment for you guys from Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, who's here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
All right.
Thanks, guys. I want to talk a little bit about the principles of the middle game, and I'm going to give an example from the game Tatev Abrahamian versus Irina Krush. So in this position, the first thing we notice is that we have opposite side castles. What is the first thing we need to do when we have opposite side castles? Pawn storms. White should have continued with h3, attack the hook with g4 in the next move, and try to create some sort of attack on the king side. Instead, she started running after her opponent's bishop pair with knight f4. Irina said, okay, I'm going to give you my bishop pair as long as I can gain some speed with my attack. Bishop takes f4, bishop takes f4, immediately b5, pushing my pawns, trying to create some sort of pawn storms on the queen side. Bishop e4, another loss of time, bishop to d5, rook to e1, bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, knight to e6. What is your rook doing on e4? Rook to e1, another loss of time. a5, Irina knows what she needs to do. Bishop c1, a4, f4. This is not the right way to attack black structure on the king side. You have to attack the hook pawn, the most advanced pawn in front of the king. Queen to d5, stopping f5, rook to e2, preparing f5, knight to c7. And after the rooks were exchanged, probably not here, I think f5, queen d7, and now the rooks were exchanged. Rook takes c8, queen takes c8, and now whose collaboration is better? The queen and the knight, or the queen and the bishop? The queen and the knight, and Irina knows it. She built up an advantage. I think she's going to win this game. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. That was a beautiful explanation of the strategies that black is trying to employ versus what white is trying to employ. And what Irina has done, as Cristian so very nicely pointed out, is the collaboration between the queen and knight in this case is much better than the queen and the bishop.
Yikes. You called it a long time ago when that knight was on e6 and the bishop was on f4, and it wasn't nearly as obvious at that point that the knight was the superior minor piece.
Exactly.
But now it's like really crystal clear.
It has indeed become crystal clear.
This knight, I mean,
crystallized.
if you don't know that knight's better than that bishop, you really need my system, reassess your chess.
No, my system. No, my system. Reassess your chess. Yes. Yes.
Any book on strategy, guys. Just halt the tactics, because you need to know that this knight on d5 in particular, there's talk about the queen and the knight working together so beautifully. And I like the expression that Cristian made about the hook pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a nice one, mentioning that Tatev really needed to angle for that pawn on h5 a little bit earlier in
You had
the
mentioned you wanted to get in that h3, g4. But speaking of strategic master classes, when we left it, Maggie, I want to turn it over to Maurice, because she was doing fantastic against Katya. Is that still the case, Maurice?
Oh, yeah. She definitely had better ways, or more incisive ways, of winning this game, or pressing her advantage, I should say. But she has not thrown away that much that she's still not winning the game. And it's all coming down to this horrible-looking bishop, this move after f4. This bishop has been buried for some time. Rook f to b1, king f7, knight b c7. This is a game you want to use for your students. There's no question about it. Those exchanges that happened earlier in the game, I can tell you, if she wins this game in nice style, I'll take this back to Brooklyn and show my students, this is how you get it done, no matter how young you are, as a young Maggie Fang is showing here. Knight to e7. Maggie doesn't mind trading off knights, because this is the problem. You're going to be down a very ineffective piece. Knight to a6, touching that rook and saying, don't move and attack my knight, because suddenly knight b6 happens. Thank you very much for that exchange where we're crashing through. So instead, rook b d8, give me the pawn and a trade and more trades. Yeah, you could keep trading, but that's still the problem in the position and all those light squares. And now the move G4 is on the board, and the engines are giving us really powerful, and I'm not sure if she's moved yet. Well, she made the move of the first choice of the engine, knight to C7.
Wow.
There you go. And now that knight is going to the E6 square to chase off this rook, to dominate the board. That Steinitz knight just going to be completely ensconced, parked in that position. Nobody's getting rid of that knight. And this bishop just anemic, looking for air. Maybe play H5 and become valuable. Even if you got in this move, this king could sit on E2, and the bishop will have nothing to do either, while the knight and the rook, you talk about collaboration of forces, they're absolutely going to stomp all over Black's position. Right now, still a masterpiece by the youngster. If she keeps playing chess like this, we'll be talking about her name as one of the favorites in a couple of years.
That's right.
Very impressive.
So
wow.
two master classes in a knight versus bishop. And if Tata feels bad about her bishop on C1, she can always go look at Katarina's bishop.
Right.
At least it's better than yours.
Yeah. I'm optically drawn to in a crazy game that's going on between Jennifer Yu and Carissa Yip. Jennifer played horribly in the opening, but if you look at the position that she's actually got, she's fighting her way back into the game. And I believe this last move, Queen F1 to H1, a very direct idea of going after this E4 pawn. But look at these monster pawns, just controlling virtually the entire, well, controlling and occupying the entire center.
She dodged a big missile, not a bullet, a missile to get to this position.
Exactly.
Clearly, Carissa didn't handle herself very well here.
Black has to play Queen C6 here? I mean, you
defend
don't want to use your queen, the big gun, to defend that. That's not no fun at all.
Exactly. But then, you know, nipping away at the center with the move B3, B4 makes a lot of sense.
It looks like White's on the attack in this position.
Which is really bizarre,
Amazing.
Right?
She could have been dead 15 moves, maybe not 15, but at least 10 moves ago. But this right now, just shocking. But that goes to show, having a good opening, yeah, right. It's all about chess. The middle game counts. You still have to play good moves. And Carissa did not do it in this game.
And it's all about those fianchettoed queens, right, guys?
Right.
Yeah. We got a comment, actually, or a hashtag US Chess Champs about Carissa Yip.
Yes.
It's from Bibliofala, who says that he thinks that Carissa Yip frequently seems to look up directly at her opponent. Is this unusual among professional chess players? Well,
not at all.
In this case, she is intent on the position, but indeed, sometimes when it's not her mover, she's still in the opening. She's looking at her opponent, and that's typical for a lot of these players. You see Nakamura do it quite often.
Right. Well, the most impressive, of course, was Michael Tal. He would stare directly at you and stare directly at you for quite a number of seconds, and his stare was so intimidating. Yeah. Misha's stare was so intimidating that Pavlenko once wore the reflective mirrored sunglasses against Michael Tal. But I think everybody, especially when you play a good move, a scintillating sacrifice, you look up at your opponent like, did you see this?
How about those apples?
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got a related question from Dan H, who says, why do you think there's a lot of crossover between chess and poker players? Well, I play both games, and they're both mind games. So the people who come into poker because they want to win some quick money, less likely to stick around than those who come from a chess background looking to play good moves and approach it like a game. And Maurice, we've got an update on the Sharevich battle.
Yes, should have been totally dead if she had found knight e7, but she found another tactic given that she had this nice coordination advantage of her forces. We really like knight e7, of course, but queen g4, king g7, h4 looking to make a direct attack, and after h5 she found this one, bishop takes on e5 with check. Another cute little tactical idea. That's just a free pawn. When you take it back, queen to d4, now hitting the rook on a7 and the pinned knight on e5. That's going to win something back. The only move to defend both and try to maintain something is this move. rook to e7, but after takes. Yes, your queen is in fact defending this knight, but now the move f4 is playable. This is certainly not the same kind of advantage, however, because after bishop f6 takes on e5, bishop takes e5, although white is up an exchange, a full exchange, this bishop is a strong piece. You better figure out how to liquidate against this one and against this one pretty quickly. In fact, the Indians give no moves to trade off queens, which is my first instinct. I need to get rid of those queens so that it doesn't harmonize with these two bishops. But there's nowhere to go. Like something like queen to a4 looks like a try, but queen c5, and suddenly your e-pawn is hanging. So this tactic, if Sharovich finds this sequence, which he's still sitting on the board right now after queen to d4, but if she finds this sequence, she'll have some fighting chances. It looks like Sabina did not play this the best way, and she's back in business. A game, though, that looks really bad. We didn't look at this one for a while. This one looks like it's all over for white. After she sacrificed the queen, did Emily, I'm trying to get back to, well, we were all the way back here. After the queen sacrificed, queen and rook against these pieces. We could jump ahead in this one all the way down to right here. Similar position. She's gotten this pawn, but the a pawn is gone. This rook hasn't moved in forever. In fact, it will never move in this game, except right now, rook takes actually did get to move, but guess what? After queen b2, oops, that's an a pawn if you've ever seen one. B pawn going nowhere. Rook has gone back to f1, and that a pawn now can just go down the board. A4 is the best move. Just start marching that pony. Nobody's going to stop it. Resignation will come soon, and Emily Nguyen will go down as Apurva Verkud is destined to win this game. No question about that.
That'll be 2 in a row for Apurva.
Yeah, a quick question there that at the end of your analysis. I just toss this out to amateur players. While you may be tempted to resign, don't resign that position, because if you can go knight c5, a3, knight c1, knight d3, queen b5, knight c1, try to get a king, rook, and 4 pawns against the king, queen, and 3. It is a win. It is a win. But you've got some real good fortress opportunities. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Absolutely, but knight c5, it looks like a3. Well, actually, yeah, you're attacking the pawn, so a3 is the only move, right? And then knight back and get it to c1, and there's really no way to stop this from happening. So yes, you will definitely get that ending, and that's going to be a lot of work. So
it's got a lot of work,
and she's likely that she will play for this position. A4 is on the board, actually. A4 has been played, and they're very close to time control, so we don't have to worry about that. Somebody else who's very close to time control, incredibly, and is now winning.
What?
Is now winning is Anna Zatonsky.
Whoa.
Unbelievable development. Let's go back and analyze this. Guys, I'll give you a chance to look at it, actually, if you want to bring it up on your board. Anna Zatonsky, according to the engine, is now winning the game incredibly after being in such time pressure. She just played queen a4, and that knight on a7 is under attack. The rook is under attack. The knight has very few squares to go to get out, but I guess it's knight c4 that's coming next.
Maybe.
Knight c4. What can you do?
Well, let's suppose I move my rook so I don't lose my rook. The problem is that knight c4 forces the queen away from all of these squares that the queen needs to play on to be able to protect the knight on a7.
Oh
the
my
knight,
gosh.
oh
yeah,
boy,
really ugly situation here.
has developed.
It's over. She's losing a piece.
Well, good luck with your intervention now. Anna wins a game like this.
Yeah, she can go to time pressure whenever she wants.
Wow.
This is unbelievable.
Wow.
She just blundered a piece by taking the pawn on a7, thinking she was gaining a tempo. On the last move, did white.
And this
right
queen
here,
a4.
she took and she saw queen a4. There's no question she saw queen a4, but she didn't realize the ramifications of it, and suddenly there's nothing to do. Let's try rook takes on
d6.
On d6, so to show this point. You could take on d6, trying to get out of it, but the problem is your back rank. And right now the move queen to a1 check, bishop back to f1, and it looks like your rook is hanging. So save your rook on c8 by playing rook to c1, and all of white's pieces are under threat in this position. The rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging. There's all kind of tactics on the back row. Your king is about to do a nice little march up the board. This position.
And blacks up a pawn.
And blacks up a pawn. So rook to d8, rook to f1 check. The king is forced up the board. Another check. And black's a pawn up with the initiative as well, with the attack. That is a winning position for sure for Anna Zatansky.
Nice find by Anna.
And having blundered round one, she's come back with, if everything goes according to the script here, she'll have come back with back-to-back victories.
This is what's going to happen.
Wow.
I think this is what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
What just happened? What we just looked at.
Yeah.
Because follow the line, so rook to c, you have to find all these moves, and king up, and this, she's up is
material.
Well, no, she's up a pawn in this
Yes.
position. It's not a piece yet, and white might be dreaming of some counterplay in this position.
Yeah,
the
because-
problem is,
yes,
where do you put your king?
Right.
If you go h3,
yes,
then you're going to get killed, hammered on that side of the board. But the key move I want to look at is king f3.
Okay.
And white has to face this really sweet move you're going to like, e4.
Ooh. That's an easy one. And after queen e4?
Your knight's
Knight's
hanging,
hanging
excuse me. Your
on
knight's
a7. Yeah.
been chased. And if your king has to keep marching, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
It's gonna be ugly. So e4 is a sweet move, and then your king essentially, well, queen f6 check is coming, and your rook's hanging. So now it's
And if king g4,
H.
just h5, and now when you're
check.
forced onto a dark square, you're going to lose the rook on d8 after queen f6 check again, whether...
And queen f6 could have been played first. Also, by the way, hitting the rook and threatening some mating ideas with the queen.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's lost. It's over.
Yeah.
But this line might be the bailout line from a human's perspective as she analyzes now, realizing that she's in deep trouble.
Sure, and Anna only has a minute and a half for 13 moves, so lots of things could still happen, but it seems like Anna's finding the right moves.
Incredible.
We'll keep an eye on this game. Meanwhile, there are some developments in our premier game of the day in the open side between Caruana and Wesley. So
I think Wesley is actually doing okay.
Well,
sorry.
Oh yeah, it just looked like there's been a bit of a change in the position with Wesley getting in this move f5, which allowed.
Well, we were back here, and then f4, and this is the nice idea by Wesley that he's keeping his knight very, very nicely on d4, which keeps black's king in turn at bay. And this
Now
is
after rook g5, it's Wesley's move now, and you reckon he's just going to play rook e2? So passive.
Yeah, it's a little bit passive, isn't it? Yeah. Funnily, I think I would try to go for some kind of a positional draw, actually. Something like b4, rook takes, rook here. With this knight dominating on d4, it means that this king can't get into the game, and I want to just snip this pawn off the board. I would, as white, I would be willing to play such an endgame position because I'll get in g3 and I'll have counterplay, whereas these pawns aren't going to have a big say in subsequent events. But I don't know. Maybe Fabi is. What's going on here? The assessment keeps fluctuating. I'm sure.
The interesting that Fabi has the edge, but he's let go something, or maybe he didn't have that big an edge anyway. It looks like white is getting closer and closer to securing a draw, but it's definitely black with the edge in this position. No doubt about that. And this bishop is really strong along this diagonal as well. So you can play a move like rook to g5. Oddly, this endgame right here takes, and king e6. It's definitely the black's king that's doing all the work here. So that is a possibility for him. there is a game. There's so many rich games. We can't follow all of them. I just want to show a dramatic moment in this game between Kamsky and Ray Robson with the white pieces. In this position, Ray had just played this move, G-file, under attack, mating ideas, centralized queen. You might feel like black is trying to get in there, but that queen looks funny. Still, it's in the position, but it's not perfectly secure in the position. And so he played B5, saying no problems right now. And after trade, Ray played this move, rook to D3. And suddenly the queen found itself completely trapped inside of white's house. Rook E2 is a threat, and the queen has nowhere to go. And it can't get out without this move, D4, which he did play. C takes D4, pocketing the pawn. And now bishop to E3, queen D5, H3. And at the moment, white is up one pawn, but black has managed to blockade this pawn, giving white no real easy way to press the advantage of the extra pawn. In fact, this bishop is better than this one. So it turned out to be a positional pawn sacrifice by Gadakovsky to get this position. Really interesting game with 3 minutes on the clock for Gada, 7 minutes for Ray. So this is the kind of stuff we want to see. Quick chess, a lot of interesting decisions yet to be made, and in deep time pressure for both sides. And by the way, Anna Shurevich did find that continuation in her game against Sabina. She had to sacrifice the exchange, and now they're in this position right here where she has a great bishop on E5, but she's down in exchange. Can she somehow get some counterplay, as the white pieces are controlling so many key squares that it's hard for the queen to find anything to do? Still, though, could have been worse. Could have been dead. Anything is better than dead. But this one, she actually has some counterplay. She could play bishop to E4, for example, and challenge the position. Still some fighting chances, even though she's down material.
And poor Shabalov, I mean, this guy, U.S. Open champion, a huge accomplishment in its own right to win that title 2 years in a row, is looking like he's going to score his third L of the tournament.
Ouch.
Yeah, and that's against Yaro Jarabuk, who is completely dominating. He's up in exchange, and he looks like he's going to stop the D-pawn and start to get his own pass pawn. So big game for the SLU newcomer to the tournament.
And when you think about the fact that maybe against Danya he had good chances, I mean, wow, he's roaring. That's very impressive. One player, however, who was tight for first going into this round, he was playing Varusian, Akobian against Naroditsky. Var is a pawn down, and Danya has actually been a customer of Var. So this could be a big development if Danya could do better than draw and maybe even winning an extra pawn. After all, a pawn is a pawn.
That's right, a pawn's a pawn. And Varusian also with only 1 minute left on the clock. So that's exacerbating his problems, because of course that black rook on b5 of Danya's is not an ideal play. So it seems like white should be able to get some counterplay. I would think about maybe playing knight on b8 to d7 to see if I could get my rook to c6.
Sorry, so knight on
or maybe
c6.
Knight d8. Like I'm trying to get my rook into the game on c6 somehow.
So king h2. So it's Danya to play,
it's
right?
Danya's move, right?
So let's play f6. Let's just make a move, right?
Or maybe knight e7 to d5. I was thinking, even though my knight looks good on c6, my concern is that I really need to get my rook into play here as well. And so I'm trying to remove that so that I can invade with c6 or something like that.
I understand. You have the open file. You want to cruise in. Maurice.
And I told you a prediction I had made. I'm going to brush myself off. This is exactly the line that happened. This is what the human would go for, and Nazi has gone for this exact variation that we talked about, where she thought that maybe she'd get some counterplay. This is completely busted, but it looks like maybe the way you should go, and she went that way, and she has lost. And now I'm not just playing on instinct, knowing that this is right. This is just right. Just go for it and see what happens next, and we'll see what Nazi does to try to stay in this game, but her position is busted now, and the times are almost equalized. This is one of the more incredible turnarounds you're ever going to see. Just shocking that white is going to lose this game after what happened in the beginning with that ridiculous time management. But the lady knew something that we didn't. She didn't become a 4-time champion for no reason. And now Nazi knows it. And this is going to hurt really badly for Nazi. To lose this game, it's just shocking.
Right.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really tough one indeed. And, you know, Anna Zatanski, I will say, she's used to being in time pressure. So for better or for worse, you see she's made all of her recent moves instantly because she's been thinking on Nazi's time, and she's built up from just over a minute to 3 minutes. And now she's disproving my point behind not moving instantly. Come on, Anna.
Boy, I just wonder what Victor Korchnой's career would have been like if he had bonus time during his great career, because time trouble was always his difficulty. And with this 30 seconds every move, he would have been amazing.
Yeah, it's like a forced diet, right?
Right, exactly.
It's like the bartender is cutting you off. You can't have any more time pressure.
Right.
You can only get so low.
Right. Now, how is Anna going to answer this move, King H3? Is there a forced win after Queen?
Oh yeah.
F1 check?
Oh yeah. Just keep checking and keep getting time. Keep getting those extra 30 seconds.
Right.
Look for a check and play it.
You look for a check and play it.
And Queen, if we can get the position up.
Yeah.
As you have your position up on the board, Queen F1 check.
King G4 is what I've got on my position.
Okay, and then, well, yes, there we go. Queen check, King up, Queen C4 check. Literally just keep checking. There's just nothing to think about. Just keep checking, and that King can't go back because of Queen to E6 check. Just keep checking.
And now you can't. We're getting onto the dark squares, so you'd have to play. And if G4, we just have checkmate in one move.
Yes.
Just take it with mate.
With mate.
So Anna, though, she's now down under 1.5 minutes. So she is clearly considering this line and just kind of working out the calculations, I suppose. But, you know, it's about time to make that check because she doesn't want to get stressed out underneath, I don't know, for her, maybe for the normal player, you get stressed out under a minute. But I think for Anna Zatanski, she'll get stressed out maybe under 5 seconds. Well, that's when you start to worry.
I think for the human mind, for when you play this move, Queen F1 check, King G4, you're thinking about playing moves like F5 or H5 and really hunting down the king,
which all win.
Yes,
and
she's just working out the calculation. 40 seconds on the clock.
It's time to move.
35 seconds, and now she is reaching for the queen, presumably. She knows, she's aware of the clock, and she did not play any of those moves. Instead, she played King to G7.
King to G7, not bad at all, but
clear uncertainty.
But she's just trying to. What she's trying to do is just play Queen F1 in a situation where her bishop
Varuzhin down to 15 seconds
will be her bishop on F8.
Sorry to interrupt, but Varuzhin was down to 15 seconds as well in his game.
And now he has 40. He just made a move. It looks like.
All right, back to the other game.
So King G7 frees up the bishop on F8. So now some of those variations with the king going to H4.
Bishop E7.
Just bishop E7. And also some little sneaky bishop C5s inserted in position. So that's why she played that move. Not the most accurate, but should be enough.
Yes. She's not seeing the board precisely now. She's just going on instinct. Like, I just need to make a move. Put it on her. Find a move. I don't see a win. Make a move. I don't see a win. Make a move.
The nerves when your clock is ticking and the pressure that you're under, you start to see ghosts. Little things start to bug you.
Ghosts like Queen H6, for instance, with the idea that Bishop H6 is pinned. So that's the reason behind a move like King G7. No counterplay. I'm still winning.
Guys, everywhere there's time pressure.
Oh, my goodness.
Fabi has only 2 minutes left. Ray Robson with 128 on the board. If you can look at the big board here that I'm looking at now, right now Fabi is trying to gain some time on the clock as he blitzes quickly on this board here. We see that Gadakomsky, Ray Robson with 128 on his clock. Ray Gada with 3:28 on his time. 40 seconds for VAR. Anna with 42 seconds herself after that last move. Everywhere you look, 250 down here for Jennifer Yu. And it looks like they've made time control in this board. 440 for Sabina Feuser against Anišević, 333 for her. Everywhere we look, there's time pressure. It's impossible to follow it all. We'll try to keep up, but somebody is going to blunder something horrible in the time pressure. We'll see how these great players try to keep up as time is no longer on their side. What is happening? Who knows? She may be lost, is Nazi Paikidze, but she might find a way to come back just because of that time pressure. We're going to follow all these games and see what happens next.
Wow. Excitement happening. Let's go to the big dog. Has Fabi, yes, he found a way of activating his king. Very impressive play there by Fabi. After trades, G3, he made a very important decision not to take the pawn, because if he had taken the pawn and been greedy, king f6, then after king f4, Wesley would have kept black's king at bay. But by sacrificing the pawn with king f6, he got his king very nicely into the game, and bishop takes b3, and suddenly, 3 versus 1 majority. Big chances here for Fabi. Back to you, Maurice.
Quick 10 seconds in the Shahade game. We expected to move bishop to e4, something more centralizing, attack a rook, gain a tempo. Instead, she made an error with bishop to b7, bishop to b8, excuse me. And then after queen to e7, suddenly there was a lot of pressure around her king, and now she compounded it with bishop to c6. And after rook to f1, suddenly there's 3 guys on this pawn, and she had to play, well, she did play bishop to e8, but this move is a big mistake, and all now that Sabina has to find is the move bishop takes f7. Notice the bishop on b8 is under attack by this rook. Just take on this square, and if you take back with the bishop, now rook takes on b8, and you can't leave because you're getting mated by these pieces, and that one's over. So again, the second time that she's finding herself is Sabina Foizer with the possibility of winning the game with a minor piece sacrifice, and we're waiting for her to play that move. It looks like it hasn't come through yet. She did not play it again. That's the second time she had a piece sacrifice that would have simply ended the game. Instead, she played bishop to c2, so the time pressure affecting everyone as they play.
All right, and turning back once more to the game of Wesley So. It's funny, whenever we're in St. Louis, we talk about streaks. The Caruana 7-0 streak. We've been talking about Wesley So and 58 games.
Unbeaten, that's right.
And
can he make it to 64?
Well, is Fabi going to break the streak? Because it looks to me like he has very, very good chances of winning this minor piece endgame that's on the board. Last move, king g3 by Wesley. And what moves have been played?
And now we've got 2 moves left for Fabi to make time control.
And after king g3...
it looks like he just played a move, so maybe you'll refresh the board.
Yeah, okay, I'll just switch over and I'll switch right back. Get an update on my board. King g5. Trying to say those pawns aren't going anywhere, and black wants to play either bishop c2 or bishop e6, and then quickly strike with his own passer on the queen side, b5. So all Fabi needs to do now is either play bishop e6, bishop c2, followed by b5, and he'll have the game in his pocket. Big, big development. Maurice.
Yes, again, the time pressure on all these boards. We see this one between Jennifer Yu and Carissa Yip. Somehow she's gotten her rooks double on the F-file. Take a look at this fianchettoed queen on H1 in this position. I don't think you'd be too thrilled to have it, but it's not easy for black to find a way in just yet, although this king looks like it ought to be mated anytime soon. The youngster in this game, Maggie Fang, still continuing with the pressure. She's up a pawn right now, and her knight still in the position. Definitely a winning opportunity here, and she's made time control, so she has no worries at all. Nazi Paikidze in her game looks like she's going down. She's put her queen on b7, and now this queen and rook combination look like they're carrying out an inexorable attack. And the sacrifice did finally happen over here after bishop to c2. She might have missed it once, might have missed it twice, but she didn't miss it a third time. Bishop takes g6. Now you can't take with the king because of the rook hanging, and that is a critical pawn to see come out of the position for Sabina Foizer. So the time pressure now, we're seeing little blitz tactics happening in these games. If you play chess in the park, you know when it gets to this kind of situation, somebody's going to make a mistake, and you have to be alert to find the mistake, be completely focused. And now it looks like Sabine Feuser is going to win her game as she is pressing completely against Anna Sherovich.
Thank you, Maurice. Whew, a lot of time travel games. Where to look? I mean,
look over at Tatev's games, by the way. Look at Tatev. She's also in
Irina looks like she's in terrible. I mean, Irina's in just a wonderful positional domination with that knight last time we checked.
It was that harmony of the queen and knight.
I don't think it's gotten any better because now
we left
Irina's
it a long
queen,
time ago.
Yeah, Irina's queen position is also so much stronger. Yeah, I think you can maybe skip forward.
Skip forward, just go fast.
Since we have so many time pressure games here.
Yeah, so this is the current position. And, of course, Irina is eyeballing an opportunity to grab yet another pawn with queen c8 and going after this f5 pawn. And Tatev in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ugly things about this position with her king exposed as well. The worst pawns, the worst clock. It looks like the 7-time champ is going to reel this in, and that's a huge win if she takes this because Tatev always does so well in the women's.
And Gadakomsky looks like he's going down as well. He went into a position that wasn't good for him in time pressure. We saw this position earlier in the game, and he played rook to g6, blinking quick moves, and then look at this trade that happened. He played rook to c3, just straightforward, walk into a lost position. Bishop d2, you're just down a pawn. Your rook is not active. Here comes a pawn coming off of this side of the board. The rook's going to go back and go after the b pawn. There's nothing along the g line. Gadakomsky playing like this, he just simply gave Ray all this play. I'm not sure, looking at it, whether or not he had better moves after queen to f3. It looks like after this trade, according to the engines, he should have just brought his king to d7 and not done anything else. But it's too bad. Now he's in this position here and in a bit of trouble. After this position looked good, this one looks lost. It looks like now he's actually going down. And it turns out, sorry, I gave a queen f3. h3 was the move that was played in this position, and the engines gave king f8. Just a mild correction. But his position is now bad, and he's just trying to make time control. He's still not there yet, and he knows he's down a solid pawn in that position, just trying to make as much counterplay happen. You saw him shake his head right there as the bishops have left the board, and he's just down a full pass pawn on the b file.
Wow. A big game there for Ray, as he could get in the win column, and Gada would really spiral to a second loss in a row. You don't say that very often. Gada losing back-to-back games. Oof.
Wesley So with a miracle save, by the way, playing beautiful, beautiful move. Check out that last move he played, which was a sacrifice with g5, and the engine saying now he's perfectly fine. We go to this position on move 41 after king to g6. I'm not sure if there was a better move. No, he'd already equalized with the threat of h7, king to g6, g5. Don't touch anybody. And now the pawns are on dark squares. My knight is free to run. And then just saying no more winning chances for black in this position because his pawn is just too strong. Once again, Wesley So showing why he's like Houdini, just simply getting out of trouble every single time. And it looks like his unbeaten streak is going to continue.
Wow, I'm stunned. I don't know what to say. That is a remarkable save. I thought that as soon as the bishop got to c2, where it would protect, or cover the square h7, I'd be able to play king takes g5. I'm guessing that the computer is just saying, this is okay. Wow. Okay, that's... That amazes me.
Yeah, because I guess you can't make too much progress with your b pawn.
Yeah, I wanted to get b5 in, and I thought f6 could break up the team, but it seems the timing was just perfect for Wesley. What a miracle save. And if I go b5 right away instead of bishop c2?
Well, we have knight e7 check.
Knight e7 check.
Yeah.
And you're just in time to snag snack on c6, and you'll be able to blockade with knight b4. Oh,
and these guys have made time control, so it's plenty of time to figure this all out.
And check out the game between Carissa Yip and Jennifer Yu, still in time pressure. This one is just so surprising. She played the move queen to b6, which looks really good. After bishop takes e5, you just think, oh man, you got to play this as black. You've broken through. You've got to file. Your queen is about 5 times more active than the one that's sitting on h1. Except white just plays bishop f4, shuts all of this side down. All of these 3 pieces just suddenly went to naught, and it's back to this e-pawn suddenly being the most critical thing on the board. After takes, she's going to take this way, and the pawn is simply going to drop off the board. Black, looks like black is forced to play g5 according to the engines. Whoa, things just changed in that position. But according to the engines, just perfectly fine now for white. Will she play bishop f4? She did not play bishop f4. In time pressure, she played bishop to d6. And the position is still wild. They still have to play 2 more moves with the seconds ticking down.
Action everywhere. What to say to that? Wow.
And meanwhile, in the game between Anna Zitansky and Nazi Paikidze, time control has been made, so no more clock watch. And Anna didn't manage to mate Nazi, but should she win this endgame anyway?
Whoa. The fact that we're even talking about an endgame is a big success
so
for
the idea,
Naji.
what's the idea here? That if knight takes e5 now, we have rook back to e2, and that's going to be very problematic for you because we're threatening f6.
Sorry, so let's put that out. Knight take, well, obviously with this last move, rook on e2 to c2, that's the trap that Anna's trying to set for her opponent, is that thanks to the rook coming back in this pin of the knight, she's preparing the move f7, f6 to win the piece. If that means that the knight has to move, then...
It doesn't have a lot of good squares. I mean, d8, we have another pin on c8, which...
Then that might just be a winning ending,
but it's amazing. You can't go to c8.
If you have to go to b8...
You can't go to c8. Knight d8, rook c8, knight e6 check.
Oh, we can't go to, yeah, so knight d8.
Knight d8?
Yep.
Not appealing.
That's the only move.
We could just play bishop, yeah, I guess we could just play bishop
Jennifer
b6.
and Carissa have, no, I think they're updating their score sheets.
Has to be.
For the time pressure.
It looked like, oh yeah, no,
no, they're still playing.
It's not. Yeah, they are still
that's
playing.
a standard.
So I think copying the moves.
Yeah, just updating. And I want to go back to the game of Rena Crush and Tatev because that's such a big matchup in the women's championship. Rena has collected the second pawn, but after this move d5, any chances of saving the game for Tatev? Doesn't look.
Ugh.
It doesn't look
Looks
like
ugly.
No.
Extremely ugly. That bad king, 2 less pawns. Oh, just a very sad game for Tatev. It started out kind of promising with that queenside castle, but she never really was able to get any kind of attack going. And kudos to Irina. It looked like her opening choice really paid off.
It was excellent. It's almost like this Fort Knox defense type of thing for the Caro-Kann. This is a dream position that you can get out of those knight f6 variations. The majority is wonderful, Maurice.
And talk about dream position, rook endgame, that is just a simple dream. You've got your rook cutting off the king. You've got a pass pawn, and all you need to do is just push it down the board. B6 now is absolutely the winning move, the threat being just to play rook c7 and control this entire rank. If you play rook b8 trying to stop this pawn, all right, you can have the b pawn after king. Well, if you play king here, I'm just going to play b7, so that's not something you exactly want to do. So you must stay close to this rook, so I can't play b7. Now I grab this one. Hey, you can have that one, but now my king comes up, and these pawns are just lunch. This h pawn is going to go down the board. Your rook is cutting off the king. Completely lost endgame. Gadakomsky should go down in this game. Just time pressure makes fools of us all. And this one, he got into pressure, and Ray just simply can sit calmly. Ray might get himself into time pressure again anyway, just for fun. Knowing Ray, but he's sitting there, and all he has to do is play b6, and this is lights out.
Wow. And we have a result in the game between Emily and
Apurva Verkut, and it seems that Apurva has won her second game in a row in the Women's Championship. So big start for her, 2 out of 3. She's got to love that. We've got some great comments coming in to our hashtag US Chess Champs. Chess24 tweets that Nakamura said in US Chess Champs chat that he's not planning to go into politics. I would love to do something to help people, but I don't feel that politics is necessarily the right avenue for that. Well, considering the fact that Nakamura sometimes has choice words, I think he's probably right.
I think he's got a marvelous career still in front of him in chess.
Oh, absolutely.
Politics? What? No. I mean, go for the world championship. Come on.
And remember what he was saying in the interview. I mean, he's got other interests. He's interested in the stock markets and running. So he's got plenty of time to figure out what to do after he makes a bid for the world championship.
Yeah, I think he needs to be a little bit more obsessed and focused about world championship in the chess world. I mean, I agree. Exercise is great, but stock market? No. Don't worry about that stuff. That's too emotionally draining.
I think he's pretty obsessed. He was asked a question whether he would run for U.S. president, and more. Let's take a look at how the game ended in Nazi Paikidze, Anna Zitansky. We just took a look at that. Maggie Fang. Let's take a look at Maggie Fang.
Okay.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look at the game with that Apurva won, because we didn't see how she did the job. We were talking about pushing the pawn down, get the knight, and win that ending. Apurva said, I am not interested in some technical ending, and she decided instead to play the position with her queen being the strongest piece, and this blunder really facilitated matters because now her queen was able to win the h2 pawn, and once that happened, now the real trouble began. Here came the pawns. This knight relegated to defensive duty, and she just stayed on this side of the board, king f2, g5, and after rook to e3, queen g3 check, and now king f1, g4, and the position collapsed, and she's about to create a passed h-pawn. 2 of those, you're not sacrificing a piece for each one of them, so she won in dominant style and now has 2 points. She is currently the leader of the tournament.
Not for long. Irina's about to win her game.
Not for long, but you know, you can at least.
Yeah.
I led the U.S. Women's Championship for just a second.
Yeah.
Maybe just a few minutes.
Right.
But that's still definitely a good thing to have. But we know that Irina's going to win her game and go to 2.5. But still a great second result for the youngster as she proves that she could bounce back from a loss.
Impressive. Good stuff. And I'm wondering, did Anna Zitansky Anna Zitansky allow her opponent to escape? We thought that with the queens on the board, White's king was getting hunted down. This ending obviously is better for Black, but
technical.
Is this a win? I don't see exactly how you win it.
Well, what if we start by trying to hammer on your f2 pawn by defending our pawn first with like bishop d6?
Well, bishop d6 is absolutely the right way to go because you want to get 2-pawn advantage if you can.
For sure. Then we really gotcha.
Right.
And you know,
exactly.
King G2 could be met by perhaps. Well, what did you want to play for White?
Oh, I was going to go knight b7. I didn't like my construction with rook and knight. And I was hoping that after bishop c7, instead of defending c2, I'll put you in a pin with rook to c8, dreaming of things like knight d6, etc. I don't know.
That's annoying.
It's annoying. It's annoying.
And we've got Apurva Verkut. As Maurice pointed out, you're currently leading the U.S. Women's Championship.
Well, it's nice to be young, and it's good to win. She got the combination here with 2 wins back-to-back. Apurva, this game was definitely interesting. You managed to get out and make a second win. How's it feel to be leading the tournament as of this moment?
Good, I guess.
Did you expect to win this game? Which point did you realize that you had real chances to win the game?
I thought it's kind of unclear, but I think after the rooks got traded off, I thought I was definitely better.
Were you surprised when she took on D7? She sacrificed her queen. Did you think she was going to just retreat?
Yeah, I thought she was just going to go queen c4, I think.
So what were your thoughts when she took on D7? Did you think you were losing, or was this a shock to you?
I mean, like, I saw, like when I saw, like, queen D, like, the possibility of queen takes D7, but I thought it was fine for me.
And now you're at 2 points. Your expectations moving forward?
I guess keep playing good chess. I mean, like, I still have to play a lot of, like, the veterans, so there's a lot of games to go.
Still got to feel good to have 2 points out of 3, though. 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll let you rest. Congratulations on today's results, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. And where would you like to go, Jennifer? What's got your attention?
Well, let's see how Maggie Fang's doing in that game against...
Katja?
Yeah, Katja. We thought that she was really dominating.
And she still is. The knight has been on e6 for what seems like forever.
Right. That's a real bone in your throat, isn't
Exactly. But maybe it's time to reposition the knight. How about a pivot to the c6 square? Knight d8 check, attacking the king. If the king moves back, knight c6, making room for king e6, and that...
What's better than a knight on e6?
The king on e6.
A king on e6, yeah.
That looks really good.
Wait,
what?
if I check you, I just want you to walk into a checkmate.
Oh, please.
After knight c6, rook f1 check.
Oh, yes. Allow me. Yes, by all means. Rook c1 check. I will self-help me.
Yeah, now after rook f6 check, this would be a very sad fate indeed.
Could you imagine that happening to you? And that's as bad as, it's worse than what Anna did
it's just
in
so
the
beautiful
first round.
because all of our pieces as white are absolutely perfect. And yet still we get checkmated. It's like, what's going on? The logic of chess fails for a minute.
That's cruel. That's beyond cruel. Maurice.
Well, another game between youngsters that's been a titanic struggle back and forth after she was able to get out of what was a horrid opening and get a very decent position with the white pieces. And just at the moment when she was going to get a better position, she faltered. Did Jennifer Yu. In this position, no question she has to play the move bishop to f4. Okay, it's not a winning move. It's not even like a big advantage. But it's the only way to stop these pieces from going nuts in the position. Instead of doing that, she played the very loose, tempo-gaining bishop to d6. That's not a secure square for a piece. It actually allowed a pin down the line, so you know something was wrong with that. That was move, by the way, number 39. And then she compounded it with rook to b1, just moving a rook out of the way, allowing queen takes on e3, and now her rook was hanging. The bishop is also under threat. What is she going to do about it? Well, she thought she had a fantastic shot here, bishop to f4. Now she's hitting the queen, the bishop, and the rook on d8 in one move, except a queen sacrifice wakes her up out of her reverie. This is a beautiful move by Carissa Yip. And after bishop takes, rook takes on d2 did happen, and it's black who's suddenly crawling all over white. Yes, you have the queen. e3 is coming. The two bishops is going to double along lines, and the attack is on for black, as black is definitely in control in this game. Game's not over yet, but it's black in control. Sabina Forza did win that game, of course. She was completely crushing in that position, so Sharovich had to resign. We expected it much, much earlier, but still the result did happen as we expected.
Thank you, Maurice. And now, as we look once more at that Ray Robson position, I just pulled that. No, this is actually the game between Yarrow and Shabalov.
It's still looking ugly for our four-time champion, but meanwhile,
But this is the two extra pawns for white. Gata is definitely losing. Ray Robson will get his first win in these championships.
Yikes. Brutal outcome for Gata Kamsky to lose 2 games in a row. And even worse for Alexander Shabalov, who's going down for the 3rd time in a row, and it just shows how tough these championships are.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Varuzhin Akobian, we pointed out that he's in trouble against Naroditsky, just down a pawn, but at the same time, he does have a better paced knight on d5. Yeah. Very strong knight. Is that enough to give him the draw?
Well, that's
I don't know. I'm thinking Danya might get this through.
Well, this is the thing. You got this extra pawn, but this knight on d5, as you're pointing out, better placed. The rook on b3 is blockading. The problem, as I see it for VAR, is that when black exchanges, he's going to try to break the blockade by playing like rook over, and you don't want to capture that pawn because then black would step back in this fatal pin on the B file.
And then we just have to check knight takes c6 and knight takes e5 and see if perhaps that's the best way for us to struggle on.
Yeah, to try to create a fortress with the knight versus rook, knight and pawn versus rook. I don't think that's going to be enough. So definitely winning chances still for Danya. After all, the extra pawn is very meaningful.
Yeah, 2 results in this game, and it's really tough to call. I'd say this one is really a toss-up. Will Danya win this, or will VAR hold the draw? We're going to be keeping a close eye on it, as that one is likely to go to the distance.
And just coming back to our marquee matchup between Wesley and Fabi, f7, f6, breaking up the team, has been Fabiano's choice. Somehow in my mind I had saw this position where the bishop on b1 controlled the h7 square. That's why I thought this was a win a long time ago. And when Maurice said the engines are going 0, 0, 0, I was like, whoa, that's a miracle save for Wesley. And I'm assuming it's still 0, 0 in this position.
And in the women's, we've got several games still going on. As Maurice pointed out, that imbalanced Carissa Yip game, we saw Maggie Feng's positional domination with a little cheapo made in there. Irina Krush, totally dominant as well.
2 pawns up, just cruising. This is her best game at the tournament so far, no question about it. It's
nice game.
Yeah.
Psychological, a great decision in the opening, better preparation.
She's looked great throughout. This is definitely, and for the rest of the field, that's not good news.
Oh, especially since Irina got lucky yesterday.
Right.
After misplaying things, like she got that point, and now she's getting her form, and
yes.
she has 2.5 out of 3.
Yes.
Yikes! That is a dangerous situation, and one of the most dangerous competitors, of course, Tatev Abrahami, going to get knocked down most likely in this game.
Right.
Means that Irina might have an open field. Also, if this game is a draw, that means 2 of her other likely contenders are. Some distance behind her.
You mean if Naji and Anna Zatansky draw, yeah, they'll kind of knock
either way.
down. Yeah.
I mean, either way, one player is going to have 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anna's either going to win and have 2, or Nazi's going to have hold the draw and have 2 points.
I see.
So either way, they'll be half a point behind Irina Krush in great form and already have gotten through Tatev. But we have Sabina Foiger, who lost yesterday to Irina in a tough game, but came back with the win today, and she was with Maurice.
Okay.
Indeed, showing a champion's resolve by bouncing back and winning this game. Congratulations, first of all, Sabina. This game was sharp right out of the opening, but it looked like you just got a big position. Were you surprised by anything or choice of opening moves early on?
I wasn't sure about knight a6, how to do. I spent some time to figure out how I would get a better position, and I thought I had a good position overall, and okay, at some point she blundered the pawn in e5. Hopefully I didn't miss any tactics before, but I know I could have done it one time earlier.
You had one move. You had one move. If you may look at the board that you had up here, right here, you had the tactic knight e7. That would have.
I calculated it, and okay, and if king h7, I take in g6 and
then take on d7.
Okay, and the rook is protected, so she takes with the pawn. Oh wait, this is just hanging, right? Okay, never mind. I was just looking at the rook in f8.
No, you had the knight. Yeah, and then you just.
Okay, I calculated knight f6 also. I thought it would have been really nice.
That's exactly what we thought you might have been looking at, was the move knight f6.
Yeah, but after.
It looks like the king can move.
King g7?
Right now, no, this is not.
No, I think king h8, right?
Well, what is wrong with this one? Are you going to play knight e8 or something?
Yes, that's what I thought. But even this, I guess you can go king h7 and.
Right.
Yes, and I don't.
So knight f6 was the attractive line. That's the one that'll get your brain. That's what caused it.
I saw
because you see the knight f6 idea.
Knight e7. So I guess knight e7 Okay, and she has to move the king. Okay.
Yeah, she just King H8 is her only move, and then Queen H3 hitting the H pawn and the pawn on D7. I mean, the knight on D7, and that's just going to collapse the position. So you had that chance. But the way you played it, you were able to take on E5. I remember in the game, and the game got a little weird because you had to put your queen on A7. And it wasn't.
I thought it was okay because the queen from A7 is really strong. It looks kind of strange, but it controls every possibility for my opponent to bring the queen back into the game and have some, threats in H2 or G2. So I know it looks bad, but yesterday I missed some really beautiful moves. So I tried today to control and not to mess up once I knew that I was close to winning.
Well, we're hearing that Wesley So and Caruana have drawn their game. So you're at +2. You sort of had a +1, excuse me. You have 2 wins, topsy-turvy. Win one, lose one, win one. You got to break that trend. What do you do to keep this going?
Well, it's just 3 rounds, right? So you cannot really think about it, really, what's going to... I mean, you have to play every game. So.
Absolutely. 8 rounds to go. Well, we look forward to seeing you break the trend tomorrow. Sure. Sabina Feuser, after a nice win against one of the top players in the tournament, for sure.
Thank you, Maurice. And the big news, of course, was that Wesley's streak is still intact, as he did, in fact, make the draw. 2 players are just chatting after their hard-fought game.
Yes, the postmortem. Now, I want to take us to the Nazi Paikidze game because despite the fact that Anna could have had it a lot easier on herself, I do think she's still going to win this game. She has this conception here that the idea might be for her after knight d8, rook f2, so she's gone for this trade, and now with this move h5, the king position on h3 could really become an issue now. Moves like h4 are in the air. And
maybe
G5,
G4, checkmating. That's
this
really
on
nice.
H3 is not so nice.
Exactly. If you can get in King H6 and G5, White's king is going to be feeling horribly abused on the H3 square.
Indeed. So that's why I think that despite her messing it up earlier, this is not a 3 versus 2. This is a very special 3 versus 2 with the king being kind of locked out of the play and even the knight on d8 struggling to come back to help the defense.
Right. Nice. But why was it necessary to play the move H5? I'm wondering. The reason why I'm wondering this,
Shabalov has resigned, giving the SLU student, Yaro Zherabuk, his first victory. And unfortunately for Shaba's many fans, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-time champion himself. He's off to a 0-0 start here in the championship.
We call that castling long in the tournament.
Long, and not the kind of castling long that I like.
You like. It's the 0-0-0. Bad break there for Shabalov, but he knew he is really entering the lion's den with the players that we have at this year's U.S. Championship. They're just so strong across the board.
And so after this move h5, rook d5 was played, and now
h5, rook d5. Yeah, no, sorry. I just to finish the thought. One thought that I had was actually playing for f5 right away, with the idea of playing g5 and setting up a checkmating pattern like this. But in any case, h5 was played. Rook d5, you say?
Yeah, rook d5.
Okay.
And now there's different ways to try to get g5 in. You could also try to play bishop e7.
That makes a lot of sense. Bishop e7.
Now you're tying down the rook on d5 and g5 and g4, and it looks like Anna Zatonski, with lots of twists and turns in this game, is going to win.
Is reeling in the point. Yes, but we have the man who's on a streak in the studio.
Keeping it undefeated, though. You had your fans shaking a little bit. Wesley So with Maurice.
What streak?
Throwing streak. It's on the 2 now.
Well, absolutely. This one looked challenging. It looked like you might have been in some danger today, Wesley. The opening didn't go so great. You played a line that you just played against Eric Hansen in the Pro Chess League. But H4 came as a different move, which is a pretty typical move. Leads to a lot of draws from what we saw in the database, 21 out of 22 draws for Black. What were you thinking coming into the game today?
Well, of course, Fabiano is a great player. And also he's really good in a lot of positions, especially on the openings and certain type of positions. So I decided to try to go for an endgame today, but I didn't expect that much, and it's clear I didn't get that much. So actually, I think I just wanted to play today and reach an endgame. But then when I played H4, I probably moved my rooks too much, rook E1, rook D3, and lost some time. So in the end, I didn't have anything but trouble and have to fight to get it.
It was trouble. Did you feel at some point like, uh-oh, this could be a loss?
Yeah, I felt the pressure, but when he went for this bishop versus knight endgame, it's either a draw or it's either a win. And I haven't found a loss for me yet, but maybe the computer can prove me wrong.
What do you do for people out there who get terrified when they think they're going to lose? What's your emotional state when you see you're in trouble? Do you try to calm yourself down during the game? Do you just try to stay move for move?
Yeah, I just try to stay calm, try to stay focused, and try to make the best use of the best of my chances, and try to use every resource available to survive.
Do you, again, I want to follow up on this, the idea that we have a bad position. We know we have a bad position in front of us. Some people might, it happens, of course, to everyone. Some people might start thinking, this is terrible, and start feeling depressed. Do you get that feeling in the game?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm only human, but also, of course, I feel the pressure. But then I think, how did I get myself into this position? But I can't turn back time, so I just have to fight hard. And I had the white pieces today, so of course I would like to try. But in the end, I really didn't get that much. I think getting into trouble is unavoidable for the most part. I mean, even in my unbeaten streak, I have several very dubious positions. But actually, in the game, was Black winning at some point?
No, we didn't see any wins.
Okay.
Any clear wins, no. But it's interesting, the psychology of playing, because I think that's the difference between a lot of players. Some players, when they're worse, they might feel like they're losing, as opposed to just worse. And handling that is difficult for a lot of amateurs, even for a lot of grandmasters, to be able to handle that with equanimity and feel like, you know what, I just need to keep fighting. And that seems to separate the top players.
And also, we can't turn back time, so we just have to forget about, a lot of players, when they make a mistake, they make a few other mistakes and just snowballs very quickly into a loss. But I think the players just gotta keep fighting and just gotta find the right resources in that current position, not the position 2 moves ago.
Absolutely wise words there. You play Onishuk tomorrow. What are your thoughts about him? You've played him before. I think you get the black pieces against him tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into that game?
I think I have white.
You get white again. Okay. So. Boring draw. Suffer again in a Berlin.
We'll see how it goes. Of course, Alexander Nestyuk is a legend. He has been around for a long time, and he's a very solid player.
Do I remember you beating him again? Was it
in the Marshall?
Yeah, right. Okay, so your last game you had white and beat him? Oh no, you had black.
No, I had white 2015. I won. I had white again 2016 and we drew.
You drew in 2016. Okay. All right. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Your thoughts about him as a player and how you're going to approach the game tomorrow.
Of course, he's a really good and really experienced player. And I just gotta keep fighting because everybody here is really good, and it's hard to accumulate points. Just gotta make use of the most chances that I get. Thinking about Alex Onischuk's game today, is a really strange game, but in the end it went to a solid draw.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, one thing, is Ray's game winning?
I think it's completely winning from
It is?
what I
Okay.
can see. But I have your eye on your former Webster College roommate, huh?
Well, I kind of keep an eye on every game here.
All right. Well, we'll let you go and relax. And looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Well, you know,
Thank you,
Wesley
Maurice.
said,
Thank you, Wesley.
yeah, thanks. I mean, Wesley said you can turn back time. You can't turn back time so
No.
many times, and it made us remember that we had so many requests for more singing by you and I.
What?
After yesterday's birthday.
No,
You were
no,
like, wow,
no.
yes, Jen, you took up the wrong
No,
profession.
I didn't.
So shares.
I'm tone deaf. I terrible. My singing voice is non-existent.
So no, if you could turn back time, you're not going to sing it for us?
No, I'm not. Oh.
No, everybody's turning their mute button on.
Yes.
But
for
with
sure.
we got another special guest with his first victory of this championship, and because it's his first championship, his first U.S. Chess Championship victory ever of SLU, we have Yarrow Jarabuk.
Yes, affectionately known as Yarrow, getting his first win in the U.S. Championship. We've got to ask you, after congratulations, how does it feel to get this first win under your belt?
It feels awesome, honestly, especially, you know, I didn't really prepare for this game because I just wanted to rest. Yesterday I had a tough day. I mean, not just the game, but then I went to my 3-hour class at university, you know.
Oh,
so,
wow, you're going to school and playing in the U.S. Chess Championship,
yeah,
too?
so I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm just going to rest, you know. So
That's a good formula.
yeah, I'm
Go
happy.
just get some sleep.
Yeah. That was my plan. You can see it from the opening. I just played knight f3, you know, g3, bishop g2, just build a house, you know, see what happens next.
Build a house and see what happens next. We get all the words of wisdom from the young players here. The game yesterday, I just have to refer to it. H4. What did you think when he played that move against you in the Nightorf?
I'm like, well, I'll try to survive. But, you know, my initial thought, h4, okay, I'm done. That's
No.
it. No, seriously, like, the guy plays h4, you know, just so confidently, you know, and I'm like, it's neither, you know, like, neither, if you don't know, like, the line, you're done, basically. So, actually, I'm surprised that I survived the opening stage. It just seems like a miracle, almost, you know.
But you played normal moves. I mean, you just played e5 and bishop e6.
Yeah, they're normal, but still, he told me after the game that he just confused his analysis, and if he took the pawn on d5 with the knight, then it would have been just a huge advantage for him.
I remember, yes.
So, I mean, I got lucky, I guess, in the opening that I survived it. And then later, I was pushing for a win, but like I'm pushing, but I don't see like you know, direct win. And then somehow the game just ended in a draw. So.
Sounds like a typical day at the office for us chess players.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But I was very unsatisfied with my technique. I mean, some stronger player would have won easily, probably.
So you couldn't turn back time, and you played today, and you got your win. You haven't lost a game in the tournament so far. What do you feel about your standings? You're at +1 after round 3.
It feels good. Feels like where I'm supposed to be.
No,
well, it's,
I like that answer.
Well, it's not modest, but I mean, so far as tournament is going well, so yeah, I'm satisfied, definitely.
You have a class today too?
No, I have classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay,
so.
good. Yeah, we don't need you going to school. I'm sorry about it. I didn't mean that for Alejandro, although he probably doesn't care either at SLU. But congratulations on your win today, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
And Yarrow, what are you studying?
Financial economics.
That's where the money is.
That's right.
Good job. Good job.
Gotta have a talk with the founder of the chess club, Rex Singfield. We'll give you some tips.
Indeed. Thank you, Yarrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
And let's see.
The two top ladies' games are still in progress.
But the results, I don't think, are too much in doubt, really. I mean, we saw this move knight c6 by Nazi Paikidze, and now bishop f4. I mean, bishop f6.
You want to go to the Nagy game?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop f6. Now knight d4. Of course, black will not touch that knight. We saw a lot of examples in this round of a good knight versus a bad bishop, but this is the opposite. That bishop on f6 is essential, keeping the king out of h4.
Right.
When we play g5, now
Right.
you're really busted. Knight f5 check doesn't help. We just play king g6, and you got to move your knight, and g4 would be mate.
Right.
So that's terrible. You can't do that. And if you tried to play g4 yourself in that variation, like after g5, knight f5, king g6, the problem is after takes on g4, king g4, there's a knight rook f4 check.
Right.
Shuts your king back. We win the knight anyway.
Yes. The problem is it's white to move. White's looking at the situation. All of those lines you were giving.
No, it's black's move now. Knight d4, g5.
Oh, okay. So you want to go g5?
Yeah.
Yes. And you were saying g4 doesn't work because you got this rook f4 check.
Exactly. Or even in the
Right.
other move order with knight f5 check. Same thing.
Same thing. And the other move order being, of course, knight f5 check, king g6, g4. Just what you were saying, Jennifer. Sorry. It's catching up.
And
that wins.
So in order for, I think, Nazi to survive at all, she'll probably have to play like g4, takes g4, king g3. That's 2 pawns now.
Yes, and that would be a losing position for sure.
And meanwhile, you wanted to go and see how Irina is getting it done.
Yes, I was on the other game. I was just seeing. We left it. Where did we leave it? We were winning another pawn on f5. We got something like this that we had caught up on, and after check, queen g3 is Irina's choice. Well, okay.
Just beautiful knights preventing.
The coordination is really, really nice.
And you know, it's nice to think about the fact that Irina used her knight and her queen to capture f5, because it shows you the problem with only having one bishop, that, you know, in that particular situation, she has no way to continue to defend f5 because she doesn't have a bishop of that color.
Exactly. Well, and this looks really nice for Irina. She wants to break the pin that currently exists on her knight with the move queen e3. And then black's majority on the king side is just going to roll home, g4, h3. So queen e3, a winning threat, and you know, the 2 extra pawns are telling.
That's right, and so Tatev won't live long in this position. And another player who we didn't think would live long was Agata Kamsky against the young Ray Robson. Is that result in doubt, Maurice?
Nope, not at all.
No.
You know, it's the difference between getting run over by a car or having cancer and dying slow. I mean, it's not pretty. I'm sorry to say. In this case, h7, and you're just going to go down. It might take, you know, over 50 moves, but this move h7 is just too telling. King to g7 is now met by rook to e8, and he keeps having passed pawns, having to give them away. He gave away his b pawn to get a pawn on the h file. Now he's giving away his h pawn to get this one, and then he's going to pick this one off, and it's just going to be the same result no matter what. It just keeps going and going, and black is definitely in trouble. There is a game, however, we thought was clearly over. A masterpiece is what I was calling it, a master class, Yaz. We really were enjoying this position. It's turned out not to be the case. With another rook and pawn ending, you switch over, that does not have the character of a win. Look at this. That beautiful knight in Maggie Feng's game that used to exist. Black was so dead. What is it, though, when you're playing against a stronger player? Remember I said, okay, you win in the opening, you might be winning in the middle game, then there's a first phase of the end game, then there's a second phase, and they just keep throwing obstacles in your way. New one. Transfer this advantage to that one, and see if you can keep it going. And Katerina just fought like a horse. I mean, she just really fought back in this game. There was no way you could keep her down. And even though she's down a pawn in this position, it's not easy to get this king to march up the board because she's got these lateral checks happening to chase you out. Looks as though she has very good drawing chances. She's down a pawn optically that looks good when the king was up here, but because the king cannot penetrate, there's just no way to make progress. And it looks like this game is now going to be drawn, as is the other game with Carissa Yip, where she sacrificed her queen. and looked like she had great chances to win this one here. But Jennifer traded off pieces. This is the moment that it happened. Queen takes, bishop takes on d2, rook takes d2, rook d1, and e3. This was getting rid of a pair of rooks was very important after rook d2, ed2, bishop b7, and rook takes. You can't touch this rook with your queen because this one is going to become a queen. But she just played queen d5 check, putting her queen on a beautiful square, and then king h3, getting out of all the checks. And now your rook can't leave to queen this pawn because this queen is going to harass this king, something awful. And it looks as though this game, although black cannot lose because of that d2 pawn, it looks like black cannot win either because you can't control the light square d1 and also keep your king from being checked mercilessly. So it looks as though she's going to draw this game. 2 games we thought that black was completely in control. White showed tremendous tenacity, and now it just looks like the game's going to be a draw.
Teenagers messing up endgames. Who would have thought it?
Well, they have to have some kind of a weakness, don't they, Jen? I mean, come on. Otherwise, they just rule the planet. Wow. Jennifer, should we take a short break and come back in a few minutes?
Let's do it. We'll take a quick break and keep those calls and questions coming into our hashtag at US Just Jams. We'll be right back to see how these last few games finish. Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships. You see this nearly empty playing hall. We've got only one game left in the U.S. Chess Championship as Naroditsky sees if he can make hay with his extra pawn against Jakubowian. And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we've got a few games still going on, but it's two games that seem like the results are quite likely to be wins for the players with black, and that's Irina Krush playing against Katev Abrahamian with a huge edge, and Anna Zatansky also with a big edge against Nazi Paikidze. So again, who would have thought that the players with 11 women's championships between the two of them would both emerge victorious today? They were playing the strongest contenders in the championship besides themselves, so it really could have gone either way. But now it looks like it's the story of Anna and Irina is an oldie but a goodie.
It always is. It is always the same old story, and very
same old song, if
same
you will.
old
Am I
song,
finally
yeah.
going to get you to sing? If I pick the perfect song, I'll get you to sing. But before everybody turns on mute, let's hand it over to Ray Robson, who won a big game today against Gata.
Indeed, Ray Robson. First of all, the five-time championship Webster team. Congratulations once again on winning the collegiate championships, Ray. But now it's the national championships, and all these tough players to play against. Scoring this victory today, though, against four-time champion Gata Kamsky. Have you ever beaten him in the U.S. Championship?
No, this is my first time beating him. We've played, most of our games I think have been in the U.S. Championship, and we've played like almost every year, I think. I've played him in my first or second time here, and I've been black 2 times against him, I think, and white many times, and I've never beaten him.
How does it feel to finally take him down?
It feels good. It was a bit strange, though. I mean, I think he had a good position, at least, definitely with almost no risk of losing, it seemed like. So I thought maybe he's slightly better. And whereas in the opening, I wasn't really sure what's happening, but then somehow I guess I got outplayed, and he had a good position. And all of a sudden, I guess his queen kind of got trapped in the center of the board. So maybe he still wasn't worse there, but already I think I was out of danger. And yeah, after that, he kind of was forced to give up a pawn, probably because his queen was trapped, and somehow I took over the game. But really, I was just a few moves earlier, I wasn't thinking I had any chance to win.
This game, you agree? Yeah, it is strange. I agree with that. You're stealing the pawn. Did you think you were taking over right here? Let's take a look at this position. He played rook c3 and went into an ending. Did you feel like it was pretty clear that he was going to be much worse here? He played rook g6, which seems like a little bit of a strange move.
Yeah, well, it's kind of difficult for both sides to do anything, I think. Obviously, he's kind of blocking me from pushing any of my pawns at the moment, so it's hard for me to make progress. And he does have some pressure, like on the g2 pawn, so I'm not free to move all my pieces away. So when I played queen f3, it kind of looks like a concession, because even though exchanging queens going to an endgame is good for me because I'm up a pawn, I'm doubling my pawns and they look really weak. So it looked like it would be able to draw for black, but I thought practically before the time control wouldn't be so simple to defend, because now I'm able to play d5 now that I got rid of this queen. And yeah, surprisingly, it's not easy to defend. I think the main problem for him is his rook on g6 is way out of the game right now, so he needs a few moves to get it back into the game.
And you end up winning pretty solidly. You drew 2 games to start, right?
I lost to Hikaru first game, and I drew Jeffrey.
Yeah, all right, that's right. That's what I remember. There was something wrong with the time pressure issue. Ray, did you decide to play a little bit faster the next 2 games? Because that first game, your time pressure was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a bad game overall for me. I think Hikaru played well, and yeah, just the opening and then the time and the game play itself wasn't good for me. And my second game against Jeffrey, I think I did much better. And today I wasn't as fast, but I was basically even on time with Gata, going back and forth throughout. So it's definitely been a big improvement since the first game. And yeah, obviously I am conscious of that.
Well, you're at 50% right now. Who do you play tomorrow? You have no idea. It's amazing. They never know.
I mean, every year it's the same, but obviously this year is even, I think, stronger than probably any of the other years, I think. So.
Well, you played Naroditsky, I believe. I've been told you played Naroditsky. Both of you are about the same age. He's in Stanford right now, and I hear that he's winning his position as well. So coming in with momentum, both of you, what do you think about his playing style and the results you guys have had over the years?
We haven't played too much. We did play a few times at the U.S. Championship. I remember he beat me once or twice a while ago, and I also beat him maybe in 2015 or 16. It was a really back and forth endgame where
16 because he didn't play last year.
Yeah, I guess 2015. I was completely winning going to the endgame, but then all of a sudden I blundered, and he had chances. He could have perpetualed my king, and then somehow my king escaped again, and we kept playing, and eventually I won that game. So I think that was the last time that we played, but obviously he's a really good player. He's beaten me a few times. So, yeah, and he's one of the, even though he doesn't play as much anymore, but he's one of the top young players still in the U.S.
As are you, and we look forward to that youthful battle. Congratulations again, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you. And well done, Ray. I mean, taking down Gata Kamsky, as Ray was mentioning, is very, very difficult. He's notched his first win.
Big ups to Ray. And now, meanwhile, Naroditsky is just totally dominant. I mean, we were looking at situations where we would have to sacrifice a pawn to get the rook active, but instead, Akobian, Naroditsky, that is, managed to just march right in with his king. Now, I was wondering if White could somehow perhaps stop that by, using his king to prevent the path for black. But if he can do this, this has just got to be kaput. Except you see a knight b4 tactic?
Yeah, there's a sacrifice in the position.
So knight b4 and after knight b4?
Rook can come over. And you can't simply collect the pawn on e4 because, well, whoops, this is a passer and your knight is out of the game. So there's still some issues that
so
Dania could...
Maybe we go a little slow and move our knight first and then capture the pawn.
I was thinking actually g5 check, which is a kind of a visual move, because you want to play en passant, except you can't. It's illegal. And then you have the time to bring, Black will have the time to bring his knight over to the king side and sacrifice the knight, and will be winning in a rook and pawn ending.
That's right. I was thinking something like knight c6, and then if rook g7, king g7, knight e7, so that after h6.
Sorry.
Oh, but that doesn't work because the pawn on e5 stops knight f5 check. So that's not quite working anyway.
Sorry.
But we have a special guest, our youngest competitor, Carissa Yip. Pretty wild battle that just ended in a draw, but she'll go over some of the twists and turns with Maurice.
All right.
Well, she definitely had great chances right out of the opening. Certainly looked like she had a fantastic position. Carissa, you're playing in your second championship, but it's always a fight. No matter how good the position, it looks like these ladies don't want to give up.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely better out of the opening. I'm pretty sure bishop b2 is just like a blunder. And then even then, she shouldn't have played king f1. I think like knight d2 and then bishop c3 takes, and she would get the pawn back eventually. And then later on, after she exchanged off the knights, she sort of got back into the game. And after d4, I think that was probably a big mistake because then I have a really weak pawn on e4, and then she did get back into the game.
Once she was back in the game, what was your psychology? Did you feel like kicking yourself? Like, I should have won this a long time ago? Or did you just keep playing move for move?
I was mostly trying to play move by move, and I told myself I would just kick myself later.
You just kick yourself later, okay. Well, the position got pretty wild. I mean, you also got in time pressure. What was that like?
Yeah, I was just really panicked, and I kind of just played the first move that popped into my head after like a few seconds of calculation, I guess.
When did you feel like you were winning back at the end when she allowed you to sacrifice your queen?
No, yeah, I thought I was winning then, but then I totally missed her king h3 idea. And then it was just a draw after that because I can't really do anything about it.
All right, coming out of a game like this, at least you didn't lose.
Yeah.
But you might feel a bit disappointed that you didn't reel home that point. What are your thoughts going into the next round?
I'm just going to try not to think too much about this and just play like every game one at a time, I guess.
You play Emily tomorrow.
Yeah.
It was a nice battle of the youngsters. Have you played her before?
Yeah, I think twice. And I lost to her both times. So.
A little revenge on the mind.
Yeah.
Will you be going for it with the white piece? You have white tomorrow, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what's the strategy? Kill, kill, kill?
Really shouldn't tell you that, Maurice.
I'm a journalist. I have to ask.
Emily might be watching.
Emily, okay. All right. I won't pressure you on that point, but we look forward to seeing your game tomorrow.
Thanks.
Carissa Yip is still in good spirits. I think she's got kill, kill, kill on her mind.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Carissa.
Keep your secrets, Carissa.
Yes. Hold on to them tightly. Irina Krush.
Crushing.
Playing very, very well as she's reeling in the point. It's move knight d6. I really like this because, as it turns out, Black's king is perfectly safe. Wandering up the board, king on g4, very nicely, supported, protected by the queen on f4. They have this current position, queen e4 on board. There's only one. Well, if you check, the king keeps marching up the board, and if you check on h3, well, the king's perfectly happy stepping back as well. So this looks
ugly indeed.
Yes.
And in the other game that we were talking about with Naroditsky and Akobian, the line that you mentioned, it does look like it's transpiring, but I think the thing is, in the end of the line, if White takes that pawn off on g7,
let's take a look, because I
you
think
don't
he
have
has.
to trade rooks, which would actually get a losing position for Black, perhaps.
Right.
So instead of rook takes g7, just a rook b6, and now
which has occurred.
This looks like that now White's not going to be able to queen so handily, and we're going to be able to get our knight back to the defense. And we'll obviously take a look at how this technique transpires. But first, we have Jennifer Yu with Maurice.
Yes, we're with opening expert Jennifer Yu. Well, I'm joking with her, of course. Jennifer, today you allowed bishop b4 check. That was not one of your finer moments.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. I just got really confused in the opening, and I just forgot that she could play bishop before, because I remember I looked at queen e5, and then I thought that was fine, but I just forgot that there was a move, bishop before.
All right, and then you get into trouble. You got to put your king on f1. You got to play a3. Your bishop is shuttling back and forth. Are you thinking that it's just going to be over, or are you buckling down to fight?
Well, at one point, like after I got my king to h2, I thought it was that like I could still play. Like it wasn't just completely lost, because it looked like it was completely losing from the beginning. But then I thought it was all right, because I had something to play for.
Yeah, when you play queen h1, it looked like you were free and carrying your queen on the king side, playing like Richard Reddy and just playing super modern chess. Were you starting to actually think, when she allowed you to organize your pieces, that maybe you might even win the game?
Yeah, possibly, but I messed up. Like I let the rooks like double, and it got way too complicated, and we didn't have any time left, so I don't know what happened.
Right at the very end, it looked like when she sacrificed her queen that maybe there might have been a chance for you to go down, but you found this way to keep the game alive. Did you know that when you were going in with the queen sacrifice, when you played bishop f4?
Well, I kind of had to play bishop f4. I thought if I didn't play it, it was just losing right away. So, but I thought when I looked at bishop f4, I saw that it was probably a draw. It might have been a draw.
All right. Well, today must feel like a win almost. I mean, now that you drew the game, there's a big sigh of relief. How do you move? What are your thoughts going into tomorrow?
Probably just going to forget about it. Like, maybe play a better opening.
That's good advice. That's good advice. Well, yeah, we hope for that too. No more bishop b4 checks. And you're probably going to have to play a better opening, because you play one Irina Krush tomorrow. That can't be the easiest game in the world to play. You played her before. What are your thoughts going against the 7-time champion?
I just want to try my best. You know, I try not to like make it too easy for her. Like not
too easy.
You're
supposed to say you want to crush her. What do you mean?
I mean, not like anything I did this game. Like, because I just like, I don't even know what I did this game. I just completely blew it in the beginning. So, because I mean, I drew her last year. So, yeah.
All right, well, it's time to beat her this year.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you like
we got it out of her.
We like Irina, but we like to hear that confidence.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Jennifer, and we know you're not going to make us slip like that again. So good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Jennifer.
Meanwhile, a really cool kind of scheme here by Nazi Paikidze, which might hold her the draw.
That
it's a
would be
zugzwang type position.
Incredible. What are you seeing
Well, I'm just
that
saying,
makes it so difficult?
I'm just saying, like, if we play, first of all, we're threatening 87 check, right? So after rook f5 check,
sorry.
This is the position on the board.
This
after
is the
rook
position.
f5,
Yep.
if king g4, we're threatening 87, right?
Yes, king
So
g4.
you got to move your rook
Right.
somewhere that protects the bishop on f6, obviously.
Let's go down. Yeah.
And now, if I just like kind of chill,
How do you chill?
like rook c6, for instance, you can't.
Rook c6, for instance.
Yeah, if you can't play king g7, because then I can go like knight f6, rook f6, and rook c5, and then I'm winning
Knight f6,
your pawn.
Rook f6, rook c5, with
And
a
that-
double attack against the pawn. And how's this king and pawn endgame, Jen? I'm not sure you should take the pawn. I've got this crafty
Right.
little move, king h6.
Oh gosh.
And
I didn't see that king h6.
Yeah.
I didn't see king h6. That's a
And-
nice one.
But
Huh.
you don't have to take the pawn.
That's the point. You don't have to take the
And
pawn.
your pieces are superior to black's, so you can wait. And it looks weird because something like f6 should almost win the game, but white is active. And I will let you know, the inches are saying the position is completely drawn.
Wow. Wow. And that would be a table-based ending too, wouldn't it? So it's nothing to dispute whatsoever in that case. So a strange
So
piece
for king
configuration.
g7, do we have anything else, or is this the way to go? After king g7, are we forced? Can we just go back to? Let's see. Let me just see if there's any. Well, I mean, is there anything besides taking on f6?
You mean
After
king g7?
Because now you're threatening.
Threatening bishop d8.
Yeah, well, could we play like knight e3?
Oh
Then
no,
I
she
got
didn't
rook
see it.
f4 check.
She didn't see it, but check right here. Because we're going to be moving forward. The move was, in fact, knight f6, rook f6,
And rook c5.
and now no, because you're not taking the pawn anyway, so you don't need to play
right,
rook
so you don't
c5.
need it. Got
So
it.
rook c8.
Yes.
And keep the rook active because rook g6 is forced now because of the rook checks behind. The king cannot do anything, and now your rook is far more active. So you play rook a8 and just hang out.
Yep.
And black has
It's a positional draw.
Black
That's
has
cool.
black just doesn't have any good moves. F6 is going to have to happen, and your king is going to get to f5, or you get to play if f6 right now. Actually, the move rook check on a7, and king h6 trying to make progress suddenly is met by rook f7.
Zugzwang.
That's it. Zugzwang.
Wow, I love this. This is a really cool endgame because it's so instructive because it starts with your little twist with king h6. So don't just be so quick to take the pawn.
Exactly.
That is really instructive.
Yeah.
Because rook g5, king g5 is a draw.
Right.
But you've got this little finesse, which means you got to go for Maurice's line,
Which is the positional draw.
A dazzlingly instructive endgame.
Problem is she didn't play it.
Oh no!
She
didn't play it.
She didn't
Sorry.
see it. She didn't see it, and she instead gave check to the black king with her knight. She kept the knight. All rook endings are drawn. Well, clearly that's not the case. But she thought that it would be
A loss.
A loss for her if she took on f6, not realizing that specific line that we just covered, and she played this check. And as long as the imbalance is on the board, black can somehow make progress, then she's definitely better. The thing though is it's still oddly close to a draw. Although,
wait a minute, what could white do now? She messed up with her knight e7 check. That is absolutely clear.
yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't see any way of white getting any kind of blockade anymore. If you go knight d5, then the bishop is going to come to e5. And we do have a huge result in the game between Tatev and Irina. Tatev losing to the 7-time champion Irina Krush, who has won her second game in a row to start this year's U.S. Championship.
but how different the games were. Yesterday's game, not the arena that
No, she was lost.
She was lost, and it was up and down, time pressure. This game, I mean, a beautiful display.
Yeah.
In every aspect of chess, the tactics, the preparation, the positional play.
Yes.
Just flawless.
Yes. No, today she really brought her A game, yeah.
And against a player that she really needs to, because Tata is always a really tough opponent in the women's championships, but not the best start. 1.5 out of 3. She's going to have to start winning some games. And, you know, earlier Maurice mentioned about how Wesley So's big strength in a tournament like the championship is that he's good at beating up on the lower-rated players. And the same is true for Tata. So I'm not counting her out.
No.
I think one of the reasons she does so well in these round robins is that she strings together victories against some of the players like Nazi or Anna, who are higher rated than her.
May lose a half a point.
Exactly. They lose more half points to them.
Yes, yes. Well, anyway, very, very big victory in that game. And let's again just check on this Anna Zatonski game, because we had just kind of dismissed this as a winning game for Anna. Somehow she allowed her opponent back into the game. And this is the current position with Naji to play. So we're looking at knight d5, bishop e5, rook over, yeah? So something like this. And now can
we do have a
yeah, we got this position on the board after
bishop e5, and now
I'm suspecting bishop e5. I'm expecting
yeah.
bishop
And by the way, we should be keeping an eye on the clock. It feels like the clock watch isn't on because there's still 4 games going on in the championship, but actually that just means that all 4 players are in time trouble, or 4 of the 8, because in this position it's just 2 minutes left for Anna Zatonski here.
Exactly. So bishop e5, say rook a6. And it's still not that easy to get those 2 pawns going. I'm thinking if we play a move, for example, like f6, it's, well, I mean, let's say I just hang, I chill. If you try to go king g6, well, I've got knight e7 check to drive you away. There's still some work to be done.
Fighting, fighting, fighting is our defending champion. And
we have in our studio.
Right, the 7-time champion, Irina Krush.
Well, you talk about Grandmaster chess. You saw it today. Grandmaster Irina Krush really handling her business against one of her main rivals in the competition, Tatev Abrahamyan. And it looked like you just played control, you played solid, you went outside of her strengths, not playing a Sicilian, instead playing a solid Caruana, and things just seemed to go your way from start to finish.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was. I played many Sicilians against Tatev, and even though I know that it's an opening that she likes, I've played against her many times, and this is the first time I've ever done anything other than the Sicilian against her. So I tried the Caracan, and yeah, I got the kind of game I was looking for. It was really not so easy for White. Obviously she wasn't too familiar with the position out of the opening, and it's the kind of thing. It's you're kind of wading into the unknown. There's so many ways that White could play. Castle short, castle long. Where to put the pieces, it's not clear. Yeah, after I got the trade of light squared bishops, I just tried to think about what I was aiming for, and queen and knight versus queen and bishop was one of those combinations. Tried to kind of limit her counterplay and control the game.
You said that this is the first time you ever played anything other than the Sicilian.
Yeah.
Why did you decide this tournament today to play?
Yeah, well, I think, in different years you're armed with different ideas. I might not necessarily have had this idea, 2 years ago. So, before we were creating different, Sicilian systems against Tatev. But, there's only so many of them, right? Sometimes, you run out. And so, yeah, it seemed like a good moment to try the Caracan.
Seems like great psychology against this type of player in particular, because she loves to play those open, sharp positions. She seems to have an intuitive feel for that.
And she tried to actually get it into an open Sicilian kind of position, right, with castling on opposite sides of the board. So that was...
in terms of its dynamics, you mean, the fact that it was sharp?
Yeah, well, there was castling on opposite sides, so there was that Sicilian feel to it, because, she went for the more unbalanced way of handling this position. But unfortunately, Black also has counterplay there, and I think maybe a key move was right from the moment I played b5 in the opening.
Right, because you could have also gone for the pawn
yes,
on g2.
I know. Right, this is very tempting. I mean, taking and I played b5 with the, just a very typical idea for these positions, and you save queen d5 for the next move. When there's no more c4, they're going to have to play b3, and then you could just go a5. So b5, it's like kind of the light square strategy. You're playing more kind of strategically. There was also queen d5. There was the pawn grab. Would you have taken that pawn, Maurice?
No. Of course not. I'd be inviting you to take my pawn.
Because, there's c4 and queen g2. Now, if I was a computer, maybe I would go for this.
Look, we analyzed this, and even the computer was saying,
really?
We dare you to touch the pawn. So that was not a good idea.
I just thought, bishop h6, I didn't even see that move here.
You know something's in the position.
But I knew that I couldn't calculate it all, and I was like, why would I do that? You got to be crazy.
That was a critical moment we looked at for quite some time, and you made the mature decision and played b5 and just let the game come to you.
Yeah, overall in this game, I just tried to have an idea of what kind of position I want, and that guided my decisions more so than concrete variations. Of course, I was a little bit lucky at the end where she let me play the move g5. Of course, even though Black is up a pawn there, it's not so clear, but when I got to also solidify my king position in the end game, became a lot easier. Maybe that was the critical moment.
So we've heard there are a couple of results in. Daniel Naroditsky did win his game to take a point in the tournament so far. Varuja Nakobian, after defeating Gadakomsky, now feeling defeat himself. Fortune's turn. And Maggie Fang was only able to draw her game against Katerina Nemtsova. Seemed like she had such a dominant position. So beating one of your main rivals, what does that mean for the tournament itself? Do you think of it as something that's significant? It's not just a win, but a win against a key rival? Or is it just another win and you've got a lot of games to play?
Well, I think this game actually is important because it's the first game that I played pretty well in. And it's not even so much about who you're winning against. Of course, I recognize that Tatev is, one of the more dangerous players here. So that's nice as well. But it's mainly the way in which you win. Because I definitely wasn't feeling good about my win yesterday. And I knew that it could not continue like that forever. If you play badly at some point, your luck runs out. So I did really focus on trying to learn from my first two games, the kinds of mistakes I made. And those guidelines were like uppermost in my mind to just what to do better, what kind of strategy I was going to take today against my opponent. And so I managed to create a better game following that.
Indeed. Definitely a fine game on your part, very instructive game.
I'm sure Yasser enjoyed that game.
Yes, I did. He did.
I would get his seal of approval.
Right in his wheelhouse in the Caro-Kann as well. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the games continue in this fine form.
Thank you, Maurice.
Irina, congratulations. A really beautiful game, in fact. Just take us through your thought process as you uncorked the move h7, h5. Had you prepared that move in advance, and why was it so attractive?
It's a bit of an unusual move, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, the more standard move here, let's say g6, right, is actually quite dangerous because when Tatev plays the same way with bishop e3, and yeah, they're going to be playing h4. That's it. h4, h5, it's quite dangerous. So this is a dangerous line for Black. And h5, I think, is a new idea. Maybe it'll get some followers.
I thought it was very impressive. And once again, congratulations. A quality victory.
Yes, lovely. And so the game of the Women's Championship so far, indeed.
Yes.
And now let's take a look at Anna Zetansky's game.
Absolutely critical.
It's all looking pretty sweet for her, except her time. Now she's got down to a minute again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And Nazi also on the ropes time-wise. So we're going to see a blitz scramble determine this end game. And I got to give credit to Nazi, even though she missed some of those, like a lovely rook endgame fortress ideas.
Right.
She's still fighting really hard in a game that a lot of players in this champion I think would have capitulated a long time ago.
Agreed.
After the blunder.
Yeah. Well, you don't become U.S. champion by just giving up on your bad positions or even lost positions. You just try your very best to make it as difficult
for your opponent as possible.
Case in point, Rookie 6
Case
trying
in-
to preventing F5 check. And
Exactly.
again, Anna with just 47 seconds left on the clock.
Wow.
She's still got that extra 2 pawns in the bag, but it's not easy to play the right technical moves under such pressure.
Right. But I'm thinking that just King G7 or King G6, either one, and she chose King G6. Okay. Puts the onus right back on Naji because
you can't play 97 check, right?
Right.
That
97 check walks right into King F7, and that's all she wrote. And the other point is that White will not be able to keep the blockading king on G4 as Rook G1 check is about to appear for Anna, pushing White's king away from this wonderful blockading square.
And Nazi played Rook A6, perhaps thinking the only chance is to keep that clock ticking on Anna, because Anna's just going to, stay under a minute for most of the game. But she did play your move, Rook G1 check.
Absolutely.
And now we have Katerina Nemtsova with us. She escaped.
Oh, did she ever?
Very ugly strategical position.
Ooh.
You would say a lost strategic position against Maggie Fang.
Yes. Maurice.
Well, apparently there's an escape room here in St. Louis. The crew went yesterday for Jennifer's birthday, and they went to some escape room and they got out. Well, Katerina must have showed up at that party as well, because today you look dead in the water. She was outplaying you on the left side of the board, on the right side of the board. Her king was marching up. The light squares were squeezed. How did you get out of this one?
Oh, well, it was tough, but I think she needed to play some accurate moves. I don't think it was too easy for her to win. But that's how you have to play at this championship. You have to just try everything you can. You cannot just resign. You have to suffer and try to escape.
Were you enjoying the suffering? I mean, you knew you were suffering.
It wasn't very enjoyable. I think I need to play a little better, not to suffer.
I mean, what happened in this opening? She just played a normal English opening. You went for G5, F5, and then suddenly F4, and then your position's lost.
Yes, I don't think F4 is a good move, although I don't know what to play there. Maybe G4. Maybe it was too ambitious, this plan.
Do you think maybe because she's a young player, first time in the championship, you felt the desire to be very aggressive and win this game in particular, even though you had the black pieces?
No, honestly, I just wanted to have a good game. I think she's a strategical player, so I wanted to have something a little bit more tactical, some attack there, so she has to play accurately. But I didn't really get what I wanted.
No, I would say you didn't. So what do you do going into the next game tomorrow?
Just play my best, and that has to be enough.
Did you go to the escape room with the other people?
No.
No, you didn't. Well, you got some escape principles today for sure. Definite save, and we wish you the best in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Okay, and the crucial remaining game
Only one game
is with our defending national champion, Naji, down 2 pawns against Anna, and it looks like the pawns are rolling through.
That's right, and her best chances of escape are clock related. She's played King E4, still like stubbornly trying to stop the other pawn from joining its fellow on D4.
Right.
Stopping that F5. Anna's played Rook to E1 check. She's got a minute and a half on the clock
Rook
now.
E1 check.
And then 93 has been played.
And now it's time to bring up the reserves, I guess. The black king is going to go to G5.
And then you'll be threatening. And
I want to play F5 check is my idea here, Jen. I'm thinking that as soon as I can get F5 check up the board, then the blockade has been lifted.
Right,
and
King E5, Rook E3. That's a very two different pawns than the ones we were looking at before
yes.
on G7 and F7.
Exactly. I think
Those pawns have come so far.
The game is about to be decided right here. I know we have a guest in our studio joining Maurice, but this is tough. We can see Anna, if she comes up with this move, King G5, with the threat of F5 check, I think Naji will be lost.
That's right, and but the time is an issue, so we will keep an eye on this game as we move to Varuzha Nakobian, who talks to Maurice about a disappointing day.
And we see that position, and she has played king to g5. Definitely a winning type move there. With Varuzhina Kobianvar, every game is different in this tournament, right? I mean, a tough fight in the beginning to get a draw, then a win with beautiful play, and now this one being ground down. Tell us the experience. You're a veteran of these championships, being able to fight every single game and not knowing, because everybody's so strong, what the result might be.
Yeah, absolutely. The field is very strong, but I played really bad today. I mean, I should just castle instead of this queen b4. I was just trying to play for advantage. After I castled queen e7, he actually played really well in the opening. I had some preparation, but he found all the best moves, and it was just equal, and I just wanted to be still ambitious. You know, that's why I didn't just castle. I played queen b4 because if I can castle next, I go rook ft1, rook a7, I'm just better. So, but he played really well, and yeah, I mean, bishop b5 was just horrible, you know, just to exchange. I can just play almost any move there and just, you know, be fine still, you know. But after bishop b5, I was already worse in that endgame, I thought. And but I thought I defended well, and when he played knight c8 in time pressure, maybe rook d7. It's a rook endgame with good drawing chances, or perhaps knight f5. I feel like I should be able to hold that position, but once I allow him b4, it was just very difficult, you know. At 10 I tried, but I think he played really precisely.
You said you were very ambitious. It sounded like you came in like with all guns blazing trying to win today. Why did you have that attitude?
Yeah, not very ambitious, but, you know, I had some preparation. I was hoping that maybe he would, you know, not know this, and, you know, maybe I can get a comfortable position, but he played really well, and I mean, I could have just, you know, just castle, I guess, and just queen e7, just play equal, but I was white, so, you know, I felt like, you know, I had a little momentum going, so I had to play for a win, and, you know, if I just make draws and finish +1, nothing really special, you know, so to try to play for a win with white. I tried, and I think I just, you know, overplayed my hand today.
What do you do to shake this off so you can play tomorrow?
Yeah, it's, you know, disappointing to lose with white, definitely, but I think there's many rounds to go, so, you know, I hope to play better next couple of rounds and hopefully get a couple of wins and get back into, you know, the race.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing that. We know you're a fine player. Get your rest, shake it off, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maurice.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Are you ready to sing that one?
Yeah, no.
I'll keep trying.
But
let's that one I like. Gotta like that song. But here we go. Is Anna in any trouble here with the clock, or you think she's going to comfortably convert this?
The 2 extra pawns, I think it's a comfortable conversion, of course. Now that she's got an active king, a king on g5, it's even more trouble in store for Naji. King f4, king f3 is on Anna's mind, and that would be a very simple winning rook ending if she can go king f4, knight d5 check, king f3, knight takes f6. Black's pawn is just too far up the board, and you win.
And she's played rook a3 check, trying to gain a little bit of time on the clock. She is well under a minute, but we have Daniel Naroditsky, who
with a fine win today.
With a very big win.
Yeah, with Maurice.
Well, he took a year off to play, year off of play to be at Stanford University, and we definitely missed him, and now he's showing why it is that he belongs in the U.S. Championships. Daniel Naroditsky winning today. Were you surprised by his play in the opening, or you seemed like you were very prepared? He played some moves that really gave Black a good game pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was surprised at knight bd2 after I played bishop b4 check. It was my impression that white should play knight c3 there, transposing to the Rogozin. And generally, I was under the impression that the idea of bishop g5 is to lure, you know, Queen's Gambit decline players into playing the Rogozin. But after he played knight bd2, I didn't analyze it for a while, but after d takes c4, and especially after he allowed c5, I thought I equalized quite comfortably. And of course, it was very complex after that, but I definitely don't think I had any trouble in the opening.
Now that you said that, you reminded me of yesterday. We didn't get a chance to talk to you, but what the heck was up with h4? That was an interesting h4, f4, enterprising play in the night order.
I mean, generally this tournament, I'm, you know, kind of want to play a little bit more freely than I did. And h4 is, it's been in store for a while. It's actually to give credit where credit is due. It's an idea of my friend Grandmaster Tal Baron from Israel, who analyzed it with his friends and was kind enough to share it with me. So
you didn't do him any justice, though.
Yeah,
in the
unfortunately,
game.
I mean, I had a great position.
You did.
And I at one point I confused some of the lines because Bishop B5 check that I played was a line in a different variation, and so I just had a good position if I would have taken on D5 with the knight.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I completely lost my mind at one point, and it was just total zoo after that. But somehow I came away, a half point in the end. So I guess.
Yeah, you get that tenacious defense, and that propels you today. It's a much better mood to have drawn the game than to have lost the game to be playing today, for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And usually when I've had two very dubious positions in the first 2 rounds, I was determined to actually not be lost at one point in this game today. And so I think luck was definitely on my side in that end game because it was very, very close to a draw, but I'll take it.
Absolutely. Now you play a fellow 20-something, young 20-something in Ray Robson. You guys have played a few times before. What are your thoughts going into that game?
Well, we've only played like 7 times before, so there's no rivalry to speak of. I mean, I just want to play the same way I've played. I don't have any particular expectations or goals. As long as I can prepare well and make good moves during the game, I'll be happy regardless of the result. So I'm just going to give it my best shot.
Regardless of the result, you don't want to lose. Come on.
Definitely. I never want to lose, but if whatever Kaisa has in store for me, I'll take it.
Well, the chess goddess Kaisa touched you today with a win, and we hope more blessings come your way. Good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys?
Thank you, Danya. How is Anna doing?
Well, it looks like
Jennifer.
she's still winning. I think, though, it's not as easy as it might seem to those who might be following an engine. It looks like Black's totally winning.
Yes.
With the time ticking down, 30 seconds. Luckily for Anna, it seems like she has multiple ways to win this. The negative thing now is that when there is liquidation, because of her superior king position in front of the G-pawn, she's still going to be winning those endgames.
Exactly.
So that's important. She doesn't have to calculate all the ramifications of like a knight takes E5, because it's just like, okay, G is enough.
Yes, exactly. This G4 pawn is the hero. Knight D2 check has been played. I see that is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be losing, it's practically more intelligent to keep the knights on the board. Knights are tricky pieces, so if Anna's going to blunder, you don't want to trade off all the pieces.
Exactly. What in this moment, Rook F4 check will force the king away from the pawns, and then the G pawn really will run very quickly for a touchdown. Knight C4 check doesn't really help for all the reasons you mentioned, including, funnily enough, King E2. If King takes now, thanks to the fact that you're in, oops, I did something wrong.
Pin and win.
I just blew it. Maurice,
Pin and win.
pick up for me. I just did something very bad.
Well, you know what? The position's so busted that everything is just falling apart. So this one is just terrible for White. It's such a shame because she had a drawing opportunity, and the way she lost a piece, I mean, she didn't lose a piece, but the way she got into this terrible position, she should have been dead a long time ago, and then somehow she got a chance. But now it looks like there is no chance. It just seems too easy now. Like you said, the king is the thing, and it's ahead of the pack. And that's the last thing you want if you are White, for that black king to be towering inside your position and helping to support those pawns. Forget about the F pawn. That's just securing the bishop. But that G pawn down the board. This one's busted, and look at the time situation, 1 minute. Each of them in that 1 minute range, but it's not going to matter because you keep getting 30 seconds.
Exactly, that 30-second bonus, so key. Knight C4 check, only move, and I think King E2 is, amongst other moves, going to be easily winning. King F3.
Well, she's moved back to King F3, just hoping to gain some time on the clock, but...
Not a bad idea at all, by the way.
It's not a bad idea, though. You do have to be a bit careful, because sometimes you get confused, and when you meant to do it twice, you actually do it thrice.
Yes.
So.
That's terrible when you allow a repetition.
Yeah, and that confusion can sometimes arise because one of the positions happened twice, but then another one happened 3 times, and it's tough. Knight D2 check, of course. Nazi would be thrilled to welcome that confusion in Anna.
Yeah.
Repeating moves, gaining time on the clock. You know, it's one of those positions, it's impossible to blunder right now. But on every move, you always have to pay attention because you know you're winning. But there are no real bad moves for Black here. What's interesting about her repeating moves is she did it to gain time on the clock, but now she has less time than when she did it to gain time on the clock, which is ridiculous. If you're going to repeat moves, then play fast. Why are you not gaining time?
Right.
Make the move already. Make the move you were planning to play. So that's weird. She had 1 minute and 2 seconds. She repeated the position at 1 minute 32, and now she's under 32. That just didn't make any sense the way she handled that. And now she's played king to G2. I guess she needed some time to decide to do that now with 58 seconds left, but that seemed a little bit dubious. But she is threatening things like rook f4 and g3, and it just looks...
But it's in the way of the pawn queening, so I preferred Yaz's idea of e2.
Of course,
because
that was more correct.
G3, we're threatening to play g2. Now our king's in the way of our pawn, so it makes a lot less sense, Yasser.
A lot less sense.
By the way, I'm forcibly reminded of a game of Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura, the same ending where after a move like knight c4, you could play like Hikaru, give back the exchange and just push the pawn home. Hikaru actually had 3 pawns when he gave up, and this would have been the simplest. What was played instead
was
the
G3.
king on g2.
Now knight e4, g3 on the board, still trying
knight e4, g3.
Still trying to just like hope that that Nazi transposes into a winning pawn endgame with her, where we would just have a simple Lucina type situation.
Exactly.
Knight takes a6 is no good, but Nazi knows better. She knows her only shot here is to keep that knight on the board.
Exactly, and she tried rook c2 check.
That's right. So she played rook c2 check, and now it's Anna on move with still less than a minute, still struggling to get that comfortable time situation where she can figure out what the best path is.
Well, there's this one trick in the position. You don't want to play king f1 because that gives white the opportunity of sacrificing the knight for both pawns, and that's a drawn rook and bishop versus rook
but
position.
the play will continue.
Yeah. Well, king f3, obviously the winning move has been played by Anna, and okay, it's still about the clock, but
yeah, she doesn't want to allow that knight g3.
Exactly.
No way.
No way. Knight d2 check, the only way of posing any problems. I'm assuming Anna's about to play king to e2, challenging the knight to find a discovered check. In case of knight e4 check, now she's got the move king d3 with the double attack against both the rook as well as the knight.
And if rook d2 check, you can continue the pressure with king e3. That's
Precisely.
the problem. Because, of course, we'd love to play knight takes g3 if only our rook was on c2 or a square that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
What is it, like minus a?
Yeah.
Z?
Exactly.
Z2?
No. So after king, so knight, this is our current position, and we're expecting Anna to play the move king e2.
Ooh, 9 seconds on the clock when she plays it, or 8 seconds, indeed.
Whoa.
So she did play it though, king e2.
She's just an addict. It's unreal.
It is terrible.
Really? So unnecessary.
But there she is. She's got the idea. Knight e4 check quickly. Nazi much more practical, knowing her only chance is to keep Anna's clock ticking, and she's doing her best. She hasn't
Look at
got
that posture. Look at Anna. It's so interesting the way she's still in thought mode.
Right.
Like, time's ticking down, and she's somehow maintaining her equanimity despite all that.
21 seconds. What?
Not e. Well, but she's allowing knight g3 with this line.
What?
She's allowing knight g3.
No.
I don't think so.
Knight takes g3. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Why did she allow King D3? Didn't allow this one, and
That-
now she's going to keep playing. But
Oh
yeah.
my goodness. You got to be kidding.
This is terrible.
Don't worry.
Time trouble.
You've
Time
got
trouble.
to be
130
kidding.
moves are called.
You've got to be kidding. She's in shock.
What was she thinking?
Well, don't be shocked for 15 seconds, Anna,
Oh,
because
this is unbelievable. This is just
11 seconds.
This is why you have a night. This is why you keep playing. This is why you don't get in this kind of time structure.
5
And she
seconds,
is
4,
more
3
she's
seconds,
losing.
quick.
No.
She
She
finally
did it.
took
2
the thing.
seconds. Oh
left.
my goodness.
I mean,
is
unreal.
terrible.
And now a new game, and we may be here for 50 moves.
Oh my goodness.
well, about 45. If you're not close to mate on the 45th move, they might agree to it.
Whoa, wait, what move number? That was move number 80. So we're going to cross 100 moves for sure.
For sure.
Okay, what is White thinking about right now? You better take that pawn right now. What is going on? Whoa. Okay. Okay. She's like hyper precise. She wants to bring the king down to F2 before she takes the pawn.
Gotta love it.
Now she took it. Oh man. That didn't change too much, but it
I
might
would have never
cost her a move.
Well, I would never put my rook on the dark squares just because there's a
Yeah,
dark
you
square
never know
bishop. I
how
can
your
leave my
tactic-
rook on the light square bishop. Oh my goodness.
This is unreal. This is unreal. This is surreal. This is impossible. I cannot believe this is on the board.
Wow.
Well, that pressure Anna's been feeling all game, all game, so much pressure, and just she just forgot about this knight takes G3 save.
Well, indeed, and King D3 was simply begging to be played. I mean, it's just remarkable. When you're under the pressure, what you mentioned, Jen, and your clock is ticking, it's so easy to hallucinate, see a ghost, and she's kicking herself, but nonetheless, she's still in there with a shout. A lot of very strong players have lost this very ending.
And it's a well-known drawing technique. Actually, there are a couple of them. But if you don't know it, and even if you do know what to do, sometimes in the confusion and under the pressure, your pieces don't get to the right squares, and suddenly you find your king caught in a noose.
Yes.
So we'll see whether or not Nazi knows this one cold. As a professional player, she should have seen this many times. And now a little bit of hesitation there before playing rook to d5. Just incredible. I just, you can't believe it. You just cannot believe that this is actually on the board after all that.
Well, it started on move 81, so Nazi only has to make it to 131.
So explain the 50-move rule for those in our audience who may not be familiar with what we're discussing. 50
Well,
moves.
50 moves after the last capture or pawn move. If there is no checkmate or further captures, the game is declared draw.
Right.
And this is
so
actually
any pawn move, any captures, and then the
clock
50,
resets.
Yeah, the 50 move rule goes into effect. So essentially, from this position, she's got about 45 more moves to try to checkmate White, and if she is incapable of doing that, the game is drawn.
Yes, and many strong players have lost this endgame.
Oh, definitely.
The rook versus the bishop can be quite dangerous, especially in situations with low time. But what do you think? How would you assess the chances in this position of Anna winning the game?
Well, it's all about whether you know the correct defensive setups or not. I've actually played this very ending about 6 times in my career, which is quite a number of times. Some players never get this ending in their entire careers.
Were you on the higher side or?
Whatever side I was on, I always achieved the maximum result.
Really?
Always. I always won it. I always won
So
it when I had
draws
the bishop,
and wins.
and I always drew it when I had the defending side, if you will.
So if you had to bet on this, based on what you've seen so far in the game, what would you give the odds?
Based on what I've seen so far,
I would think Black might blunder a rook. Black might hang mate
there
somehow.
might be 3 results. No, not based on what I've seen so far.
No.
I would say it's very, very small chances of a win. Very small.
So you
I
think
think
10%?
Naji. Yeah, I think Naji really knows. They both know the ending. They're both experienced players, and I think Naji will draw. It's not going to be an easy one, And,
Never is.
and with this 30-second bonus increments, very easy to slip up. You know, I was used to the, time controls of 20 moves in 1 hour, which really gave you a lot of time to think. Here the players are going to be under pressure to keep moving. Maurice, what's your take? What winning percentage would you give Anna at this moment?
Well, she has no chance of winning, technically.
Of course.
But the issue I'm trying to figure out is how comfortable is Nazi in setting up the key defensive setups.
Right.
And we know the second-ranked defense is probably the easiest one. But, there could be the fact that she doesn't know it precisely. We've seen players, for example, the bishop and knight checkmate, not know that one precisely and have to work it out at the board. And you're like, what do you mean you never looked at that? You must have looked at that at some point.
Exactly.
Nazi, no question, has seen this before, but has she practiced it with an engine, practiced it with a person, to see just how you defend no matter what comes at you? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure, and I'm trying to estimate that. That's what I'm waiting for, to see her confidence in playing the next few moves. If she starts to display a real confidence in playing moves, then I'll say odds are there's no chance she's losing. And that's up to her. And I'm looking for hesitation, I will tell you. That's all I'm looking for right now, any hesitation on her part as she thinks about what to do next. But it looks like she's just being methodical right now. And Anna knows she has winning chances, but her heart, she didn't even have time to kick herself.
Yeah.
She just had to make the next move. And here we see.
By the way, she almost lost on time. I mean, she went down to 2 seconds before capturing that knight on g3 and establishing this. And
well, Irina got down to 1 second last year. Remember that? But this
heart
one,
attack
yeah.
city. By the way, shout out to our audience and help us out. Have either of these players ever had this ending in their careers? We can ask our audience watching to Twitter us and let us know. Yes.
I'm sure Anna has.
Yeah, the way Anna plays was such long games. Anna's always in a 100-move game, so she must have gotten them as one of these days.
Okay.
And we are getting some comments. Joey Tamala says that superb endgame play by Wesley to save the draw against Fabiano. All right.
That.
And it looks like we might be having another save by our defending, no, the other way around. A save by our defending champion as opposed getting saved against in Fabiano's case. We've also got somebody describing the result of the day in emojis. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
You're really learning, guys. I can't even trip you up.
I mean, it was like the smiley face, and that was the only thing I knew.
Yes, and this one's getting the wow symbol.
Wow. So rook f5, very good move, by the way. It's always nice to pin that bishop to the king. Sorry, Maurice. Yes.
I'm just thinking if Nazi saves this game, she's sitting there after queen a4 earlier, making such a horrible mess of her position. She should be getting mated, not get to some end game, then get to the end game, and she has a draw in her pocket if she goes into this knight ending, which she doesn't see. I mean, she goes to the rook ending, which she doesn't see.
Right.
Then she's looking at a position where a G pawn is now sitting on G3 with the king in the position. I mean, she's just dead in the water, and like a miracle against this quality player, she gets this position. She can't lose. As far as she's concerned, she cannot lose this position.
Right.
She knows it. The stress of this one, look at her face. She feels it. She's got to defend, because if she loses this, she's going to want to slap herself. Like, are you serious? I got so many chances after that bad situation, and to lose? Anna, on the other hand, I mean, what did she do this game going into time pressure the way she did both times? Cost her, we were saying, she knows something we didn't know. Clearly she did not. She went into time pressure, and that has cost her every which way.
Yes.
And she cannot afford to keep that up. And now she's got this position. Even if she wins, it's just not acceptable to handle herself like that. And here it doesn't look like she's going to win because her opponent knows a thing or two. It's starting to look that way.
Well, also, I mean, every time she gets into these time trouble situations, she seems so very uncertain of herself. This isn't the play. You see how she moves the pieces, the hesitancy. It's like a lack of confidence that Anna is displaying basically throughout this game. I don't know if it's because she isn't practiced enough, she doesn't play enough events, but here she's just not giving me that signal like, you know, sometimes you just snap out like 4 or 5 moves in a row, like you just know what you're doing. And it's like she's thinking on every single turn. It's terrible. It's bad technique.
And Nazi just shot her a look like, I got this draw.
Yeah.
Just,
how do you not win this game, though? How do you not win this game? I talked about Nazi coming back. Nazi created the situation in the opening where she should have had a bigger advantage, and she didn't. And then she got outplayed. I mean, just simply outplayed until she had a dead loss position. She's been hoping against hope for hours. For hours. That's one of the things about playing classical chess people don't understand. It's hours of suffering. You know you have a bad position, you're going to be here for 3-4 hours later still trying to draw and maybe might still lose. The kind of toughness you have to have, the fortitude of these players, the tenacity to continue and be determined. And then you might lose anyway. I mean, it's that rough. And for her, she comes out of this one able to walk even after this. This could be the win that Nazi needs. I mean, the win to her sales is what I meant.
Right, the fact that she saves the half point.
Saves this half point?
And again, this is a very strange move. King F3 to G4. If it was black to move here, I would play King F3 in an instant. You know, like, right? I mean, you know, you want to cozy up to white's king. So King F3 G4, just a step in the wrong direction. And I just think that whatever winning chances that this ending holds, she's throwing away 10, 15 moves and making it much easier for Naji.
That's right. What do we say? It's 1:30, about 1:30. That'll be the moment when Nazi will capture the draw.
130. Oh, yeah.
Well, she's only, 36 moves away.
Yeah, but these last 14 moves have not been progress.
And none at all, just making it more and more difficult. And Nazi knows, stay in the middle for as long as possible.
Absolutely.
She hasn't even figured out how to drive you to the side yet.
Right.
To force you to know how to defend.
Exactly.
You don't have to do anything special as long as you stay in the middle of the board. And
exactly.
It looks like Anna doesn't even know how to press for the win.
Wow.
Now the times that you won this end game, do you wanna show us what you did? Approximately. Approximately.
Well, first of all, the only chance, of course, is you have to drive your opponent to the edge of the board. It doesn't matter which edge, the sides, H file, A file, eighth rank,
it's
first
all the
rank.
same.
Yes,
at this point,
exactly.
Right?
So you have to drive your opponent's king. As long as the king remains in the center, there's no winning. You can't win. So step number one is to drive your opponent's king to the edge, and Anna has not even come close to doing that. So I could only show some of the winning positions once she's established the king on the side.
I'm wondering what Irina is thinking right now. Irina Krush, probably she's going to say, I was ignoring the game. I don't really care. I'm just going to care about my play. But it would have been nice to push one of her rivals backwards, right? Because Nazi at +1.
Yes.
And Anna was at 50%.
Yeah.
But somebody's going to end at +1, though.
Either way, so one of them.
No, but Nazi could have gone to +2.
Oh, sorry.
That's true.
Nazi could have gone to +2. So if somebody's going to win, she'd rather Anna just do the win because somebody would have guaranteed to go to +1. So for Anna to win is like, okay, good. Keep Irina. I keep Nazi a little bit further away.
True.
I'll deal with Anna later, but I need people to start feeling the pain. Tatev has already lost. Anna has already lost. It would have been nice for Nazi to lose too, for her to say, okay, now the main ones are feeling like they're not so confident, so that I can keep going. Okay, maybe she'd still argue, no, I'm not thinking about them yet.
No, I think she's having dinner. She's having steak.
But I mean, but the result, but the point is the result. The point is it's still nice to know that, and that stays in you, and you feel like, okay, now my tournament is starting to really look up. But now that Nazi was able to save this position,
wow,
that's a little bit like, I really didn't need her to be bothering me, to be hanging around. But still, the champion, the 7-time champion, is surging at the moment with one very good game.
And that's an important point, too. I mean, while Irina Krush is snacking on shrimp cocktail, these girls are, these women are just suffering.
Exactly.
I mean, it's kind of suffering for both players.
Heavy
Obviously,
stress.
Nazi is happy.
Right.
But it's still exhausting.
Energy zapping, you bet. And you'll feel that fatigue in the later rounds as well.
And even in somebody like the shape of Nazi Paikidze, where she's constantly emphasizing the importance of physical fitness and good eating, even for somebody like that, this has got to be very tiring.
Right, it definitely drains you. Anybody who's ever sat down and played a 100-move game, I can tell you, you don't get up from that board feeling refreshed. You have really put a lot of energy in the game.
I remember one New York Open I played against Dmitry Gurovich. Is one of the most difficult losses I ever had in terms of long game. We were there when everybody else had left, just like this, lonely in the hall, only my friend Willie Johnson there giving me moral support.
Right.
And I lost a queen and pawn ending to him after hours and hours and hours of trying to get that for pet and chasing his queen. Played a bad technique of bringing my king closer to the pawn instead of moving my king away from the pawn as far as possible. And the only bragging rights I had after that, the only solace was the fact that I wore him out. And he played horribly for the rest of the tournament. He even won the game, and it was too much energy burnt, beating on some young man at 2 o'clock in the morning, having to wake up and play another game. So, yeah, this is energy sapping for both players, no matter what the result. You don't want to lose, because it's even worse. You lose in it, and it hurts even more, and you're still tired. But for Anna, this is going to be a very tiring draw for something she should have won easily.
Yeah, I remember in 1988 I was playing in the Olympiad team in Thessaloniki, Greece, and in those days they had it at Germans, and I had a German against the Chinese player that we played like 5 Germans each and every morning in a row. And it was well over 200 moves. I think it was closer to 250 moves. I'll have to just double check that. But I can tell you that one single game nearly ruined my whole tournament. It just went forever and ever. I was a queen. I had queen and 5 pawns against queen and 4 pawns. The next German, I had queen and 4 against queen and 3. I had to keep playing. I had queen and 3 against queen and 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you got the idea. It was terrible.
Those days are done, boy. Germans.
Boy.
Some people want to bring back the Germans, the good old days.
They weren't good old days.
No, they were not.
They were hard work days is what they were.
Well, the players have to work so hard now anyway, just preparing for their next opponent.
That's
the thing,
the difference.
Right?
Instead of having the Germans, it's like the players have been using their energy to prepare. And sometimes they overdo it. They really do. They put so much training into their preparation at the tournament, and that's really wrong. They should come to the tournament well prepared, not expecting to be to do their preparations for the game on the morning of the game. You constantly hear that the players are just refreshing, looking at their files and refreshing.
Hesitation.
A little there.
Yeah,
that was the first time.
That was the first time. I know.
We're seeing it a lot more by Anna.
But by the way, getting closer to that edge.
Well,
when you start having the hesitation over there, I'm not too happy.
Well,
Let me just say that.
C3 isn't the edge. No.
Yeah, I know.
On the edge,
but she's only one step away from the second rank, which is where the true defense begins. And I'm not really sure why she chose C3 and not C4.
Yeah, in principle, you would think you want to just stay as often as possible on the light squares. Bishop, more hesitation there again by Anna. And
I don't understand that move, at all.
Me either. You're protecting the F8 square, but
why didn't she play Bishop D4 check and King E4? Is that what was?
Yes.
Well, why didn't she do that?
Not sure.
I don't understand.
And now we are officially at move 100.
And Rook E8 would have been fine there in that position, keeping the king out. Why not Rook E8 for white? But now some slight issues.
celebrating the centennial of this game.
Are we? Bishop d6. Bishop d6. And rook came very quickly back to a2.
Yeah, showing her that her king is not totally secure and you can't cross the line. I mean, she's not making progress. So far, Nazi doing well.
Is that true, Maurice? King e3, at least?
But you're not threatening anything, right? So
rook d4 check, trying to push the king backwards a little bit somehow.
That is probably going to happen. Yeah, that makes sense. King to e3.
King e4 just walks into rook e2, which is exactly what Naji wants.
Yes, of course. So she did find king
so
e4.
Anna trying to
she doesn't have rook a3 check here.
Because of the bishop, that's right.
What do you do after rook c2 runs into rook? I can't even call it runs into. I mean, rook c2, rook d4 check, king b3. And she's still, there it is. And
Rook
she's
c2.
still a ways away from getting to that great position for black.
Right. Okay, but it's time to play rook d4 check anyway to try to limit the options there for black, for white, pardon me.
And we should have been here 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
Like this position.
Yes.
It really should not have been this long for black to orchestrate this one.
Right.
Yeah, she's already taken away 20 of her moves.
Wow.
Yeah,
and
so
that's
just
not a lot of
29
progress.
to go.
Yes.
No, she, even if Nazi blunders, she might not be able to win the game because of the 50 move rule.
Right. And we have another strange move there. Bishop coming back to f4 after rook c2. Again, spoiling some moves here is Anna Zatansky.
And there's not that many moves to waste now, right?
Right.
And let me take a couple of comments that we've gotten through U.S. Chess Champs. Well, Ed
Yeah.
Keimer, he mentions that Grandmaster Ashley is bringing back a stellar dress code to chess, rocking the bow tie.
Yeah.
He says,
Sharp.
sharp.
Looking good.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Got to represent.
That's right, chess players are fashionable. Remember, St. Louis Fashion Fund is one of the
Exactly.
partners of this chess club.
Oh, yeah, we're going to win. We're going to win. My team's going to win, by the way.
My team? What?
No.
My
no,
team's
no,
gonna
no,
win.
No, sorry.
No, I got a good team, man.
Wow, we got 6 of us. They've paired 6 designers, professional designers, with 6 chess players.
Okay.
And my designer, Audra, she's like awesome. She's just awesome. And we got a good chemistry. We're meeting again on Monday, and we're going to come up with that sweet design that everybody's going to want to wear.
I love my designer. She's got her own line, and I would wear. She's got her own line, Wei Ming, and I would wear everything that I see. Like,
Really?
wow, just lovely.
It sounds like the Voice show where, you know.
Yeah, it is, like Project Runway.
That's right. That's
where
a lot
they're
like
featuring fashion instead of music.
Yeah, well, it all started with Project Runway. This is kind of like a Project Runway, and the theme is chess. But and I know Nazi is part of the project as well. She's very fashionable, lives in Vegas, loves fashion, loves fitness. So, really interesting person outside chess.
I got to say, they picked some good competition. I mean, you and Nazi, definitely some fashionable ladies that we have to compete against. But you know, the competitive side is out. We got to bring it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I was like, this.
A4 has just been played. I think that was a very good move by Naji. So far, I'm very impressed with her play. Less so with Anna. Anna wasting a number of moves.
With her fighting spirit, indeed. Although I'm not surprised that she didn't see the whole line with the clock ticking down earlier, with the fortress that would have drawn her the game much earlier.
Yes.
But that was really cool.
Yeah.
That was very instructive. But it's not like horrible that she didn't see it. It was actually kind of difficult because she might have stopped the line after your king h6.
Right.
And then like, okay, next try.
Exactly.
Especially with the time ticking down.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
kind of unfortunate because that's luck in chess. If she wasn't good enough to see king h6, she might have stumbled into the line and drawn by force. Instead, she was good, but not good enough to see the next one.
Oh.
So bad luck.
Bad luck.
Bad luck she has to suffer through 50 moves of this, right?
Bishop d6, and Naji reaching for king. I think she was about to play king c3. Just hesitated for a moment here.
Anna's not going to do this, though. No way. 25 moves now. It's not
king
happening.
c3. And the first time that actually I see Anna playing almost instantly king d5 is like almost every move she stopped and think 10 seconds, 15, 20 seconds of her bonus time.
Every move still draws pretty much.
Absolutely.
Anything that doesn't give away a rook in one move.
Well, in fact, king c2, gaining a tempo so that you can go back to either d3 or c3 is automatic here for white.
Absolutely. Still good. Remaining focused is the reigning U.S. Women's Champion. She is not about to give away this half point. Way too critical to keep. The stress is high for these ladies, and the two of them, the only ones in the playing hall, playing now for a good, has it been almost 6 hours? Going on 6 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we've been talking for almost 6 hours.
Yeah. We need a rest day.
Well, some people say, we do love to talk. That's why we're here, right?
Right.
And some other comments. We got Undra, who brings up an interesting point. Watching the U.S. chess champs, she was referring to Tatev versus Irina, and she's thinking about how these close-up cameras might affect the actual chess players, and that you can really zone in the nails and the makeup for the women's side, and just the expressions and the clothes for the open side. And does that affect the players at all? And I would say, yeah, it probably does. They're thinking more about what they wear because and what they say. It's just this championship is a lot more closely watched than what many of the players are used to.
Well, without question, I think that you may go into the game thinking, okay, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. But then you see somebody like Danya, who just like, the agony, you're feeling it, and you forget about the cameras as soon as the clock starts.
Once you get into the game, you get into the zone.
Exactly. King c2, rook h1 has been played, and again, if I was in Nashi's shoes, I'd quickly play king d3 and say, okay.
20 moves to go,
yes,
basically.
And she has. That was the first time. You notice she didn't want to go. She knows the second rank is where it's at.
Right.
Is where the torture begins, and you have to play perfect defense.
Right.
Or accurate defense. And she hesitated playing king c2, even though it was a very natural move, almost auto move. But she's like, no, if I'm not on the second rank or the B file or the G file, then I don't even have to think about my defense.
Exactly.
Because everything is easy. But if I'm here, then I will have to. And it's now the moment when she will be going there. There's no way to stop it now because of the move rook to h3 check, and she will be forced backwards. And here we finally get to a position where she's going to have to be precise and start to play, and she's brought her king toward the rook, where the rook can go to g2 and establish that second rank defense. And but how much time does
Anna have? 20 moves to go.
20 moves to win this?
No.
That's not enough.
Yeah, there are a lot of winning positions that require like 12 moves to create a zugzwang, essentially. Yeah, and
this is not
even if at this point you fall into one of those losing positions, there might be not enough moves to be able to execute for the winning side.
Hard to imagine.
Yeah,
very hard to imagine from this position that happening, and looking more and more like a draw for the Paikidze fans. This was a true bullet dodged, and she is such a fighter. This lady, that's one of the things I'm most impressed by is her fighting spirit.
Both of them. I mean, Anna's fighting spirit is also really incredible. We see in so many championships. She does not give up easily.
Not at all.
But boy, did she make it hard for herself, taking an hour for the first 8 moves, like in a normal position.
And
no,
that perpetual,
that's terrible.
I mean, that perpetual stress that kept with her the entire game is also the reason why she does something like allowing knight g3. I think if she hadn't been under stress all game, she wouldn't make a mistake like that.
True.
It's the exhaustion which causes a collapse at some point.
Absolutely.
The exhaustion starting from move 9, because she could barely get up and relax at any moment.
Right.
As you said, they're at move 108. 10. Next move is to move 111. She has to get to 130. That feels like it's right around the corner.
By the way, I can now talk about one position. It's called the Zen position, not spelled Z-E-N, but S-Z-E-N. And the Zen position is, for example, after a rook check, rook here, rook check, bishop E5, you go king E1.
Let's see that position on the board.
Yeah, this is, oh, sorry. I'll just go back a few moves. So this reaches what is known as the Zen position. You go king E1, and after rook H2, you wait. So you wait. No matter which way the black king goes, you go the other way. So if king over here, king goes over here. The bishop comes down, then you've got your second rank defense.
And if
this
you don't do that, let's illustrate what happens if you go the wrong way.
So, for example, let's say I go here, you go here, I go here, you go the wrong way.
Yeah, just to show how we could lose.
Yeah, bad things happen.
What's wrong with king?
Just king F3 to start.
This is already bad news.
No, this feels awful.
Yeah. You're being faced with a threat of checkmate, and this is one of those losing positions that you have to avoid as white.
Yeah, because if rook G7, then you go...
Okay, sorry. Because if rook G7, this is where you're ready to put your rook back here. But I think...
Start with the check and then move your rook over.
Or do I just go here right away?
Yeah, and now I have to play rook. I have to play rook E7s.
Right.
And now you play.
Wait a minute. I know there's now I have to remember. But this is one of the positions that I believe is a losing one, where you may end up zugzwanging your opponent. You know, with a rook move, for example, a move like rook here might end up putting your rook on the wrong square, so you can't give me a check with your bishop.
Right, because if you go to like rook E6 and then I go rook H8, and you can't go to rook H6 anymore. You can still go rook G6 though.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not easy to win this.
No, but that is you don't want to give your opponent that opportunity when reaching the Zen position. And then did they reach the Zen position, by the way? Pretty darn close.
It sounds so cool, the Zen position.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to reach the Zen position.
Exactly.
They're not there. And the key in this ending is always that white rook getting caught. And everyone should learn these specifics, or look at them at least. The white rook getting caught on the wrong rank.
Right.
And the zugzwang, white wants to be on the second rank, and then is forced off of it to the third or the first, and then the bishop starts to play a role.
King C2.
But at the moment, it looks like that position, nothing like it is going to happen.
Right.
In this game.
King C2.
And now only 17 moves to go for Anna. She's got to be feeling her chances slip away.
No, I'm thinking that this was the wrong move, actually. Rook A4 check was wrong. But again, I think rook E8 was the right move. Here's what I'm thinking. Jana, I'm going to give you a check. If you go king here, I'm going to go king here.
And now you're throwing rook
B2
and
check.
rook A. Well, rook B2 I'd be forced to play king A3.
Right, and I'm getting you on the side that I need to pin you down to a side of the board.
And we do have king B3, so we'll see if that unfolds.
That's not, it's the same. It's not anything, right? What do you want to do, king?
Well, the dream is to have my bishop on D4, my king on D3, and then I'm going to give you a rook B2 check, force you to the A file.
Right, but you don't have to. I mean, just move the king. What is your move
here?
King
D3.
King B4?
King B4, and bishop D4, you're going to go king
B5.
Yeah.
Bye. See ya.
See you later.
And we're almost there. We're almost at the 130th move.
Good point.
There's no slowing this down.
Nope. You're right. That's still
sufficient?
Nope. This is draw city for sure.
And what move number are we on? And we need to get at
114. We need to get to like 130. But I think like once my over/under is that once they get to 125, Anna will call it a day because she'll know she can't mate in 5 moves. What do you think?
Nope.
You think she's going to go take it to 130?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
Out of anger, despair?
Well, I think technically it's 131.
Because I've just played 45 moves.
Yeah.
You might blunder. Why would I stop? Are you crazy? I'll make some fake move and hope you hang something. And there's no way.
I would take the over too, but I do think it might be like 1 or 2 moves earlier. Like I'd say like 129. That's what my guess is. 129. What do you think?
No, 131.
I'm with
right,
Maurice.
You better show me that you're even counting.
Yes.
I want every chance. You
chance
tell me that this
in
is
the
a
world.
draw. I'm not going to keep playing.
Right. And 2 more moves have been played. Rook check, rook check. And here I think I would just go back to b3.
Anything. B5 is also good, but B3 works.
B3 looks
A little
pretty
tempo
good to
on
me.
the rook.
Right. Again, Anna throwing away some moves.
Oh, this is just nothing. So many moves lost. So much waste.
Now, who do you think is going to be the player in the women's championship to give Irina the biggest run, based on what you've seen so far? Yes. Maurice.
Nazi.
Well, if Nazi
Nazi
saves this
easily.
position,
Easily.
it's going to be great wins in her sails, and poor Anna is having a kind of a roller coaster ride. It's just going to be so self-critical of how she didn't win this game. It's going to injure her chances.
The big thing for Nazi coming out of this game, there's such a thing as you fight. It's like in boxing.
Yeah.
There's only so many punches you can take, and if you take some punches, you lose some wind, no matter what.
Right.
You get knocked down, you just lose some energy. For her, it'll be extremely important, given that the rest day doesn't come until Monday.
Right.
Right? Monday we're talking about. So she still has games to go. This is the kind of game you finish, you just want to go to bed. And you would love it if the rest day were tomorrow.
Right.
She's feeling this right now. She's going to have to walk out of this game. She's going to feel rattled. She's going to feel like she handled herself badly. But she did draw, and she's going to walk out and slowly let the game go. And the right advice has to be given to her, her support system we were talking about, people like her husband, and have to talk to her about it and say, sometimes you got to get lucky to win a championship.
Right.
We know that this was that game.
Right.
Right? And I mean, really lucky this game, incredibly, the way Anna blundered. And if she can walk out and get the reserves back by realizing that this game was her gift game, then anything could be the case for her. The sky's the limit because she got rid of one of her main rivals. Still a long way to go, of course, but this is the kind of game, every time you win a tournament, there's got to be something that goes your way. And this definitely has gone her way.
Yeah, we talk oftentimes about make or break your tournament type of games. This has been one of them for sure. It's easily the type of game that it could break Anna. If she had won it, conversely, it could have broken Naji. So, wow, big result going on here, and I do believe it's going to be a draw. I mean, you're just running out of moves.
And how about your predictions in the championship based on what you've seen so far?
Well, based upon what I've seen so far, it's about the Trinity. I mean,
yeah,
they've
but
all,
pick between them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wesley kind of got a little bit fortunate today. I mean, Wesley's the hottest guy, you know. Wesley's amazing. The streak.
Houdini. We're going to change his name because this guy.
The streak.
How do you beat him?
Yeah.
You better. It doesn't matter. The guy is looking amazing. Nakamura, though, looks determined. That's what I like about him. He's like, I'm going to get points where I'm supposed to get points. But today, he didn't look impressive. No. Didn't look impressive. Wesley continues to show that he's just simply number 2 in the world right now. It's clear he's 2,800 level. You don't just take this guy down. Right. You gotta win 5 different times in a single game.
Let's see. We have now the position with the king on b5.
All right. Well, she's made progress she should have made probably 15 moves ago.
Yes.
She's finally close.
Well, rook b7 is the threat, so king b6 to stop the threat of rook b7 check, which would have forced her finally to the edge of the board. King b6, excellent.
You don't lose this in 11 moves unless you hang a rook.
I guess you could hang mate on the mate on the A file.
There's no way to hang mate. There's no way to hang mate. You know, she's going to have to hang
So
a rook.
let's see. If I go rook c2.
But rook c1?
Rook C1 has been on the board.
Fine. Rook c1 it is. And the idea is that in case you give me rook a5 check, I'll counter that with a bishop c5 check. In case you go to the c7 square, I'll switch over, and finally I'll be able to play rook to h7 check and force you to the edge of the board.
Well, this rook a5 check has appeared, so we'll see if Anna did reply with bishop c5, and now that's not something you see every day. New score sheets for move 120.
I tell you, a big blunder, and she's not going to make it, would be king a6. That, I think...
She's not playing king a6.
King a6 would allow king c6.
She's not playing king
But why
a6.
would you play king a6,
Exactly.
right?
I'm just saying, that's the big blunder that you don't want to make.
Why would you play king a6 when you could play king b7? But you could say the same thing about why would you play king e3 when you could play king d3?
Right.
Sometimes all the pressure and the anxiety, it's like
Nope.
just under a pressure cooker.
Nope.
What?
No way. King a6 is just not...
No,
I mean,
but that's one of the...
You couldn't make this mistake. Okay,
Right.
the other mistake she shouldn't have made.
Right.
King a3 overlooking a sacrifice.
Of course.
But king a6 in this position, that's
No.
not... That's
not happening.
And it
that's,
didn't
that's
happen.
just should they
indeed.
couldn't it just couldn't happen at this player of this level. That's not the type of mistake this player would make.
It's not a
Exactly.
human mistake. I see
So,
what you're saying. King
yeah.
b7 has been played.
Exactly.
That's autopilot move, and
again,
And now the
because
count
she-
is, now we're into the single digits.
Because she
Anna
wasted so
Zatowski.
much time, I'm thinking that even were she to get a winning position that Naji could fall into potentially, she won't have enough moves.
definitely
Rook
won't. And this is not a
H1.
winning position.
Not yet, no, but it's creeping there. It's creeping
rook
towards
a,
it.
I mean, rook a3. Sorry, rook a6.
Rook a6, very good. Yes, that absolutely is excellent. Cutting my king from, I want to give rook h7 check, obviously, and then approach king versus, ooh.
Okay.
Rook
okay,
a8.
Okay.
Okay.
Rook a8 is
That-
losing to mate in 22.
You see? That's the point.
What the
Rook-
heck is
but-
rook h?
Rook a8.
A rook a8.
As
That
a-
is, the computer has announced mate in 14.
Uh-oh.
In 14 moves.
Right.
Wow.
That was a terrible move.
But it's a move 122. She only got 8 moves. That means she could have had this position earlier.
Right.
She might have won the game. Look at this
Absolute.
critical error.
So let's see that mate in 8. Or wait, you said 14, right?
It's 14 right now. I'm waiting to the engine to prove its evaluation. But rook h7 is the right
Check.
first move.
Right.
King, and it has been played.
And what's the best defense then?
The best defense that allows.
That
Okay.
hangs on
The
for
engine
it.
just reduced it. The engine is not a table base right now that
Oh, it's not.
I'm using. So I.
Oh, sorry.
So it should be it's analyzing everything as opposed to a table base. We should update it with a table base. I can grab my phone and get on a site to do that right now. But the move King a6 is made in 11.
So 81, it's actually move 131.
And she's played king
So
a6.
we're really close here.
Checkmate in 11.
Yes.
Wait, so and she needs to make it to 131. So it's cutting.
The worst
it
part
close,
about
guys.
this,
Good.
the
Oh,
worst
my
part
goodness.
about
Cutting it
this
close.
is
Yes.
that she's going to realize she's losing.
King c4.
King c4 is correct.
Bravo. And very quickly, by the way, king a5 was played.
And
Oh,
now
my.
the next move is Zugzwang, is to move the rook. See if she finds it. Is just to move the rook along the rank to test that rook of whites.
And that's what you meant by the whole Zugzwang position, because then you force it into the worst a6 square, and that's when you shift the rook. front and checkmate in the other direction.
But you know, but hold on a second. It doesn't matter that it's mate. The mate is happening because the rook is being lost. The rook is being lost on move 129.
No.
The rook is being lost on move 129.
Wait, so let's show that variation then.
So
after king c4,
so
king a5.
Rook a5, rook e7, just wait it out.
Yes.
And when you play king a6,
yes.
King b4.
So rook a6 loses to what, like just like rook e1 or something?
Yes.
Because you can no
Rook
longer.
right, because you have no. That's right. That's right. Let me get back. Oh my goodness, she's losing the game. Rook a8 was a critical blunder, and it looks like she's going to lose. King c4, king
but
a5.
Anna's played rook a3. I'm sorry, she's played rook h6.
Rook h6 is incorrect and extends the game past the move 130.
No.
That's right. Now she will not win the rook. Wait a minute. Even here, she's winning the rook on move 129. Sorry. Move 129, she's picking up the rook in the best line.
So similar lines.
What is the best
rook a6
line?
is still leading to rook h1.
Yeah,
Same
the
idea.
game is lost. The game is lost. It's unbelievable. Rook c8, rook h3, king a6, and this beautiful move, rook back to h7, and now rook a8, king b4, rook b8 check, king a4, and now
you lose the rook.
Rook, look at this, Zugzwang, the bishop just moves, and you have no move. And this is a move 129 with the next move.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal.
Is she going to get to this position?
Oh my goodness, it's here. It's
If
like
we got
it's,
rook c8. So
rook c8, move 125. How did she play rook a8? How did she play rook a8 instead of rook a6? That's incredible that she did that.
Because rook a6, it's so Philidor-esque.
Rook a6 just stops the king from coming in. You draw with ease. Why would you put your rook in the corner?
42 seconds for Anna. Will she find the winning line? Oh my gosh. And make it just underneath the 50 move
So
mark?
as it turns out, there were a lot of moves that won in that particular position. Rook e7, rook h6.
Yes, there's tons of moves, all at that 129 mark.
Wow.
And right now, she has a win in her pocket, but she only has 23 seconds left
to find it.
Unreal. She should play rook down to
Anywhere, h3, h2, h1.
Exactly.
She has to play,
Bring the rook down, and
this is
she
not
has
the
played the
critical one.
first version of it.
Rook h1 has been played.
King a6 is forced,
which
But
she
the
played.
difficult part
which
is
you
this-
played,
And she has played.
found the
Played
move,
rook
and she's winning
h7.
now. Look at this.
Oh, gosh.
And Nazi is in a noose.
The mate threat on a7
She found
forces rook
Rook
a8
A8 is
king b4.
King b4.
Winning.
Ooh.
So rook a8.
Winning. Here it comes. Rook a8. And Nazi knows something is really, really wrong right now.
Now's the time to keep her poker face. She does leave in Vegas, because just in case Anna hasn't seen that King b4 key,
Right.
Nazi's got to show she doesn't see it either.
Right.
Oh, my goodness. King b4 and
But
king
her
a4.
face is turning red. I think she sees it. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
The shock.
And
How could she not play rook
But a buzzer finish. Just
Right
the
at the
move.
move. Right at the 50th move.
Right? I mean, this is insane.
Whoa. Rook a8.
And guys, I might be right about the game ending on move 129.
I
win all the
King
bets.
b4
And she knows she's
instantly.
winning now.
Done it.
And she
Yes.
knows she's winning. Look at this
King
finish.
b4.
Because now rook b8 check, that's nothing but a white check.
Rook b8
king
is
a4,
the only
rook
move.
a8, and then a bishop
And
move
then a bishop move.
on
and
the
it's-
diagonal.
And it's mate.
And it's just
Or-
mate.
or-
And
it's
look
mate.
at Anna looking at
Diagonal.
her score sheet, making sure she has enough moves. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This is surreal.
King b4.
This is surreal. How can you do it on the 50th move? This is absolutely shocking beyond belief.
Wow.
This
So-
is just devastating.
So she's going to play rook b8 check. Anna's quickly going to play king a4.
Yes.
And then after rook a8,
I might go to the arbiter and say, my intention is to play the move rook a8.
And say it's a draw? What's the rule?
I'm claiming the 50 move rule just to be... Yeah, check. Here you go. King a4
you got king a4.
instantly.
And now it could be a bishop move or a rook move.
Wait a minute. She played king takes f6 on move 81. So she actually has 2 more moves.
Yeah, 131.
She has 131.
Yeah,
of course she's winning. This is over. This is over.
Oh, my.
Yeah, 131. That's what you guys were betting. 131. I
131.
bet the game ended at 129. You guys bet the game ended at 131.
That is true.
And we'll see how it goes.
Rook A8. Any bishop move, any rook move.
Any rook, I mean, it doesn't have to be a bishop move, yeah.
Right.
This is,
And
as long as she doesn't.
It's Zugzwang.
It's Zugzwang.
And Anna loves her endgame studies, so.
And the move is on the board, and it's now mate in
and
2.
she's done the most
Rook
aesthetic of
G7.
them. Rook G7.
That's it. And Anna is going to win this game. It feels like a game that she's won 3 times. Once when she played the move Queen A4. Once when she was about to play the move King D3. And now the 3rd time.
129.
Whoa.
The game is over.
Yeah.
And I win the bet. The most important thing.
That's the most important part for you, Jen. You on the bench, just like a poker player. And the resignation has occurred.
Brutal.
Wow.
Devastating, incredible, unbelievable finish to this game.
So dramatic. That had us really on the edge of our seats.
I'm sorry. I wasn't on the edge of my seat at all. Rook A6 was such an easy draw. There was no reason to play Rook 8. Why would you play Rook 8?
But I was on the edge of my seat for the last 8
I
moves.
was riveted.
At the end,
yeah. Incredible.
Well, at the end, it was shocking.
This was incredible.
That was
finish.
just.
And under all that pressure,
Wow.
Anna finding that correct sequence. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, she blew it under pressure, but then under even more pressure, she made it through and showed us why she's a champion.
Okay, I'm in recovery. Okay, that was amazing. We're going to have to recap today's dramatic round and how does these results affect our leaderboard. We have 4 players in the open section coming in tied for first. We had 3 players in the women's section tied for first. Now we have a single women leader in the women's.
That's right, Irina Krush ahead of the table with 2.5 out of 3. And meanwhile, in the championship,
we still have 4. We'll get the results up to you very shortly. Here we come.
we've got in the championship Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Onashuk, Yaroslav, and newcomer to this group,
Right.
and also Daniel Naroditsky.
So we went from a 4-player tie for first to 5 players tied for first.
It's getting more crowded at the top.
With all those point and a halves right behind them, by the way.
Right. It's
Yeah.
a very, very tight bunch. And
So
in the ladies.
Just the total opposite. Just one lady at the top of the table, Irina Krush, who played like a grandmaster and got the deserved victory. We've got Anna Zatansky, Perva Verkud, and Sabina Foyser, all with 2 points just behind. And disappointed defending champion Nazi Paikidze shows us what a great sports person she is after that brutal marathon. She's with Maurice.
Yeah.
With the reigning champion, Nazi Paikidze, after a 129-move battle. Nazi, that game had us watching all throughout. You definitely had a draw at the end, but you played this move rook to A8 instead of rook A6. What were you thinking throughout this battle? It just seemed like it went, like you lived 3 lives living this game.
Yeah, it feels like I played 3 different games. Well, of course, the end is draw, but I've already lost it before, actually. With little time on the clock, it's actually hard to find the exact correct moves. So
This move, when you played rook A8, you had the option rook A6. Did you see that option at all? Right when you're king, if we can get to that, Yasser, I'm just a bit surprised that you played this move instead of just keeping the king out, like just rook A6. Okay, and then you were this close to the 50 move. Or were you aware of the fact that you were very close to the 50 moves?
Yeah, I was 2 moves away.
Wow, that's very difficult. She was in time pressure from the very beginning of the game. How did that affect your play?
Well, I was trying to basically concentrate on the game and play objectively and not look at her clock. And hopefully the time would affect her eventually, but it didn't.
She was amazing in the time pressure every single time, although there were wins for her that she missed at the end. She allowed this chance, knight takes g3, even getting this position. You must have felt like resigning a couple of times, and then suddenly that appeared. Well, how does a champion recover from a game like this one?
Well, it is what it is. It happened. Still 8 rounds to go, so I'm just going to forget about this and play next games.
The right attitude. Well, we look forward to seeing you play, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Naji. Wow, I was so riveted watching this ending.
I had fun.
I'm not sure it was fun. I mean, it was tough, dramatic.
I thought you said traumatic or dramatic.
Both.
Depending on who you are.
Yeah. Even for the commentators, I will tell you. Even for me.
Absolutely.
To see a fellow GM,
suffering
a
and
top
saving
player
and
suffer that way, and then somehow get out and then it was too much.
Yeah.
It gives you're happy you're retired.
Anna, you took a year off our lives watching you play. Wow. As she gets suited up for the interview, I'm still
you're stunned.
Feel nerves myself. I mean,
excited. Everybody wants to go and play a computer or play their friend and rook and bishop versus rook now. Everybody is getting all excited. And here she is, the lady of the hour, Anna Zatonski.
Well, she uses her time extremely efficiently. Anna, what were you thinking in the opening, going behind an hour on the clock?
Okay, please, Maurice, don't give me hard time, because my coach will ask me the same questions. It will be even more painful to answer than you.
Oh, man. I mean, we were stunned by these opening moves. Can you explain to us what stopped you in the opening?
I tried to recall some theory, because I used to play this variation for both colors. And just somehow, I didn't repeat this variation. I was just looking for so many lines, but not this one. And somehow I got scared, got nervous, and just could not make a move, because, I don't know, Nazi is a pretty strong player, and it's a very positional game, and I just didn't know what to do.
Wow. And then you were in time pressure, the first time control. You had so many moves you had to make, but you played strong and got to a good position.
I think definitely missed something. She had such a good position, and this is also a mistake she made. She played fast. Yes, she should take her time.
Then you had this position where her king was on G2, and she's just getting mated somehow. And then you played into this endgame with the queens off the board.
Yes, I don't know. Just also time pressure, and I couldn't find move.
Now, and then that was one life. And then the second life was you allowed knight takes G3. When that happened on the board, and she took your pawn on G3, and just suddenly the rook and bishop versus rook ending, what went through your mind when suddenly the knight is sitting on G3?
Okay, I was thinking about why I didn't win this game, and I thought it's going to be a draw, because Nazi defended pretty well this position, so she knew how to draw this game. But also, I'm not the only one who is tired during the game. Yeah.
Right. I mean, when you hung this tactic,
I think she deserved draw, because she defended pretty well this position.
Well, she had a couple of possibilities, and you say deserved draw. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Okay. This is a tough game. It's hard to say.
And then, how many times have you had this ending, rook and bishop versus rook?
Actually, I think this is the first time when I have rook and bishop. I played a couple games over internet. Does it count? Some rapid chess, I remember.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't count, yeah. But overboard, I think first time. And I remember once I lost. But it was, how many years ago? More than 20.
Wow.
I remember, and I remember I had also rook and pawn. And I didn't give up this pawn. It was H pawn. I lost it to my main rival from childhood, Grandmaster Tatiana Kononenko.
Amazing.
So many years ago.
Now, when you were creeping towards move 130, were you already kind of resigned to a draw because it just seemed like she kept this fortress?
Okay,
and I didn't
have time to think. I was trying to think about best move. If it will be 50 moves, so what can I do? I was just trying to see the best what I can from position.
When did you realize you were winning?
I think after I play rook h7, rook g7, this moves. Yeah, then I was thought, and actually I didn't remember when it was 50 moves, but I saw on her score sheet we have 5 more moves. Yeah.
And then you realize she's getting into Zugzwang, and then maybe coming.
She's the one who must, like count moves, and I believed she's right. She was right.
Yeah, she had an easy draw with Rook A8, but instead she played this move. I mean, Rook A6, but instead she played this move Rook A8, because Rook A6 would have kept your king out, and you still had too many moves to go.
Can you show me?
Yes, the moment. This is the critical moment. She played Rook A8. Just play Rook A6, which is logical to keep your king out of the game. And there's just too many moves.
Yes, okay.
There's no way you get to the finish line that quickly. The way she did it, she just allowed.
But you know what? It was so funny. It was difficult to record games. To write moves down, because I didn't know it was C6, so I'm sorry, because and I think if you will take a look at my score sheet, it's like so many mistakes. Yeah.
Hilarious. Tell us what this win might do for you in this championship.
Maybe I will answer your question after US Championship, because definitely I'm like extremely tired, just exhausted after such game preparation. It's not only 130 moves, like so many games. Like you said, it's like one game, second game, third game, fourth game. I had feeling that I played 5 games today.
Absolutely.
Very important against reigning US champions.
We felt like we were commentating 5 different games today as well. But congratulations on the victory,
you,
just right at the finish line. And hopefully this brings some more wind to your sails.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Anna. What a roller coaster ride today was in her game, but also her overall tournament. What a roller coaster ride she's been on. Really, really tough. And I can't tell you how exhausting a game like that is for the players.
But it really was one of the most exciting finishes I've seen. I mean,
Absolutely.
buzzer finish.
Yeah, let's take a look at tomorrow's pairing. More excitement in round 4.
Fabiano Caruana, can he do better than Nakamura and really put the pedal to the metal against Jeffrey Zhang? That's the big question. Nakamura facing a defeated Gadakamsky twice in a row. Can he continue the streak? Some big games. And, of course, Wesley So ownership. That's 2 of the leaders facing off.
Yes.
And in the women's side, we've got Katerina Nemtsova versus an exhausted Anna Satansky. A big matchup there. Irina Krush playing one of the youngsters in the field. Can she increase or maintain her lead? Going to be a really fun round. Sabina Foyser also doing well, playing against another talented player, Maggie Feng. Going to be a big round tomorrow, but let's close out this round. Final thought from Maurice.
I don't know if I can keep standing here. I mean, it's absolutely incredible watching these games. This one was just supposed to be a draw. It was a marathon draw, and then all of a sudden, the win. It really did feel like 2-3 different games we were doing commentary on. I mean, if you divided by 3, it would be 42, 43 moves per game. Just simply incredible to watch this kind of display, and it shows the tenacity of these players here in the championships. They fight to the bitter end. Win or lose, we have gladiators who represent our country, and it's just great to see this national championship. What a thrill. Only 3 rounds, guys. We've got 8 more to go, but you can only do them one at a time. So tomorrow is round 4. We'll be here for sure. I hope the fans got to be here. This is so riveting.
Yeah, just a fantastic. I don't know. I feel like we might have 9 more rounds. I think this is going to go to playoff in one of the sections.
All right.
But yeah, join us tomorrow as we approach the meat of this championship and see who might take the lead in the open section.
Very good.
Bye, guys.